Alright, we're live. What up?
All right, we are finally live
Wow,
with the RPL finals between Final Esports and Super Sugoi Senpai Squad.
Hey, I've been waiting for this moment. No casting by.
All right, so early on, we see Yasuo and Malzahar being banned on the side of Super Sugoi Senpai Squad. These are comfort bans onto Hyde and Windwall, and Dan is on fire. These are both their most played champions. And then we see a Graves and Lee Sin ban coming out from the side of Final Esports, clearly trying to target Pursuit Greatness, who maybe they, on the side of Final Esports, I think that most people would have considered throughout the season so far their best player to be TSM Batman, or at least their most consistent player. And Pursuit Greatness has been kind of a force, even with his recent sub in or joining Super Sugoi Senpai Squad recently. I don't think he's a sub. And then kind of expected for early on, they left the Shen open. Makaja has been playing a lot of Shen. He is very good at it. Pretty safe pick, very standard to be expected. Now TSM Batman, I'm kind of surprised to see them go for the Xayah early on, but I suppose that this is a pretty high priority pick for both of the AD carries right now. But he is giving up a little bit of the priority onto the jungle picks, which I thought they would maybe think are a little bit more important, but apparently they do not.
I won't be surprised if it's Xayah or Khan bot lane, because I know Final Esport might want to bring out all the top picks and might want to bring out special picks that they haven't played before. And since the Rakan not been at the moment, I can see the Xayah Rakan bot lane, because if you can get a Rakan down there to help Xayah out a lot because of his CC, you also have a Darius on your team that does a lot of damage if it gets fed. So that can be really, really, really deadly.
And so we also see Pursuit Greatness pulling out the Elise for the first time so far in this tournament. And Star Killer Nico got his most comfortable champion, and that is quite important when you are getting subbed in on such short notice in the very finals of the league. So I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they opted not to ban out that comfort pick from him, but I suppose they aren't really too scared of him. Dan is on fire goes back to his primary comfort pick in Oriana, at least so far in the season.
Well, if you think about it, he is playing at late notice. This guy is not journeying in Civil 4. You feel me? They don't really know much about him, and so you're running, even though Cinder is his comfortable pick, right? You might well just give it to him, not ban it out, because you already studied the matchup between Pursuit Greatness.
Oh boy. Okay. So it looks like Final Esports are having some champ select trouble, seeing as they did not lock in a ban, and that will cancel out our champ select now.
Okay.
I don't.
They wanted a player AFK client.
Yeah. I guess someone DC.
Okay. So going through this matchup, before we get back into the game again, we're probably just going to see the same picks anyway. Just want to say this game will be a tough series, I believe, because Final Sports has shown that they're one of the best team in RPL.
Well, I mean, thus far they've shown that they are the best team up until right now, and this is where SS has a chance to prove otherwise.
True. And you're right about that. But even though they're the best team, let's talk about their series, okay? During a regular split, they were top of the table, and their communication as a team have been extremely well. They focus on objectives strongly, and they don't like to play around. They like to end games super fast, as I've seen for Final Esport. And on the side of Super Squad, Super Sweet Squad, they
oh my
just
God.
Please, okay.
SS and FeS.
Just call them SS, dude.
Super race cars, boy.
Honestly don't know, because you've come up with a bunch of different names for them so far. What was it, Super Ninja Squad or something the first time? What was this? The Squids?
Oh, let's not talk about that.
Casters ready. Yes, the casters are ready.
Oh, sorry. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, guys. I was listening to you guys, but I had to do something. Anyway, But anyway, we're just gonna go SS, okay?
Yeah,
SS.
just go by SS.
Okay, SS. They They are a really good team, but still great and one of the best jungler that we have in RPL. Not gonna lie, his mechanical plays and onto different champion are really good. I won't be surprised if he doesn't. I won't be surprised if he like do super well into least pick because
you got to remember though that TSM Batman very recently got voted into the Hall of Fame as this season's best jungler in the RPL.
Really, he did.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the most consistent jungler. I mean, I think the only one who really rivaled him throughout the season would be Panther.
Panther? Oh, okay. Well, but then again, I haven't been here the whole entire season, so I don't know how TSM Batman play. I've seen a little games of him. TSM Batman, I have seen a little games of him, right? But like, until for sure, right now, TSM Batman face off, I will not like.
Sweet Karen hovers, I like it.
Yeah, and what I'm going to say is I want people to like watch out for a jungle matchup. Like I said, jungle matchup this whole entire split during matchup this whole entire playoff has been like the main priority because if your jungler doing well and they can gank and pressure your lane for you, you're basically going to win the game. And it also comes down if your jungler know how to snipe Baron. Like you saw yesterday.
Yeah. Hopefully the teams just don't even do Baron this year. I don't want a whole series determined by Baron throws, man. I want that to be the way the finals are determined.
I know, because you got tilted yesterday about that. You was like,
I've been tilted the entire playoffs because we've seen like I think it's getting close to double-digit Baron throws at this point throughout the whole playoffs.
And that one I want to stick on. That's why I wanted to talk about the SS. I hope they practiced. I hope they took a couple of time today as a team to come together and practice on controlling Barons and taking Barons, because we saw yesterday Barons were just a sloppy way of starting it. People would just start it without getting getting the jungle kill at least, or like getting like a bunch of at least getting the ADC or someone out of the way. They just started it up
very
like
close to happening again. Yeah, I think that in the previous games we've seen kind of like this extreme lack of vision control around Baron. Yeah, it's kind of strange. And then in particular in the previous series, the last series that we casted yesterday, we saw where I believe it was Clorox Bleach had actually lost a Baron fight because they, it was a good Baron idea, but they executed it poorly by all funneling inside of the Baron pit where they could just get mowed down by the Fed Vladimir.
Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about.
I think that I would like to see these teams be a lot more careful on when they decide to take Barons. I think that they need to be a lot more vigilant in making sure that they get adequate kills so that it can't really be contested beforehand, or find some really good opportunity to sneak it. But other than that, I think that they need to be very careful because we've seen too many instances of teams throwing entire games off of one Baron decision.
And you're exactly right. And that what we want to watch. Okay, this game I want it to be clean. I want you to stop getting tilted. Okay, that how this is. Okay.
Okay. So another thing that we haven't been able to touch on yet because Champslit did not get finished last time. Yeah. We see Lucian and Alistar coming in for the side of SS, and we see Sejuani and Karma coming in for the side of Final Esports. So,
like I said, I never liked the Lucian versus Ion matchup.
Final Esports have, the very strong laning phase, top laner in Darius. I would say that typically you would say Darius kind of isn't particularly good late game. Yeah. He gets kited out fairly well. His team fighting really isn't that great. And if he doesn't get fed, he very likely will not be able to split push against Shin at all because he won't be able to kill him. It's all about him getting a snowball early and trying to run over that matchup. And if he can, then it'll be pretty devastating. But if not, then it's definitely not going to be good for him or his team sending an underfed Darius against a Shin.
Well, I don't have a problem with this Darius trying to get fed. I see your point, but the team that Fighting Sport is running right now, this Darius can't get fed. Okay, let's go here into this. Okay, you got at least against SSSS. At least against the Swanee matchup, this team on SS is going at full damage, okay? They're only having 2 tankies, okay? Shan and Alistar will be in the front line, while Lucian, Syndra, and Elise will be in the back line doing as much damage as possible. Elise is kind of an assassin unless you build her tank Elise, where you do AP, but also have a lot of help to take a lot of punishing blow. And then we look on the other side of Final Sport, they have a Darius, a Swanee, a Oriana, a Zyra, and a Karma. As you can see, they have a lot of protected shield on their team, and the Swanee have a lot of slow pushing is super tanky, so I have no problem with this finally sport diving in.
So another thing that we've been seeing SS run a lot, they like to run split pushers and they like to run pick compositions. They have, I would say, a disadvantage in terms of a just outright 5v5 team fight against Final Esports. They have too much team fighting potential with Karma's pretty much entire team shielding E. You got Zaya being one of, if not the best team fighting AD carry right now. Oriana, it goes without saying. So Joanie, it goes without saying. And then Darius, while typically not considered very good in team fights in the later stages of the game, at least this time he will have the benefit of being able to get sped up by Oriana and or Karma. And that will definitely help him because his biggest issue is getting kited out. And on the side of Super Sugoi Senpai Squad, you know, their team fighting's all right. They don't really have anywhere near the AoE capabilities that Final Esports have, but they have a lot better pick potential. They have better single target CC and burst. They have a much better split pusher in Shin. I think that they definitely need to play around this. You know, they got away with playing a split push composition against the team composition very similar to what Final Esports are running right now against Clorox Bleach, and they didn't split push. So they kind of just ran in and 5v5 them, and I think that they executed on a lot of the mistakes Clorox Bleach made, but you can't just come into this expecting Final Esports will make those same mistakes.
And exactly, and Final Esports is a really coordinated team. They plan stuff out, they think about the plays before they actually act on top of it, and plus Final Esports, it looked like a dangerous stretch, to be honest. But with Hidden Wall, this guy right now is like one of the best top laners, and also ADC, just gonna say that right now.
I believe Makaja actually won the Hall of Fame vote for top lane.
Really?
Yeah, he did, and I don't really argue with it that much because his performances have actually been very good, especially in the playoffs, and in particular on the champion that he is on right now, Shin.
Yeah.
This champion has been pretty consistently banned out ever since, I believe it was that first round of the actually no, it was banned out all 3 games in the rematch semifinals because in the first set of semifinals, Makaja just picked Shin both games and played excellently both times. They had no answer to it.
Yeah.
Clorox Bleach banned it all 3 games after that.
Makaja Shen, I seen Makaja Shen before, and that Shen is deadly. I mean, deadly is deadly. Shen have been a super tanky for Makaja. Makaja used him well, and people respect that too. People like to ban that out because they don't want to go against his Shen, because his Shen can set up team fight, can set up plays, can stun people, and plus he had learned the combos and flash on him, and it's super deadly when you're trying to burst down Shen in team fight, because Shen had also his passive that gave him an extra shield. He have his Q that slow target away, that trying to run away from him, and also he have a W. His W is what makes him so good. He can block auto attack for a certain period amount of time while you're in a team fight, which is really, really precious. Now, why I say Shen into this would be a really good pick, to be honest, no. The only person I can see doing a bunch of auto attack into team fight is Zaya. The whole entire team have to come in, face melee, but you already have 3 people that can kite them out. So Shannon just like the extra tanky that just need to stun them, and you don't even have to use W at all if you don't need to, if you don't want to. But I don't really see the Shan pick being that powerful into the enemy team comp.
Well, I would say that it's definitely very good as long as you play with it properly, which is going to be a little bit difficult. We don't really see a lot of amateur teams going for these split push compositions.
Yep.
They require a lot of more advanced wording than people are used to, especially not in solo queue environment. You're never used to doing that, and they require very good communication. You can't really make many mistakes because when you do, you get punished very, very hard. But you know, if you can play it properly, then I would say a split push composition is almost unanswerable by a team composition that's based around womboing like Final Esports is, but their comp is just significantly easier to play.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree with you on that. The comp is an easy team comp to engage into fight. It's an easy team fight comp to get your guys out of fight. Karma with her ultimate E that can shield everybody and push them out easier. So you can engage with that, or you can leave with that. It's really good for their team call. Plus, you have the Oriana EW.
So one thing that I also wanted to talk about when we're on the subject of, I guess, Karma, but
yeah,
I would say that this is like probably the only time where I'm going to think that maybe the jungler matchup isn't the most important in the game right now, because we have the two best bottom lanes in the entire tournament with, you know, the first and second best ADC and first and second best support, both in this game right now.
Wait, that's true.
So,
wait, who is the second best support at the moment?
I believe it's KG. I believe KG was voted number 2 by 1 vote in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, this is going to be a good. So,
and of course, when I'm saying the best, I'm just basically basing this off of the player votes in Hall of Fame. And I'd say that in a lot of the instances, when you look at the stats, they pretty properly reflect the stats as well in the Hall of Fame votes.
Yeah.
Naxxram and KG are very, very closely matched. I would say it's almost impossible to even determine really which one's better than the other, but players just gave 1 extra vote to the side of Naxxram. But Golden Kappa, I mean, he's been a monster throughout this entire tournament, but we saw in the last series, stop that thought. We see Alistar actually engaging on the Django Ultimus and chunking them out pretty well. And yet again, we see both supports not running Ignite, so I don't think we've seen Ignite get ran for quite a while now.
I don't blame them. There's also onto Alistar who will actually be better off on the Xayah, because Xayah does too much damage. Let's be honest, Xayah damage is just awful. Okay.
Well, I would say that her AoE damage is better than Lucian's, but dueling potential definitely goes to Lucian in this instance. The bottom lane, from what I can tell, is mostly based on if Final Esports can avoid getting engaged on properly by the Alistar, so that Lucian can't just kind of just do Lucian on them. Yeah.
I am disconnected. We will have a pause here for a second.
So it's Django Ultimus. This may have been the person who DC'd in Champ Select, and we also, if we're thinking back to their semifinals matches, Final Esports, that is, Django Ultimus in Game 2 was having some connection issues, and he wasn't able to play in Game 3, so are we going to see this happen again?
Hiding Windwall as an ADC.
Yeah, and he actually played very well. He went, what, 9-1-11 on Lucian?
Yep, he did. And
one thing I have to say that I'm surprised we don't see here is Hiding Windwall's Renekton. If we think back to that first game that they played in that series, he just absolutely popped off on Renekton.
Yeah, and Hiding Windwall Renekton is just so powerful. It's wasn't he the one to save the team fight at the last second? I think their whole entire team died, and then Renekton TP in and got like 3 kills.
I believe so, but he was so fed and so far ahead of the other top laner that he was able to just ignore tank items on Renekton and go full AD and not get punished for it, because he was just so far ahead. And he was an absolute split pushing force, and we saw him pretty much just destroy the entire back line.
And that's
the final team fight of the game.
And that's the power of Renekton. You get him fed, okay? Hiding Windwall knows the power of Renekton, and you know that if you get my Renekton fed, I don't need to go tank your Renekton. I can go full bruiser or full assassin.
We say this, but they didn't put any priority on it this game. They just wanted to get him Darius as quickly as possible.
I wonder if Darius is like a champion he's been practicing.
Well, it could be a champion that he prefers to play into Shin. Maybe they consider this a bit of a counter matchup. Maybe they have some plan with TSM Batman ganking the top lane. I don't fully understand it. I don't think Darius is particularly good against Shin. I don't think Darius has been particularly good in this tournament up until right now. I don't know.
Yep. Wait, sorry, quick question on the side note. Which one of us are doing the play-by-play real quick?
I'm guessing that's me yet again.
Okay. You again? Okay, no problems. Alright, yeah, and going back to the Shen matchup, yeah, I agree with you. I don't feel like Darius is particularly good into Shen, because Shen have too many shields to sustain damage from Darius. Plus, Shen also running Gasps of the Dying, which will give him lifesteal back every time Darius does try to attack him. Now, then again, Darius passive, I think Darius passive, like every time you hit an enemy, it put a stack on them.
Yeah, up until 5 stacks, and at the 5th stack, Darius gains like a huge attack damage buff, and subsequent auto attacks on 2 people as long as that current target has 5 stacks, and then automatically puts 5 stacks onto the next target.
See, and so I can see that being ready. I can see that being better for ganking. So it's like if their team Saswani came in for a gank and got the on Shen W down, then Darius just going in ham onto that Shen. That's basically a kill for Darius, but that doesn't happen, whatsoever. But anyway, going back into the game just started. Django is finally back from being DC'd, so we'll start off in the bot lane again.
Yeah, but I guess a symptom of this, and while we see Sejuani coming in to try and gank Star Killer Nico, he will appear to just walk away. We also see in the top lane, we see Pursue Greatness is coming for hide on Windwall. He is pushing up a little bit too far. He has to flash, but it looks like he may not be able to get away from Pursue Greatness. Makaja will flash after him, waiting for the cooldowns. Might just get away. No, Pursue Greatness flashes under the tower and finishes him off. Hide and Windwall will go down after burning his flash.
We have another pause again as the fight will happen in top lane. Django disconnected again. I'm guessing it's a thunderstorm or something, because that
I don't know. I don't think that's what's happening now. I think that they're just some consistent connection issues for Django. I mean, this was happening in the previous series,
and then we got to get a substitute.
It's happening again. It hasn't been taken care of. This is a bit unfortunate, but especially now, you can't really feel as bad as before for the side of Final Esports, because this happened to you in the previous series, and that was kind of out of the blue. But this time, it's happening again.
And I don't know.
Finals.
I don't know if we can do a remake, because they're
Nope, it's too far in. There's been a kill. There's no remake right now.
No remake.
There's no way.
All right.
I think they can opt to forfeit the match, but I doubt they're going to do that.
Well, if you forfeit the match, then they lose one, and then they have to.
I think there's no reason they would forfeit the match. There's absolutely no reason. You might as well just play it out, see what you can do.
Yeah, true. Because
once that loss is on the board for you, it ain't going away.
Yeah, but
nothing you do is going to make it go away.
It's the best out of 5 games. So if they lose this game, if they forfeit this game, they still have 2 more games to win, or 3 more games exactly, to come back.
Up to 4 more.
4, yeah. And I don't know. I feel like if they forfeit this one, it won't affect them that much, because like I said, the favorite right now are in Final Esports. That's the favorite, right? And the underdog is coming from SS, because SS have been consistently changing mid laner throughout the playoff, and the team synergy with the Lucian and Golden Kappa and King is really good. Plus Mikhail and Shen, but stuff happened. I'll be right back though. We'll take a quick break until he come back.
I'm still gonna be here, but
All right, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, I really, really hope that this doesn't happen again. It is very unfortunate when a team just simply loses a member in the middle of a match, especially in a more coordinated environment. It basically makes it impossible to win if they do not return. See a little bit of banter going on in the team chat right now.
Feels bad when your parent orders Chinese food but didn't order you none. Man, stingy ass parents.
don't need Chinese food.
Yeah.
Your sustenance should be coming from casting the finals of the RPL.
Well, you know, sometimes you are hungry, okay?
Yeah, my elite level play-by-play will sustain you.
Hopefully. Yeah, okay, so loading cap. I guess Django is still not here.
Okay, so just gonna check. I believe they get 10 minutes of pause time.
Yep.
So they are winding down to their final 2 minutes. The 2-minute warning has arrived for Final Esports.
Damn it. Man. I don't know. Oh, I gotta get this food to my parents. They didn't buy me shit, man. I'm so hungry. Okay. Anyway, yeah, 1 more minute still. The Golden Kappa doesn't come. Yeah, it had to be a forfeit. They have to. They're
It's
not
not
gonna.
Golden Cap, it's Django Ultimate.
Sure. I mean, Django Ultimate. If Django Ultimate doesn't count, they have to
I mean,
forfeit.
no, I don't think they have to forfeit. I mean, you might as well not forfeit. Just play it out.
Play it out. 4v5.
If he doesn't come back, you
With the-
lose, obviously, but maybe he comes back and maybe you have a chance to win. I mean, you're not going to get this game back. You don't
True.
want to just give up when maybe there is like the slimmest chance of you winning.
Yeah, but like,
There is no reason at all for them.
if you're gonna fight a 4v5, okay, then the next thing is you don't have a jungler. That's how you're gonna be. 4v5, you have no jungler. Susori will come down, become the new support, and Karma will become the ADC because Karma is the only person that have attack range at the moment.
I don't know about her being the ADC. I think they'd probably just have Batman farm and then just build a bunch of tank items.
I guess so. And then your only 2 source of damage would be Darius and Oriana.
I mean, I don't think anyone's going to argue that they're almost guaranteed to lose in this environment if their player does not come back.
Yeah.
But, you know, the point that I'm trying to argue is that you might as well play it out and see if his connection issues get better and he can come back and maybe have a shot at, you know, making the miraculous comeback and winning the game.
Yeah, I would say play out to 15 minutes because 15 minutes you can FF at then. But if he doesn't come back after 15 minutes, then like
if he's gone for 11 minutes, you're pretty screwed.
Yeah, I don't know why you're coming back. I'll be right back real quick. I think he's calling for his food. Damn it! Shot took in there, just ate it, and just said I didn't see the Chinese guy.
So we will be getting back into the now 4v5 between Final Esports. SS. Okay, well, they're going over their time. Is this an automatic forfeit? Okay, never mind. No, it's not. Guess they will just go ahead and play it out anyway. Very unfortunate that this would happen to Final Esports twice now in the playoffs, but, you know, they did manage to bounce back in the 3rd game in their semifinals match after they lost Django Ultimus to his disconnections and they got a sub. They managed to win pretty convincingly in that 3rd game. They moved Hide and Win down to 80 carry and subbed in, I believe his name is Eisenix, and put him in the top lane. So there is still hope for Final Esports, even if Django Ultimus does not come back, at least in terms of the series.
Alright, so Django's still not here. Feel bad, man.
No, he is not.
Karma. I feel sorry for you at the moment. Oh well. Okay, so we're back to a 4v5 series. Django Ultimate having connection issues at the moment as well, but the team decided that they will fight this 4v5 and wait. Like we did say, if after 11 minutes Django haven't come back into the game yet, then we don't see any hope for this team winning. So they might have to FF at 15 and give up the first loss, which kind of sucks, but you know, stuff happened. Good thing is Final Esports do have their substitute on the line as of right.
You know what you'd have to think is that even let's say that you know, let's say we go to 15 minutes, Django Ultimus is not here.
Yeah.
And they decide to FF.
Yeah.
Even if Django comes back after that, do you still not sub him out? Because I mean, in my opinion, I would not take this risk of him disconnecting again. I would just bring in the sub.
Yeah, just bring in the sub
here for the rest of the series.
And if we think about it, the substitute for Final Esports did really good in the top lane. He's a mid lane. He's a mid laner main, right? He told us that in the press conference, but we didn't have a press conference with him. But when I did an interview with him by himself, he told me that he mains mid lane and not top lane. But the good thing about this is, you know, at least you have a substitute that is always on standby. He's always there for his team. And when I told him, I said, if Django Ultimate disconnected again during the final, would you be willing to like sub in? And he said, yeah, if my team needed me, of course I'll be there for my team. No matter what.
This is unfortunate. So, okay, KG almost died. So, SS are having no mercy with this. They're going to go ahead and 3-man dive.
That is
next round.
Wrong. That is
He's
wrong.
coming down. I don't know about that. I would say if they're going to give you this opportunity to get a free win off the disconnect, you might as well take it. This is the finals, baby. No mercy.
I feel
no
that.
mercy
like,
in the finals.
But it sucks, man.
There's RP on the line here, boy.
RP,
yeah.
Boy, we fight the samurai way, man.
No.
Yeah, you had to fight
Fuck
fair.
the samurai, dude. This is League of Legends. These are the summoners, okay? They're trying to win. They're trying to get this money.
Man, come on.
So
Oriana, though.
A little bit on the bright side for Final Esports is that Dan is on fire is getting the better of the matchup against Starkiller Nico, even though you know, both of these players are on what I would say are probably their most comfortable champions right now. And you know, most people would consider Syndra to actually be a bit of a counter to Oriana, hard lane for Oriana to play in. But Dan is on fire is taking advantage of this I guess skill gap between them on these individual champions. He is getting the upper hand in a matchup that is generally considered negative. And we also see Makaja is winning a trade against Hyden Windwall's Darius, but a big turned around by Hyden Windwall's ultimate. And he, oh my god, he ends up blowing Makaja up. Okay. Darius' damage from me.
You see, okay, so that one was telling you about this matchup in the top lane. Yes, if Daria doesn't have Daria is weak against Shen, level 1 to 5, right? You saw how when Daria would try to do auto attack on it, Shen would basically just W that shit, you know.
Another thing that I would like to bring up is that Hyden Windwall was at a level advantage somehow in that lane. Which I guess certainly would have helped.
You know, after you pause for 10 good minutes, those CS are just like giving you experience, and you just don't even know it.
I don't think the pause has anything to do with it.
The pause have everything to do with it, man.
Yeah,
they were playing.
Yeah, when you pause, you get XP for the move that disconnects. You know.
Yeah, simple. You see, yeah, that way you 1 level ahead, 2 level ahead. Look at this. Look at it. Jenga is level 2.
Gotta wonder if. Looking towards the bot lane, you've got to wonder if next room is actually going to start building ability power. He's trying to go an AP Karma build and see what it is that he can do now that he's actually having to take farm, be in less of a supportive role. Or if, you know, taking the farm and just speeding up getting the support items to just kind of trust Dan is on fire and Hyden Windwall's damage, but I don't know if it would be enough.
Well, to be honest, I just don't see no point of like this Karma building full support. I still see like you could do like a redemption and you know a gauntlet, but like, for the rest of your item, I just believe that this should just be AP.
So we see a Shin play coming in from the side of SS. They tried to get it onto Oriana. Looks like she will get away, and Sejuani will also get away from this.
Ooh, Karma ADC. I told you Karma ADC will work.
Esports are actually trying to turn it around in a situation that is not good for them.
Come on, Karma.
For this overextension.
Come on, Karma. Get that kill. Let's go, Karma ADC.
Karma ADC. So
let's go.
I guess it's almost like impossible not to have some caster bias towards the team with a disconnect.
No.
It's like it's pretty funny when the team with the DC is actually fighting back pretty confidently.
And then tie it up.
Yeah.
2 for 2.
I think that they kind of overextended into their own jungle, but then you had very bad tower aggro management from the side of SS that actually caused the very low Alistar to take tower aggro rather than anyone else, and he ends up dying.
You had the Leash, you had the Lucian, you had the Syndra. You could have called one of those people to even, you know, tank it, but they said no, Alistar, you're the lowest here. Plus you're a tank. You want tower dive this, and he dies because of that. Karma ADC, man, new meta. Don't play that in solo queue or I'll kill you.
Is that a death threat? India?
I'm just saying.
Death threat?
Just saying. I just don't want people to mess up my solo
Did
queue.
you just make a death threat to our entire audience?
No, I just don't
recorded live on the internet.
I just don't want to.
Oh boy. Okay, FBI gonna be busting through the
I'm just saying, when you want a Karma ADC in your solo queue, come on, man, you be tilted
I
after
don't
that.
discriminate against off meta picks like you.
What do you mean?
Don't make death threats like you, India.
Hey, oh,
Oh, Django Ultimus.
At 11
So,
minutes, I think we predicted this.
Hopefully for Final Esports, this is not a repeat of the semifinals match where he reconnected and disconnected about 13 times over the course of the match. I don't even know if that's an exaggeration. I'm pretty sure it was close to that number.
Yeah. After this game, I feel like you should just take out Django. I don't know if his ping is okay
well, it
or
depends.
not.
If he's able to play out the entire game, maybe you consider leaving him in. But if he continues to disconnect, I'd say it's just safer to sub him out.
Yep. Oh.
Also see Naxram potentially getting caught out by KG and Starkiller Nico, but he will manage to get away now that we see TSM Batman arriving.
Ooh,
pretty much an equal amount of damage also went down onto KG.
Yep. Oh man, Karma ADC no more alive. Damn. Okay. Anyway, they got the old ADC back. I think they're just gonna let him farm bot lane and get those levels up. Thanks to Riot new patch. I think it came out at the end of season 6. What they did was now that if you're behind a level in any type of scenario like a DC,
you see TSM Batman attempts to go for the steal onto the Cloud Drake, but he doesn't get it, and they are trying to fight SS right now, but it doesn't look like they will be able to come out on top in this. TSM Batman will go down without getting the dragon either. This is very unfortunate for Final Esports.
I don't like that Swanee trying to steal a dragon. It's just not worth it. It's a Cloud Drake.
It's not worth dying for a Cloud
Drake. It never worth dying for a Cloud Drake.
You're not likely going to get the steal, and
yep, he should stay back and kept farming or try to help out Zaya in the bot lane. But going back to what I wanted to say before, thanks to Riot at the end of season 6, they put a patch where if you were behind, behind in low level, you would just stay behind level, and it would take you forever to gain experience to get back with your team. Thanks to the new update they did is that if you're behind in level, the CS that you will get, right, you will still get the same amount of CS, but you will get more experience from the CS that you hit.
Well, I mean, certainly the experience bonus is going to help bring him back in levels, but he's still down 100 CS in gold. And that, I would say, is a little bit more important right now, especially between 80 carries.
Yep, I agree with you on that one, but I'd rather have my Zaya get level 6 so she can at least do something and get a couple of points into the abilities rather than her having no level, no nothing whatsoever. Okay.
So it's currently a 2,300 gold lead at 14 minutes for Lucian over Zaya.
Oh crap!
So, I mean. And you also see that for the side of SS, they only have about a 700 gold lead on Final Esport.
Yep.
We also see Pursue Greatness coming up and trying to gank Hyde and Windmall's Darius, but he may be able to turn this around. He does get the auto off, and he will trade 1-for-1 in the gank. This is very favorable for Final Esports.
I didn't like that Darius didn't ult for that kill. He could have ulted and reset it.
I'm not sure if he had mana or if he was in range. I'm sure there's a reason why he didn't.
Oh, okay.
Either way, he's only getting the one kill there. There's no way he kills Pursue Greatness.
True.
It is what it is. He also intelligently saved his flash.
I agree with you.
We still see Dan is on fire, getting the better of this matchup against Starkiller Nico's Syndra. Currently at a 30 CS lead.
Okay, sorry, I disconnected it for a second. Okay, now we're back.
Now you're back.
Now I'm back. Okay, sorry, dang, we gotta be.
I'm fucking with you.
I know. This is our little relationship here. Me and Nursa, we have a little relationship going on.
He taught me how to build Rod of Ages on Vladimir.
Yes, man.
Nice.
He played it in the mid lane, and that thing worked phenomenally.
Yeah, dude. It's just excellent. What would I do without Indio here to teach me these things?
Oh man, you so loud. Wait, this 1v1 Trey Zaya.
Golden Kappa trying to do some significant damage to Django Ultimus underneath his own tower.
Oh.
We also see Pursue Greatness is coming around behind Django Ultimus and is looking to tower dive him. He's just going to solo it very easily.
And
The
this
under-leveled Zaya.
Ooh,
Also CTS and Batman trying to come around and counter gank Pursue Greatness.
Go for that, baby.
Shin coming down on the Pursue Greatness, and they will attempt to turn this around on Final Esports. Sooner comes around the back and actually picks off Daniels on fire before anything really gets started for them. Distant Batman will have to run away. Naxxram also speeds himself up and retreats. So, well, as Lucian kills the bottom tower as well and begins to turn around on Naxxram, and we see Star Killer Nico actually lands the stun on Naxxram as well, and he actually flash out. So this is definitely still not going well at all for Final Esports here in the bottom lane.
I don't understand why the hell did Oriana try to cleanse the...
No, I don't think this is the issue. I think that the issue for Final Esports here is that tower is gone. Just give it up.
Yeah,
just
true.
give it up. There's no way you're saving that.
There is a rule called, like, a bunch of diamonds and plat have told me that there is a rule called 20 or less. And what 20 and less means, if your tower is below 20%, you might as well just give it up and not fight for it, unless your team is really good in team fight. That one you only fight for your tower. But if it's 20 and less and you're by yourself...
Starkiller Nico may actually be caught out by Naxxram, and Dan is on fire here. Potentially overstaying his welcome. It looks like he will be able to ghost and get away. And is on fire with some awkward ball placement there. Wasn't able to even get it on Starkiller Nico in time during the snare from Karma.
Like I said, Denzel Fire, is he the one that I said that he doesn't have the best stats right now on the league table?
Dan is on fire actually has very good stats.
Okay. Just making sure. I wonder if he was the second to last mid laner.
I think it was because of the amount of games played or some like weird thing with the website. But Dan is on fire has actually been a very good mid laner so far this season.
Okay, good. Okay, so Denzel Fire, the Oriana, I see sometimes he kind of misplayed. Like the last team fight they just had when Oriana died.
Yeah, I think that it wasn't just Dan is on fire though. I think the entire team, other than obviously Hyde and Windwall, who was in the top lane,
but
made some quite large mistakes there.
I didn't know what Oriana did in ult when Swanee E though. So Swanee E into range for Elise, and she just didn't ult, and then when Syndra ulted her, she died. So,
well, I mean, either way, I don't think they get a kill there, and I think that them trying to fight that is just going to result in them dying for absolutely nothing, and that's kind of what happened.
That's okay.
Okay, so it looks like Final Esports actually are in a pretty decent position to maybe take this dragon. They will probably end up giving away their top tower to do it, though, unless Hyde and Windwall can teleport up there and save it.
Nah, he just
certainly a possibility if only Lucian is there, but it also looks like KG and Pursue Greatness are going to be trying to take the Rift Herald in the back of this. Maybe Starkiller Nico and Makaja may attempt to get a steal here, or at least Starkiller Nico might attempt it, but he cannot get it. Decent Batman does get the Mountain Dragon. This is, I believe, people have done the math on it, and I think that Mountain Dragon is actually the most gold efficient dragon in the game.
Yeah.
A little bit ahead of Infernal.
Okay, now I gotta agree. I don't like how the Darius was this run like going down to the Dragon Pit. He should have TP top a long time ago to prevent Lucian from getting tower. But that's
he didn't take the tower. He didn't even come close to taking the tower. Top tower's still alive. I agree with. I disagree pretty heavily. I think Hyde and Windwall played that about as well as he could have. I think that he did not need a teleport, but I don't think he should have been walking down towards Dragon. That wasted a little bit of time, but it looks like he still will get up here in time to kill the top tower for SS. And Pursue Greatness might need to back off a little bit. I don't know, even though you're 4-0, if you can 1v1 this Darius right now.
True.
So Kaja maybe looking to flank Final Esports. He just misses the taunt on the TSM Batman.
I gotta give credit to Final Esports. Even with a disconnected player, they're still coming back. They're still trying to fight.
They're definitely fighting. You know, they are the #1 team coming out of the regular season for a reason.
They're proving that they're proving the reason why they're called the #1 team. Let's go look at this. So Zaya is 79. Not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, she's actually falling even further behind in CS. At the start of this, when she reconnected, she was only 100 CS down. Now she's about 120.
Yeah.
And going back to this trade of objectives that was made by Final Esports and SS, I definitely do not think it was a good decision on SS's side to actually trade Rift Herald for Mountain Dragon. I think that you could have had control over both. I think that as long as you positioned around the dragon, it's pretty much yours, and then you could have just rotated up and gotten the Rift Herald as well for free, but instead you just get the Rift Herald and give the Mountain Dragon away. And it doesn't look like this this Rift Herald will be able to do anything other than get a little bit of damage onto the mid tower. Final esports, it will die without them even managing to kill the tower at all.
Someone give this Rift Herald a burial because like that was just a waste of Rift Herald.
Yeah, this was definitely not a good usage of the Rift Herald from SS. A little bit of a lack of patience there, but it also looks like TSM Batman gets caught out by Starkiller Nico's stun. Jumped out quite a bit.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, this Siege competition. Like, you have the Lucian, the Elise, and the...
Oh my god, Alistar actually goes in and gets a triple knockup off the WQ comp. You see Shin getting a double taunt on the Darius and Karma. Dan is on fire, gets a double up, but it doesn't look like it will have much of an effect on this team fight whatsoever. No one on the side of SS has gone down so far, and we see TSM Batman and Naxxram going down for Final Esports, as well as the mid tower falling after the unfortunate circumstance with Rift Herald.
Yep.
So
okay, and
we're getting a very good trade out of all this.
And this is what I was talking about. This team is like mostly a Siege team, but also gonna do a team fight at the same time. The Siege is coming out from the Lucian, Elise, and the Syndra. Since they have 2 tanks in the front line, they don't really have to worry about letting them get the damage right, and they can just like hit the tower down, so they can burst tower down quickly. Even though they don't have mountain.
Well,
drive.
I would say that for the most part, I would like to see them try and set picks up more. I think that is definitely the biggest strength of their team composition right now.
Yep.
With the split pushing Shen and trying to get deep wards and abuse the split push while setting up for picks, which is makes it significantly easier to use the split push advantage when you have champions like Elise and Syndra and Lucian who are incredible at playing around picks.
True, and with the trying to set up picks though. Depends on who's the target that you want to go on first, though. Because I'm betting you Orianna and Xayah and Karma will play backline as Darius and Saswani will try to tank as much as possible. But who is like the biggest tank that you want to get out of the way?
Pursuit Greatness and TSM Batman dueling right now. TSM Batman flashes into position so that he can follow Pursuit Greatness with the blast plant.
I love that.
Actually managed to kill Pursuit Greatness for free. Very effectively played by TSM Batman. Very clever flash onto the blast cone to follow Pursue Greatness over the wall.
I give credit to Karma there. She knew that Pursue Greatness would at Baron pit. So what she did was she decided to ultimate Q onto the Baron. Even though it would have taken some health off of Swanee, she didn't care. She just wanted to get that at least kill.
Nico potentially overextending there, has to flash away before getting Orianna ulted, and that very likely would have spelled her doom. So we see currently Darius and Shin in opposite side lanes right now, but we see Hyde and Windwall is quite significantly further pushed up in his lane. Yeah, neither lane has a tier 1 tower for the split pusher to take right now. They would have to get to the tier 2s of their respective enemy teams.
And I think this is what we were talking about yesterday. We were talking about if you have a certain team comp that can split push lanes, then you want to like do that while your team will fight.
Of course, why not have Shin split push? I mean, it's so easy for him to join a team fight, and it makes his champion just so much more effective because there is no other top laner who can really split push effectively as Shin while also being able to join his team quickly.
What do you mean the other top laner? Rise? Well, Rise top?
What in the world? No, you didn't hear everything that I said. I'm not talking specifically. What is going on with Rift Herald? What was that? All right, did no one else see that?
No.
That was wacky. The Rift Herald was like bouncing around like a ping pong ball. But at least maybe that was a spectator bug on my end. I don't know. That was weird.
I didn't see that.
I was saying that Shin, he's not necessarily the strongest at 1v1ing in the split push, but no other top laner can split push like him in terms of being able to push in a side lane while also being able to join his respective team pretty much immediately without basically any delay whatsoever, while also giving them a massive shield.
I agree with you on that one. Okay, it looks like they're going to start this team fight.
The Sejuani ult only goes on to KG's Alistar. Not how you would like to use that. See, TSM Batman is very chunk, but we also see the redemption coming down. Final esports, Shin teleports in and actually gets a taunt down on Naxxram. He will fall. It looks like Golden Kappa's going to get dumped. You see the Orianna ult coming down on the 3 people. Here's the Final esports will be able to finally clean up this team fight.
No, okay, hold on real quick. Hold on. Final esports are proving to us why we call them the best team in the league.
And Dan is on fire. Played that team fight about as well as they could have.
Come on.
And this is this is the mistake for SS playing into Final Esports team composition strength.
Yep.
I mean, you know, they're just straight up 5v5ing a team that is significantly better at team fighting, and it looks like Final Esports will attempt to take this Baron. I believe they will be able to get it. They will have to swap aggro, and it will be a little bit close, but I think they can get it for sure. Batman might need to back up a little bit. He's already used his smite. It will come back up very shortly.
Yeah,
They'll be able to get it down.
They can take Baron because they have the Mountain Drake to versus that even faster.
Definitely helps, but it also looks like SS will be able to take a Mountain Drake to equal that up. Looks like Naxxram getting a little bit caught out by Golden Kappa, but it doesn't really result in very much. It just gets chunked a little bit.
Yeah. They didn't get the Mountain Drake.
You know, what we take from this is that Final Esports, absolutely, you want to keep forcing situations like that. You want to, if they ever present an opportunity for you to get a full 5v4 or 5v5 team fight, take it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yep, take it.
Try to get as much vision as you can. Do not split up and play unsafely, because they are, you know, SS's team composition is entirely based off of getting picks and split pushing with the Shin, that is what they need to be doing if they do not want this unfortunate team fight situation to happen to them again. They still have a bit of a gold lead, but it will not last long if they do that again.
And I gotta give credit.
Setting up for picks more.
I gotta give credit to Zaya, to Jingle, and also to the mid laner, because the mid laner literally, I gotta give all the credit to the mid laner, because the SS was so claustrophobic up together that Orianna saw the opportunity to put the
Hyde
ball
and Windwall absolutely destroyed Golden Kappa at the beginning of that team fight.
True. But like for your Orianna to like keep her ultimate for so long, because she could have used her ultimate when she put it on Swanee, but she decided to wait.
Coming down to the bottom lane, and they will get this tier 1 tower. Baron is allowing this because SS cannot push in mid lane, and they are getting pressured when otherwise they probably wouldn't have without the Baron.
Yeah. I don't know. That last team I had to give credit to.
I think Dan is on fire played that very well, but I think no credit can be taken away from Hyde and Windwall as well. Sure. You know, Django Ultimus played about as well as he could play with this significant goal deficit that he's at.
Yeah.
There's only so much he can do right now, but I believe the gap is closing between him and Golden Cap at the moment.
And
he is only 2,000 gold down now, rather than being 2,600.
Oh, okay, nice job on the stun.
Dan is on fire. May just be caught out by Lee's Shin, but it actually chunks out Pursue Greatness quite greatly. Flashes away, and it doesn't look like Pursue Greatness will be able to kill Dan is on fire, and he will drop. Shin will simply run away, so this does get turned around on Pursue Greatness, and Makaji going for a bit of a greedy attempt on Dan is on fire's life.
What in the world? Okay, I think the Elise might have misplayed. She eat right. She eat right. But she didn't eat onto the Orianna, and the Orianna was clearly in her circle, so she got eat on there and killed her with a Q. But I think she pressed E again to lure her back down onto the same spot, which made her have to chase Orianna for the kill. With Darius right behind her, doing so much damage to her already, so Darius was able to pick up the kill while Elise was too busy trying to chase Orianna. That was a big misplay right there for our team.
Well, I mean, even in that situation, I believe we were going to see Pursue Greatness go down, and that trade is still not good for SS, seeing as they also lost their tier 2 tower during all of this.
Yep.
Yeah, so you know, Final Esports are definitely turning this thing around. They are now up 2,500 gold on SS. This has happened very quickly ever since that big team fight right around the blue side red buff.
Yep.
Occurred about what, maybe 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I gotta give credit to Final Esports, thinking that they will. We both thought that they would just FF and like fighting the 4v5.
Oh, I thought they would FF if Django didn't come back.
Yeah, I just thought they would FF like because of the 4v5. But just fighting the 4v5 and having your support just do as much as you can in the bot lane until your ADC came back, and then proving that even though they're behind, they can still push their team back into an equal lead with the enemy team. That is talent. On Final Esports with 2K go behind before, and now that 2K go ahead of the team. So like, gee, this is
strong, showing a very strong mentality from Final Esports to keep their composure.
Yeah.
Still try to play towards their win condition and try and claw their way back into a game that most people would have considered them pretty far out of.
Yep. I want to give congratulations to Final Sport for coming back into this game. This is beautiful.
But SS definitely are not out of this game so far. They just need to play a bit more towards their win condition and definitely a lot more away from Final Esports. But it doesn't really look like it as Cage is getting a bit caught out right now. Yet again, and Hyde and Winwall actually flashes in and gets a double pull. It looks as though Starkiller Nico and KG will go down to Darius, giving him a double kill. He's going to continue to run through. He will have to back away. So we said earlier that you know, Hyde and Winwall on the Darius, it falls off a little bit late game if you don't get fed. But he's definitely getting fed right now in the mid game.
7-3-2.
Yeah, he will be a force for quite a while. We'll have quite a lot more extra time to work with on with Darius being powerhouse before he starts to get outscaled.
True.
That will not happen for quite a while now because of the fact that SS have given him 7 kills.
Oh, Lucian!
Also looks like Golden Kappa will barely get away from Darius. Oriana's ult. Hyde Winwall.
This tower died me.
I'm just gonna assume that he's dropping the disrespect too with the emote. I love it.
Bro, okay,
right.
Let me give credit to. Let's recap back to the last team fight. Okay, I think Lucian must have misclicked because I think the plan was to get on the blast plant and then use that blast plant to disengage
Blast
the fight.
plant?
The you know what I mean, the blast plant.
What blast plant? They were in the mid lane.
No. I'm talking about the other team fight when they were in the blue side, blue buff bot lane.
No.
Yeah, that were Lucian when they were backing up and kiting. Lucian mistakenly hit the blast plant with one of his auto attack, and I feel like the plan was to get on the blast plant and then use that to disengage. But since Lucian mistakenly auto attacked it, they have to fight out the 5v5 fight.
Yeah, that's something that you have to be careful about. I know that I've done that on accident before, walking through the jungle, not really paying attention to the blast cone, just clicking on the ground and accidentally hit the blast cone and auto attack it and send me flying somewhere that I might not want to be.
You're like crap.
You do see Naxram and KG are meeting each other right here in the river, and it looks like KG tried to make an engage, but it doesn't look like it's working out for them. Starkiller Nico will get caught out, being a little bit too far forward, and now we have Hyde and Winwall teleporting in and going on to KG, and Golden Kappa catches him with a pull, and it looks like Golden Kappa will go down to Hyde and Winwall as well as KG going down to Django Ultimus.
Django, what is this guy?
This is not going. I mean, I don't even know. I think that this is poor engagement from the side of SS. They're continuously trying to 5v5 a team composition that's significantly better at team fighting. We also have Hyde and Winwall playing out of his fucking mind right now. Landing double pulls, especially onto important carries like Golden Calf and Starkiller Nico over and over again, and killing them constantly. I mean, both of Golden Kappa's deaths come from Hyde and Winwall. He's killed them both times.
And I don't, to be honest, I'm gonna say I don't know what Deshaun was doing. I think Deshaun was trying to zone out the back line, which I really do appreciate. But like he needs to right now just to be a frontline tank and like try to take as much damage for the team. As you can see, Shen was in the back line trying to do like much damage to the ADC and the Oriana, but Oriana and Zaya were able to Django basically were able to kite it out and get the Shen off of them, and were able to do so much damage to the enemy team frontliner that Shen wasn't really a big important factor into that team fight at all. And that Darius with landing the double hook should not be happening. So that means the lack of positioning from Golden Kappa on his part just needs to be better in team fight than what it is right now.
As well as Starkiller Nico was significantly too far forward in that fight and ended up getting picked off completely for free right shortly after KG tried the failed engage onto TSM Batman. I mean, you know, I don't entirely know if they're going to pick up that they shouldn't be trying to just outright 5v5 Final Esports. You know, they should be looking for picks. They should not be trying these engagements. They've tried it and they failed every time.
Yeah,
you know, you pick a team composition that is clearly at a disadvantage in team fighting, but definitely has some very good pick potential, but they're just not going for them. They're not trying to set up picks at all.
No,
and they're not properly utilizing the Shin split push either. I mean, they also, I mean, you have this powerful split pusher, but you're having really poor wave control pretty much the entire game. Shin is never able to push very far up. No one is ever required to go and answer him.
And I don't know. This Final Esports is like Final Esports
are absolutely taking advantage of it.
Yeah, and
they're
doing so good. Coming back from a DC, having deficits behind Django, the guy that we thought that he won't do good like he would struggle is just making this look so easy. Like you can disconnect from any game and just come back and still carry.
Well, you know, I think I don't entirely think it's him. I think he's playing along with his team very well, and he's certainly playing a champion that's easier to come back from a DC on. Just with the amount of CC that Zaya provides as an AD carry, which is kind of uncommon, does allow him to actually have more kill participation than Dan is on fire, who's been here the whole game, even though I'd say Dan is on fire has had a bit more of an effect on this game overall, seeing as he's kind of been here the whole time.
Well, Dan is on fire have been learning beautiful alternate, have been trying to go when the DC happened, he tried to go for some kills to get their team back into the game, which happened. And
we also can't forget about him basically shutting down what is otherwise considered a counter matchup for Oriana in lane. I mean, he shut Star Killer Nico down on his comfort pick.
Now, okay, so Star Killer Nico, we don't have any big information on him. Oh, wait, team about Star?
Hide and Windwall, they're trying to engage onto him, but I mean, he is just significantly too fed, and he actually ends up missing the pull on the Golden Kappa, but it doesn't look like it'll matter. TSM Batman lands the ultimate onto him, Shin ults Golden Kappa, but it doesn't matter, they damage him through it. Syndra ults Oriana, but it doesn't end up actually killing him. It looks like she will go down as well. Now we see Cage will probably go down to the Darius passive. No, he makes it onto the fountain. He will live, but I don't know if that will save their Nexus. It looks as if Final Esports will able to bounce back from that disconnect and manage to win the game. Unless SS can manage to make the most miraculous hold ever.
Where Lucian? Lucian just got
dove, man. I mean, there's nothing that could be done about it at this point, you know. Yeah, this is the end of the game. You know, very well played by Final Esports, returning from that the disconnect on a Django Ultimus, playing to their win condition, not giving up. You know, I think we didn't have as much faith in them as they had in themselves, which I mean, I suppose that's a good thing.
Yeah, true. Final Esports proving that they're called the best team in the league for a reason, and they just showed it just now. But anyway, 10 to 19.
Okay, we are probably going to be going straight into an intermission here, so
okay.
I guess we will be back with game 2 shortly.
Okay, see you guys soon. All right, so we're just going.
Right now. All right.
Oh, we're on again.
So,
cool.
All right, going into game number 2 of the finals, we just saw Final Esports come back and win a game, even though their AD carry was DC'd for I think about almost 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They came back and they played to their win condition very well, and I'd say that the biggest thing that SS need to improve on, if they want to come back in this series, is they have got to recognize what their win conditions are and play towards them rather than just kind of YOLOing like they did last game. And Indio, you need to get into the lobby.
Yeah, someone invite me real quick. I'm here.
Do you have an invite?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. I guess nobody invited you.
I feel sad now. By the way, do anybody know who this calculator guy is?
Calculator.
Contractor.
Contract.
Who is contractor?
I don't know. I mean, he hasn't said anything since he moved in here, so I guess it doesn't matter. But I mean, he has privileges to move into RPL cast, so
yeah, like
I guess that says something. So yeah, I'm not really too sure what we're going to see SS adapt in terms of the bans. Maybe you ban out Darius. Potentially you want to ban out the Oriana, maybe the Sejuani. I mean, clearly something went horribly wrong that game. That I think was mostly them failing to realize their win condition.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that one. The Darius, I feel, to be honest, there's a small little point I want to put in. I feel like they should also go for the main priority target, like hide and win wall. Try to shut him down. Because hide and win wall has shown multiple times, if you can get him fed in the early game, he will be able to carry in the late game. He had done it on Renekton. He just done it on Darius. So hide and win wall would be like one of the main priorities that I will feel like a team should camp. To be honest, I'm not even gonna lie. I hate camping, but I feel like the team should camp and shut him down because he is a super strong top laner no matter what. Just want to give a quick intermission. I guess on the side of SS, their mid laner Adult finally came back in.
Yeah, I
so
saw that he
Adult,
had joined the Discord.
Yep, so Adult will join in and substitute in for what the other guy?
Indio, they're asking you to move. You're still in the team slot, dude.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. You know.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I talked to Elucid, and
I didn't say anything. Alright, sorry for the fucking delay. We got a new caster here. His name's Contractor. He's gonna be filling in for my boy Indio 12. And we still have Inertia here, sadly. But
yeah, unfortunately, you have to deal with my shit for a little bit longer.
yeah, you got a beautiful voice, man. You got a beautiful voice.
Yeah, man.
I have been told I sound like you, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, you do sound like me.
Wait, Wrong person.
I think you sound a little bit better than me, actually, Karma.
Oh,
No, that's not the
thanks.
wrong person. You sound better than me.
Alright. Let's talk about game 2, lads.
I think they've been waiting on us for a long time to start game 2. So, are we ready to move into that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been up to spank because you had the stream on intermission up until now. I guess we're ready.
Okay, so sounds good. Okay, the stream is live. Okay, so one thing I think that SSSS really needs to do is actually do something about hide on wind wall. A lot of what they've been doing, a lot of teams have been doing in the semifinals and in this game is they've been trying to play around hide on wind wall by picking a defensive tank and just trying to be too tanky for him to kill and snowball off of, but they're not really contesting the lane. I think they need to put some pressure on to try to actually win the lane against him.
They might be a little bit more forced into that situation, seeing as Final Esports have decided to actually ban out the Shin from Makaja. See the similar Lee Sin ban coming out towards Pursue Greatness. He did show us quite a good Lee Sin performance during the semifinals. They do not want to play against that.
Yeah, and obviously the Zac ban against TSM Batman is his favorite champion for
Perma banned against him.
Should never get that champion.
Yeah, him and Panther are the guys that everyone's just been perma banning that champion against during the playoffs.
And
so, you know, I'm wondering if we're going to see. Okay, so yeah, they're going to ban the Kassadin again. This is what they did, or at least what Clorox Bleach did against Adult. And he played Victor and Vladimir when he could not get his hands on Kassadin. So we see the Galio pick coming through for Hide and Windwall, and this has been very successful champion, extremely successful, in fact, in the RPL so far, and very highly contested pick.
Yeah, and it's also a flex pick. It can work on any of the roles for that team. Hide on Windwall could play it. TSM Batman has been a fan of the Galio jungle, and Dan is on fire is a huge proponent of Galio mid lane.
We see the power pick Galio come through. We see Golden Kappa's Caitlyn has been frequently banned against him in Pursuit Greatness's Kha'Zix that he absolutely obliterated Clorox Bleach with in their very first game that they played against each other, and has been subsequently banned out very frequently against him, and now he's able to pick it up. It was banned last game.
Yeah, I feel like banning only one jungler when he's very, very strong on 2 or maybe even 3 junglers doesn't really help their team very much.
Oh boy, and we're seeing Dan is on Fire's most comfortable and most played champion so far, who has just recently been heavily buffed in the mid lane, Malzahar coming out.
Yeah, that 0.1 AP ratio on his Q, 0.1 on his E, 300 some base damage and like a 1.1 AP ratio on the ult.
He's very similar to how he was before he got reworked now, other
very
than
similar. He's got a huge amount of damage now in the kit. As long as you're building
this is Twitch coming in now. That's kind of ballsy because they know that they're picking the Twitch into Caitlyn, and now we actually see Thresh Caitlyn coming out, hyper aggressive bottom lane into the Twitch.
It's gonna be a very hard matchup for Django Ultimus.
If he can survive, then the late game potential coming out of Final Esports is just absurd.
I think this game will be a true test. If he DCs during the game, I don't think Django Ultimus is going to be able to come back this time.
Yeah, it's not going to work the same. You're not playing a champion that just has a bunch of utility and CC. You're playing a champion that's entirely reliant on its damage.
Yeah, Twitch needs 3, 4, 5 items, and he absolutely destroys team fights once he gets some items, but he pays for that by having an extremely weak landing phase.
Yeah, I think we're going to see these teams have a very different team composition set up yet again. We'll see which team can actually play to their win condition a little bit better.
Yeah, I really like the Zyra ban coming in there because having a strong laner to help compensate for Twitch's weak laning phase would have really, really helped him get out of the lane.
I'd like to note that Naxxram, that is a champion that he has found like a very high level of success on so far in the RPL. I believe he played it one time in the semifinals, and actually I think he did the most damage on his team as support Zyra. And so they do not want to deal with that. He's also very good against Thresh in the lane. To see, okay, so that's actually going to be Jarvan top. Can't recall if we've actually seen that so far in the playoffs. I think this will be the first.
And the best laning support against Thresh is actually the Braum. I don't know if Naxxram knows how to play that. I haven't watched all of the games in this.
It's also very good with Twitch.
It's very good at Twitch, and it's very good against Thresh.
Oh boy. It's actually Galio jungle, hide and win wall, going back to the Renekton that he hard carried with one of the games that I casted of his.
Yeah, that makes me really worried for SSS, because playing against hide on wind wall was not something they were very good at in the previous game, and now giving him a Renekton just opens up all sorts of opportunities for him to just destroy their team.
Yeah, but I think at least this time Makaja has a champion that has a bit more of a chance to actually fight back and duel the Renekton. I think it'll be close. I do think that Hide and Windwall has a bit more of an experience advantage on this champion that he's playing. You know, but either one of these laners, if they get a lead early, they're very likely going to run away with it in that lane.
Yeah, so I expect both junglers to pay a lot of attention to the top lane this game. I think Kha'Zix has a little bit more pressure early than Galio due to Galio's slightly weaker clear.
But I think that yeah, I think that's true. But no one can ever understate the absolute dominance of Galio in terms of his team fighting ability.
Oh, definitely.
Just ridiculous champion at the moment.
There's so much damage with so much easy to land CC.
Yeah, I think a rule is that if a champion is considered a very strong meta pick in more than one role, it's generally because that champion is busted as all hell.
Definitely. So I'm a little bit worried about the late game power from SS, because they do have the Caitlyn and they do have the Orianna, but Jarvan is notoriously weaker late game. And yeah, you can lock down the Malzahar and the Twitch, but I'm not sure how much that's going to do, locking people down inside of where Galio is going to just ult right in on.
If he can get through Janna.
Yeah, that's if he can get through Janna. And Kha'Zix can't get through Janna, and he can't get through Malzahar. He's one of the only primary targets for Malzahar's ult to go onto. So I think Kha'Zix is going to have a lot of trouble.
I think that maybe a strategy that they could pull is trying to set up sieges and bait FeS into engaging into them, rather than having to die. SS's counter engage is actually fairly good. Their pick potential is very good.
Their counter engage is
there's zone control. Orianna is very strong. Also, don't really see a lot of sufficient wave clear coming out of the side of Final Esports. Malzahar really not that great at it, especially not in a siege scenario when his goons can get killed pretty easily.
He's got a lot of wave clear, but not very good when the enemies are there.
Yeah. When they're in your face, it's kind of hard to do it as Malzahar, but Orianna is very good at it.
Weirdly enough, most of the wave clear for Final Esports is coming out of Galio, the jungler.
Yep.
It's not a
he
very
will be a little bit limited, though, because he probably will not be getting as much gold as a solo lane Galio is used to getting. He will be a little bit lower level as well. And you know, Galio doesn't really have to have that much ability power in order to clear waves very well, because his base damage is just absurd. When he's a little bit lower level, definitely hurt it.
I'm not entirely sure what the game plan for Final Esports is going to be this game. They do have really strong picks. They have the Malzahar, which is very strong right now in the mid lane. They have Renekton, which is a great laner. Galio is a great champion. And then the Twitch and Janna are an extremely good late game duo. But I don't understand how their team fights are going to work. They don't really have any way to engage other than like a Renekton flank or Twitch trying to stealth into them with a Galio ult.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to set up for. Yeah, they're going to have to kite them back. I think that it'd be kind of folly on your part if you're on Final Esports and you're trying to make these engages. But for the last couple of games that I've been casting, the team with a team fighting advantage in a straight up 5v5 has usually been the team that's been getting beaten in team fights.
Well, I think that favors Final Esports then.
Yep. Did last game.
Say the red team has the better team fight composition.
Well, actually, I think I should correct that statement. We've been seeing a lot of instances where a team would pick like this big wombo combo, and the other team would pick, like in last game, like a split push composition or pick composition that isn't anywhere near as good as at a straight up 5v5, and then that split or pick composition would just kind of YOLO win, not at all play towards split pushing or getting picks. They would just try and just straight up 5v5 death ball team fight the other team. And one time it worked out pretty well for SS in the semifinals, but it did not work against Final Esports when they tried it last game.
Yeah, I think the primary advantage that Final Esports has this game is that Renekton, from all the games I've watched in Hide and Windwall, he really likes to push like through the inhibitor turret by himself. Yep. He likes to stay in that split pushing role. He doesn't do the thing where you were just discussing, where you group and just fight at a 5v5 death. Or he's almost always split until he comes for a great flank engage. And if he can keep Jarvan split up from the rest of the team, then SS is going to have some issues with having only Kha'Zix as their front line.
And well, you know, the last time he played Renekton, and he did not build a single tank item. So the game has started.
Okay, Doran's Shield coming out for both AD carries. I think it's a little weird that Caitlyn would start the Doran Shield in such a dominant lane. I think you would want to have the kill pressure in it. As all the LCS casters have said 1,000 times, it does negate Twitch's passive up till the first 2 stacks of his passive. But I don't think you're concerned with that in this lane because it's just so dominant. If Twitch trades with you, you're just gonna win.
I mean, you should absolutely be dominating the trades regardless, and I think in that instance, it's better to just go for a little bit more raw damage to the champions. Doran Shield doesn't provide that at all, really. I mean, if you're getting poked by Twitch as Caitlyn, then you're doing something horribly wrong.
Yeah. I think if Django does go aggressive at all and Thresh can land any sort of flash flare on them, they won't even need a jungler's assistance to get the 2v2 kills on Final Esports' lane.
I believe we will see both of the junglers start on the same side of the map yet again. Now, I'm not entirely too experienced with watching Galio jungle. I don't really know how fast his early clear is. I know that Kha'Zix is pretty decent. It's not the best in the world early on, but it certainly gets pretty fast once he, gets his jungle item and a little bit more AD.
I think Galio's clear isn't necessarily slow. That's not the issue that people have with it. It's the fact that he drops a lot lower health in the jungle than a lot of other junglers do.
No sustain.
Yeah, he doesn't have any innate sustain. His taunt doesn't really work. Like, you can use it still gives you damage reduction, but it doesn't really work for the jungle. Like, Kha'Zix's W heals him in the jungle, and even his dash move works in the jungle because it still does damage.
Also find it quite odd that neither jungler opted to go for a fillable potion. We actually see Galio smite the first buff. That's a little bit strange.
I think Galio started the 3 health potions just because, like I said, he has got such a weak clear health-wise. He wants to make sure that if he gets invaded by Kha'Zix, he doesn't end up giving away a solo kill because that could really snowball the game in SS's favor.
Typically, you do, however, see refillable potion on Kha'Zix because he's got a pretty healthy first clear, especially as if you do it properly, and you can even take Scuttle and pretty much get back to full HP, and then refillable potion becomes significantly more gold efficient.
Yeah, refillable potion's actually just more gold efficient. If you just buy it, use it, and then sell it instantly, it's still more gold efficient, even if you don't restock it at all.
So, I think another important thing to note on is last game we saw Dana's on Fire had a significant amount of lane control against the mid laner that was before Adult and Starkiller Nico. I believe he was a sub, and now the mid laner that we saw yesterday is back. Yeah, I mean, it was insane. And that was a matchup that most people consider, Syndra's actually pretty good against Orion. She outranges her, it's pretty easy for her to just land the stun and ult her down.
Something interesting to note is Kha'Zix actually went both buffs and the wolves. He skipped his raptors to get an early. Yeah, he skipped his raptors so that he'd have an earlier path into the jungle.
He jumps right over the wall.
Oh, and Batman failed the flash. Yep. I don't know if he was trying to flash over the wall or just try to flash to extend the dash range of his E into Kha'Zix, but either way, it didn't end up working out.
So that was a very successful invade from Pursue Greatness and made a little bit more successful by the flash mistake from TSM Batman. I don't even know if they were able to see him flash there. Maybe they don't even know he did it.
I don't think they did. Okay. They don't have any wards on the blue buff, so I would be willing to bet they didn't. And they could see you can see the animation over the wall if you're looking at it, but they wouldn't have. They couldn't see the champion, so I doubt they were.
I imagine Pursue Greatness was just trying to get the hell out of there. Was trying to look back.
More than likely. That's gonna really set Batman behind. He had to recall right away because you can't do anything as Galio after clearing 3 jungle camps and not getting the blue buff.
Yeah, and losing the mana sustain and the cooldown reduction from that early blue buff on a champion like Galio jungle is going to... I mean, it's not only going to slow him down immediately from making it back, it's just going to make his clear slower even when he gets back. And we see Pursue Greatness is actually going for a lane gank onto the bottom lane Final Esport.
I find it weird that he went through the river into a lane gank. They must really know that they haven't warded anything.
Yep. They have been pressuring them pretty successfully up until this point.
They've been pressuring them successfully, but at the same time, he's actually only tied in CS. They haven't denied Django any CS. And then the hook's gonna miss, wasting about 35 seconds of Pursue Greatness's time.
Yep, and he's also stealing XP from the bottom lane of SS.
and not starting Raptors on Pursue Greatness, whereas Batman went red buff straight into Raptors, is going to end up helping him catch up in XP that he lost from the blue buff. So he won't be too far behind in the long run.
He's only 100 gold behind Pursue Greatness at the moment. He is still a level behind. Certainly in a better position than he was a few minutes ago. Or a minute or two ago. Only 5 minutes in.
Orianna is going to start pressuring Malzahar very hard. Oh, with Jarvan all-ins on Renekton.
Hide and Windwall potentially taking a bad trade against Makaja right now. Maybe he can land another Q and restore some health. Okay, and
yeah, he was able to go aggressively back onto him due to the fact that the minion wave was showing up right then. Makaja didn't realize that because he didn't see minions there already that it was about to show up. He wasn't watching his own minion wave closely enough.
So I think Makaja is still getting a little bit of the better of these trades, seeing as he has not had to use both of his health pots so far. Hide and Windwall has already used his.
Yes, he will be winning against Hide and Windwall. So this is a much better matchup. I like them picking a champion that can actually lane. The hook lands on a switch, and Caitlyn's going to try to trap
come down to it will actually miss.
Yeah, he laid it much too far behind him. Oh, but then he hit the second trap.
Oh boy. Okay, so that's actually still a mistake from Jungle Ultimus by walking directly onto that when he could have just gotten close to the wall and avoided it.
But
see Hide and Windwall actually going aggressive yet again on the Makaja. Yeah.
Thresh took a lot of damage for that tiny bit of damage they got onto Django, even though he made the mistake of stepping on the trap. So, finally Sports did win the trade in bot lane, which should alleviate some of the pressure, although Caitlyn is still a lot higher health.
I'd still say that if you're Final Esports, you're still not unhappy with how bottom lane's going. You could definitely be a lot further behind right now in the Twitch Caitlyn lane than you are currently.
I'm a little bit worried about Makaja. I really like the fact that Pursue Greatness is going top lane right now because even though he's got a decent amount of health, Renekton popping ult and going in, he could probably combo him out before he could even use Jarvan's ultimate.
He did get spotted out before he gets there, so he will have to run away. And one thing that we had saw, you know, I noted on Makaja still having the health potion, but it did appear as though Hide and Windwall was managing to out-sustain him with the power of his Q.
Yeah,
despite that.
Level 30 on Renekton is insanely powerful.
Yep.
So let's see, TSM Batman is still a level down on Pursue Greatness. He's not a full level down, but he's probably about half a level down onto him.
Hide and Windwall is actually going aggressive onto Makaja yet again. He tries to back off, but Makaja goes back in.
And he doesn't realize that he's coming.
Greatness is here. Yeah. He'll jump in, but Makaja will actually fall to Hide and Windwall, giving up the first blood. So no matter what, it's not worth it.
That's a good flash. If he walked into that brush, he was for sure going to die there.
And actually ends up getting hooked by KG here.
A lot of damage on a next round. If he takes that lantern, he can probably kill him. But he's afraid of Django. I feel like he should have taken that.
Yeah, he definitely should have taken that. Yeah, it's just a level 5 Twitch with Door and Shield. It's a level 5 Door and Shield Twitch, and you're Caitlyn. I think you take that lantern.
I really like the setup from Kaiju there. He didn't even waste exhaust yet, so it's not like Twitch's damage was really going to come through.
I've also got to give at least a little bit of credit to X-Ram in that situation, not burning Flash or Exhaust, saving both of them.
Yeah,
very sticky situation.
He would have flashed had he taken Lantern.
Yeah, so we also see ulting Dan is on fire. Now, I mean, he's getting harassed down, but they're both so I don't think either one of them really have any kill potential.
Yeah, I don't think he's looking for kill potential. I think he's looking for him recalling before farming this wave. I think if Batman hadn't showed up, then Dennis on Fire would have been too scared of Adult to farm this minion wave right here, and then he would have denied him 6 or 7 CS and his recall.
But the problem even still for Dennis on Fire is that he's having to share XP with TSM Batman right now. Anytime that ever happens as a mid laner, any little XP lead that you give up is going to be pretty much detrimental if Adult actually utilizes it properly.
Yeah, and that's why Adult decided to stay in the lane, because he realized that Dennis on Fire couldn't
Pursue Greatness actually trying to jump in 1v3, almost gets turned around on.
Oh, he did get turned around.
Oh, he actually does die.
Yeah, Twitch's E does a lot
doing more damage than I thought. Yeah, I didn't even realize he had actually gotten the back off to go get Cutlass. I thought he was still sitting on the door and shield.
Oh, no, they recalled him roam streets and mid, so they probably didn't realize that he was even missing, because normally people don't call missing when people recall.
That was still kind of a questionable dive there from TSM Batman trying to burn the flash and catch out Adult who flashed away, but still an even bigger mistake for Pursue Greatness, jumping in 1v3 for seemingly no reason. Maybe he didn't know Twitch was there, but even still. I think Twitch was stealth, but I mean, even if you don't know he's there, why do you jump in?
It sounded like he didn't. It looked like he didn't realize that Adult had already burned the Shockwave. I think if Shockwave had been up,
yeah,
and Twitch hadn't been there, obviously, because they wouldn't have won there. But he didn't know that that the Shockwave on top of that Kha'Zix could have potentially pulled off that 2v3 to at least kill either Dennis on Fire or Negstram.
still a very risky play, and typically you are not going to want to take very risky plays in a finals.
Yeah, and Batman taunting or flashing and then starting the channel on his taunt didn't really make a lot of sense either. If he had channeled his taunt and then prepped the flash, he could have forced the flash out of Adult without having to burn his own flash.
I've got to give some credit to Django Ultimus real quick. He has made this roam, gotten a kill, and he is still up in CS over Golden Cap as Caitlyn in this lane. That's pretty impressive right now, and it's also a testament to a bit of it. It has to be some mistakes in last hitting for Golden Cap, but there's no way that Twitch should be ahead of you.
10 minutes is all right, but it's definitely worse than it should be with how much pressure and how little denial Janna Twitch actually brings to that
they haven't been poking them out. I mean, you've been in lane all game. The Twitch has actually made a roam. You've been in lane.
Yeah, and the CS is pretty close to even, so Twitch just has about a 300 gold lead due to that kill that he got onto Pursue Greatness.
Aside of that, I mean, I would say that if you're even in CS as Caitlyn with Twitch against Twitch, you're pretty much down in CS. You might as well be. You should absolutely have a lead.
Definitely agree with that statement.
But otherwise, pretty much every other lane is completely even in CS right now. We do not see Dan is on fire getting the significant advantage over Adult like he did on Starkiller Nico last game.
Neither do we see Hyden Windwall getting that significant advantage. Having Mikaja on a champion that can do well in lane in Jarvan over the Shen, which is a little bit weaker into Renekton, is really paying dividends for their team.
Yeah, but I'm still going to keep my eye on the top lane matchup because the last time we saw Hyden Windwall play Renekton, you know, for quite a while in the game, the top lane matchup was very even, and then it turned around very swiftly, pretty well on into the game, and then Hyden Windwall pretty much took it over. And now we see Django Ultimus and Naxxram actually trying to go for an all-in with Galio onto Golden Cap and KG, but it doesn't appear as though it will work right now. Actually, Janna lands the tornado, and it looks like Golden Cap is going to have to heal and flash, and Naxxram's tanking the tower. Actually go onto the trap, but it manages to get away from now. Flashes away, Pursue Greatness is a little bit overextended. KG actually flashes in and gets the double flay on top of Django Ultimus. And Batman goes in and he misses the W, but ends up giving the kill over to on Pursue Greatness over to Django Ultimus.
That was really well played by Kaiji. I think he played that fight excellently with both of his flares and his hook, hit the targets, did exactly what they needed to do, and I think he made that fight that I thought the entire time was going to be in Final Esports' favor into just a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I think it's still in their favor because they just gave the kill over to Twitch, and that's never what you want to do 12 minutes into the game. I would say an early kill on the Twitch is a bit more valuable than an early kill on the Caitlyn, especially when the Twitch is still, you know, even CS as well.
It's interesting because they both have a huge power spike when they start getting a couple items, to where they're both some of the best 6-item carries in the game. But Twitch is a little bit stronger at 6 items due to Caitlyn having a slightly stronger laning phase. But at the same time, Twitch is only strong for 6 auto attacks. And SS actually has a lot of ways to deal with that. They have the Kha'Zix to blow him up, the Orianna to blow him up, and the Jarvan to get onto him. So if they can get onto him and blow him up right away, whereas Caitlyn's a lot safer of a carry, and Final Esports doesn't really have anything to attack him with, then I think Caitlyn could be more valuable in the mid to late game.
Yes, but I hope that Final, at least for the sake of a clean game, that Final Esports actually recognize this and utilize their ability to kite people back and counter-engage with the Janna and Malzahar ults. We actually see Pursue Greatness attempting a gank on a Dan is on fire, but he actually just ends up flashing away. So
ult for flash is a good trade.
That's definitely a good trade. Should definitely see Pursue Greatness try to return gank onto the mid lane.
They didn't even waste the shockwave out of Orianna. That's a lot more impactful than Kha'Zix's ult.
Now we see Pursue Greatness actually coming up gank Hyden Windwall, but it looks like Hyden Windwall's almost killed Mikaja already before the gank can even really start. So the Jarvan comes down, Hyden Windwall flashes out immediately. Mikaja smartly flashes away to keep himself from dying, and Pursue Greatness gets another kill.
But then Final Esports is onto the Infernal Drake, which might be a more valuable objective in the long run than just a single kill.
I'd say it's definitely more gold efficient for now.
SS has accumulated a 700 gold lead onto Final Esports, but the smite does secure it.
That was pretty close.
It was fairly close. It was a good smite.
So Django Ultimus going into stealth, but he was sitting on top of a ward beforehand, so they should know.
One thing to note is Final Esports has 3 pink
Oh no, Golden Kappa walks into him in stealth. They saw him go into stealth from the ward. Now Galio is going to ult in onto KG. KG does not have flash or exhaust. He will go down to Twitch, and Caitlyn goes down to Twitch. Galio picks up Thresh. They both die. Now this is just clearly them not paying attention. They saw Twitch go into stealth on their ward in the river. They saw him do it. and they still just kind of blindly walked into the bottom lane.
Away, Galio's been there. They can't just expect it to be a 2v2 because Galio clearly is favoring ganking for Django. He hasn't even been to top lane.
Greatness trying to make the hero play onto the bottom lane. Very likely just end up giving his life for this tower. I think he needs to give it up.
Give another kill over to Django. 4-0-1 on the Twitch within Infernal Drake, only 15 minutes in. Spells disaster on the side of SS.
This is pretty much as bad as it could possibly be in terms of who you're giving the kills to. Only one of those kills went over to Galio and everything else went to Twitch.
Mid lane is still relatively even in CS, but the pressure from Galio helping Malzahar get good recalls off, and Kha'Zix giving away the kill and making Adult recall earlier, has left mid tower on only 152 health on the red team side, which could be a point to where Final Esports will be able to snowball the game off of.
Daniels on Fire seems to be pressuring this wave a little bit faster than Adult, so this tower should probably go down to the side of Final Esports. Orianna cannot save this. It will go down.
There's a nice run from Janna to make sure it was secured, because if Daniels on Fire was there alone with no flash, he was at extreme risk of dying. So Janna roaming up really helped out, secure the gold, and now Final Esports has a 2,500 gold.
And we see Django Ultimus actually coming up to try and gank Makaja and tower dive him.
Looks like he's gonna get it, but
just
I
be
don't
able to do the damage. He will, he will actually die to this ultimate.
That was a nice turnaround from Makaja, realizing that.
A little bit too far in. I think that he probably should have just waited to let Hide and Windwall take the tower aggro, and that would have been a very clean dive, but a little bit overzealous there. TSM Batman actually getting hooked in, overextended. Ends up dying for free, but it looks like Dana's on Fire might try to kill Pursue Greatness, but he won't. Oh, he actually will get it back in, but that's still probably not worth it, as they will likely lose either their tower or basically all of its health.
It's very quick reaction time from Adult, using the Shockwave to cancel the Nether Grasp out of Malzahar. It almost saved Pursue Greatness.
Almost. He went a little bit too far forward after he was saved and ended up getting him killed.
Allowed Dan one more auto attack, which without that he would not have died.
Yep. See, Hide and Windwall is forced to use his teleport to save that middle tower, rather than being able to utilize that teleport advantage that he would have had for at least maybe another minute against Makaja in this very much pushed up top lane right now, where he does have a bit of an advantage, I believe, in a 1v1 currently.
Yeah, he's about 300 gold up right now, just due to the towers.
Yeah, the item advantage as well. He's got Black Cleaver to an uncompleted Sunfire Cave from Jarvan. Say that, you know, if you're on the side of SS and you're looking to teamfight, you probably need to do that pretty soon before Twitch gets his Runins and his boots.
But at the same time, Orianna's a lot better teamfighting champion than a mid lane Malzahar. So they might, if they can play the fights well enough, they're not strictly out of it late game. They don't just have an only early game champion or only game roster.
I think both these teams are very equally matched in the late game. It's just very different playstyles in terms of the team fighting and how they'll play out. Actually going to try and sneak a Rift Herald, I mean.
Just placed on the Rift Herald, so they might not have vision of it right now, but they know they're going for it. I wonder if they'll contest it. Jarvan, Caitlyn, and Thresh seem to have gone in, but Adult is in the
just taking a bit of free damage here.
Contesting that without their mid laner, even in mid lane.
You gotta wonder why they're there doing that and why Adult is bottom lane as well. This is just a complete lack of communication from SS. Not too sure what's going on here.
It looks like he went to clear the... No, his blue buff just timed out, so he wasn't even getting his blue buff. He was just farming away.
Ultimate's forced to actually flash away from KG's hook, so that's definitely not what you want either.
Pretty good, making the most out of a bad situation there from Thresh.
KG actually has been playing, I'd say, probably the most consistently on the team so far in this game on Thresh.
Yeah, at least in this game, I would say he is what's holding their team together right now, and holding Final Esports to only a 3,500 gold lead.
They definitely need to slow this bleeding down a little bit, because Final Esports have shown their capacity to turn a little bit of a gold lead like 3.5k quickly into something like 10,000 in games very quickly.
The fight's being forced by Makaja. He's on to Django Ultimus, and then Caitlyn ult's gonna land. And Pursue Greatness and Makaja are gonna be able to take Twitch down. But I don't know if it'll be enough with the Galio ult coming in on top of the entire team from SS. And the two-man taunt on Makaja and Pergy. It's gonna be a really close one.
Golden Kappa's a bit unanswered in the backline, just getting a lot of autos, even though he is a little bit low, but oh man, you know, I think that even though you killed Twitch there, you just committed so much to killing a flashless Twitch.
Yeah, and they had a quarter health Kha'Zix there because Twitch destroyed him as he was engaging.
And this is, you know, additionally disastrous for them because there's the Rift Herald here. You're going to lose these objectives even faster than you normally would.
Lose the Nexus turret. We'll see how far Final Esports wants to push it. Infernal Drake is up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'd say maybe you try to get at least one. You definitely don't want to risk your lives for it.
It looks like they're going to play it safe. Just take the free Infernal Drake and come back later because, they, like you said, they have an amazing late game and a 7,000 gold lead at 20 minutes is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, as well as getting 2 Infernal Drakes can definitely tip the scales a little bit on an otherwise equal overall late game scaling for both of these teams.
That'll really help our hideout.
60%.
He builds straight, like you said, he builds straight damage Renekton. Straight damage is a lot better when you have 2 Infernals.
Nextram ends up getting caught out by KG's hook yet again.
That was very
actually,
good
not yet again. Nextram is his first death. I mean, yet again isn't KG actually landing very good hooks this game so far.
Yet again, KG carrying the team.
Yeah.
We'll see what they want to do with that. If they want to try to 5v4 around Infernal Drake, or just get more vision down.
I think that you just take this opportunity to get Infernal Drake. There's no reason to try this Baron right now. They should probably be moving to Infernal Dragon right now.
Baron would be absolute suicide against Twitch.
Yeah.
He finished his Rune's Hurricane, so he's at one of his major power spikes is the Rune's Hurricane, and then he doesn't hit another power spike till like 4 or 5 items.
Yeah, I believe he's going to buy like a Phantom Dancer and then an Infinity Edge.
Usually
and
that's
once he has that combination, then it's just like an absolutely absurd amount of damage.
He might even just go Infinity Edge just because he's so far ahead that he might just be able to like 2-shot the entire
entirely possible, as well as Janna
maybe
maybe
rush
getting
gank onto Janna. Again, another free pick on a Nextram, but now they're going to have to deal with Final Esports coming back in onto them. Thresh got suppressed and nobody on the team's helping them. Meanwhile on the bottom, Kha'Zix is trying to dual Twitch and that didn't work out. It's about an even fight up at the top with a really good shockwave from Adult, leading to an Adult and
is now
Golden Castle work
stealth.
together.
Will he try and re-engage onto Adult?
I don't know if he'll be able to win that.
He does get chunked very hard.
That ends up being a 3 for 3 after a long extended fight. If they want to rush it, looks like they're gonna rush Infernal Drake just because of the minion wave pouring into top lane. They know that somebody on SS is gonna have to go back and clear that.
Also, I think that even though Pursued Greatness did end up dying without killing Twitch, I think he did save his team from an otherwise disastrous beginning to that fight. If he did not keep Twitch away from the rest of his team, it's very likely that they would have gotten demolished.
Yeah, and that's just another side effect of the really poor early game by SS's bot lane, allowing Twitch to pick up so many early kills, because in actuality, Kha'Zix alone on Twitch is exactly what you want on the side of SS.
It's also unfortunate that he's so far behind that he actually can't even 1v1 the Twitch. Typically that would be, you know, a cakewalk.
Yeah, and I don't even know that that's Pursued Greatness' fault, because he did that early invade and had a level lead on TSM Batman most of the game. He had more pressure. He got that free kill top lane.
Things just really slowed down for him, though. I mean, he didn't really get that many kills early. I mean, he was like 2-2 and 2-2-1 at one point, but
yeah, that mistake in mid lane really did cost him a lot.
And also, you know, this is a bit of an underperformance considering the other games on Kha'Zix that we've seen from Pursued Greatness so far. See, maybe the teams will begin to posture around Baron. It looks like Final Esports is attempting to do that right now. I think they will very likely set up a pick right now. Oh, Django Ultimus maybe going to go on to Pursue Greatness. All right, now he decides.
It's unfortunate that TSM Batman didn't realize that I don't know if he just forgot, but he didn't ever upgrade his sweeping lens, so he doesn't actually have the one that follows you around. He's level 11. He's been that way for quite some time.
It's definitely just got to be him not thinking about it. There's absolutely no reason not to do it.
Yeah, and I really like this out of Mikaja because last game he fell really far behind on Shen and he just built straight tank, and this game he at least has a TM on, so he has that wave clear to stop Hyde and Windwall from taking all of the curse for free.
Final Esports actually attempting to start this Baron right now.
Yeah, they know that Gold is in base, clearing the minions from top. This is
extremely risky though, because if it does get stolen by Pursued Greatness, this will delay their potential to push these waves in greatly for quite a while.
There's no way they could win the fight.
Yeah, there's obviously no way.
Batman's gonna get this fight because I guess that's what they weren't afraid of, because Dan is on fire, just instantly nethergrass Kha'Zix, so he wasn't able to smite the Baron.
This is just too much of a committal onto this from SS.
This will be GG. They just got 4 for 0 with top inhibitor turned down.
In that instance, I mean, you've already let them get position on the Baron, and at that point, you basically just have to let Pursue Greatness try and solo steal, and if he doesn't get it, then the rest of you just go to defend base rather than actually trying to fight.
Yeah, and Orianna was so late to that fight due to clearing out that minion wave that he was actually zoned off so hard he never got to ult the entire time.
Yep,
I don't even. He did almost no damage.
Oh, yeah, and he actually still. It's pretty sad when he can't blow up the Twitch. So this would be the end of game 2.
Oh, the inhibitor respawn. That's so troll. This is gonna fail to win, but
never mind. Not the end just yet.
Yeah, there's just nothing they can do on the steps to their fountain. They could probably fountain dive them just due to the minions walking in, but it looks like they're gonna give them the respect that they deserve. Clear out the inhibitor and just take the Nexus.
Pursue Greatness is going to try some kind of moves. Mikaj is actually trying to save the Nexus,
Winlow
but I don't think that will be enough.
Fountain against Golden Kappa, but it's not going to be enough.
This is a much more convincing win coming out of Final Esports than the previous game, and I think that obviously a lot of this probably has to do with the fact that Django Ultimus wasn't DC'd for 10 minutes.
Yeah, Django Ultimus not being DC'd, and just the coordination from Final Esports seems so much stronger. They didn't necessarily win any of their lanes solo. Renekton to an extent, but that's just mostly due to the matchup. But mid lane didn't really win solo. They're about tied in CS, and bot lane didn't even get a solo kill in bot lane. But bot lane roamed mid, got the free kill using a 4v2 fight. They got it. They picked up a kill, and then they repeatedly ganked bot lane with Galio until it worked, and they forced the plays. And it seemed like SS was just not reacting quick enough to the plays that Final Esports was making.
Yeah, and we also saw some very unusual communication errors coming out of SS. Like, I remember when they kind of started this fight with, Orianna was down around blue buffer in the bottom lane, and they started a 4v5 around Rift Herald, and they all died. Or basically all of them died, and they gave away the Rift Herald.
Yeah,
and then
that happened at the fight at Baron.
Yeah, and then Final Esports went up top and got another team fight in the top lane, and then just basically killed 3 towers and an inhib with the Rift Herald.
I think SS needs to work on going in as a team. They've had communication in their previous games. They know how to work as a team really well from ahead. I'd like to see a little bit more out of them when they're playing from behind.
So I think that will conclude us talking about game 2, and I think that we will have to go into intermission now.
All right. Are we in the lobby right now?
Yeah, we are. At least. Okay, yeah, we are. All right, so we are returning for Game 3 between Final Esports and SS for the RPL Grand Finals. So FeS is actually currently at a 2-0 lead in the series. The first game we saw Django Ultimus DC for almost 10 minutes, and then when he came back, Final Esports pretty much won fairly convincingly from that point. And then the second game was kind of a, I mean, I would go as far as to say it was a bit of a stomp from Final Esports.
I would definitely agree with that statement. One thing that I'm really worried about, though, on the side of Final Esports is, yes, they got more convincing in Game 2. But I want to see them continue this level of domination that they have over the competition, because last season in the RPL, they were up 2-0 in the finals, and then they let the opponents reverse sweep them.
And you know what? The only remaining member, he wasn't on the team back when that happened, but he was on the team that did it to them. He's the only player from that team still left in the tournament. The Golden Kappa is on SS, so will the ghost of Calipilla past strike Final Esports? Or will they secure the win?
I'm definitely a little bit worried about Final Esports' level of tilting. Even in the semifinals, when he DC'd in Game 2, I think at least TSM Batman, from what I was watching, tilted a little bit towards the mid to end game of Game 2.
Yeah, but I mean, this series, though, they handled it very well when he DC'd. I mean, they kept pretty safe. They did a lot of damage control. They did give up a few extra mistakes that they probably shouldn't have in the 4v5. It's a little bit forgivable because of the DC, but they kept composure and they came back and they won that game very convincingly after Django Ultimus returned. So that you got to give them some credit for that.
Yeah, and I thought Django played really well in the end of that game.
He did what he could. He definitely did what he could.
I feel like maybe what I liked what they were doing on the side of SS, applying pressure to the top lane with Kha'Zix coming there several times just to make sure that Jarvan wasn't in danger, doing not necessarily counter ganks, but counter engages on the Renekton's over aggression. But I feel like if you know that your jungler's on the top side of the map, their bot lane needs to be more respectful, especially when Twitch goes invisible.
Yep, I think that we're seeing kind of an uncharacteristic mistakes coming out of SS with this weird lack of communication that we just haven't seen until this. Not really what you would expect from them. They had very good communication in the semifinals. I mean, they were playing these split push compositions and actually executing on them very properly, and they were playing a pick composition and they actually did it very well, especially in the first set of semifinals. And then now, it really just looks like some of them are muting themselves in Discord. It just looks like they're not communicating very well with one another right now. And I think that's probably their biggest issue, other than, from the first game, they just didn't really seem to know what their win condition was.
Yeah, and if that's tilt, they can just shake off their nerves. But I'm tempted to agree with I Am Godka from the chat right now. He's saying that SSSS can't come back, and they'll need to draft a solid comp and win their lanes, but their laners are weaker than FeS. So I think that's a lot of the problem that SS is suffering, is that they know what to do when they get to the mid game on even footing or ahead. They know how to close out a game and work together and execute their split push comps. But those comps and strategies just don't work from behind, and they're falling way too far behind in the early laning phase.
And I think that it can't be, I think, actually what I want to say is, one thing that we haven't brought up is the fact that Final Esports, this has pretty much been their team the whole split. It's these 5 players together the entire time. And then on the side of SS, I know, I'm not entirely sure of Akaja and KG, but I know that the Golden Kappa, Adult, and Pursue Greatness have not been on this team for really all that long at all. There's not really anywhere near as much team cohesion and time put in together as a team as is reflected in Final Esports. I believe the Golden Kappa came in on like week 6 or something like that in the regular season. Adult came in yesterday. Pursue Greatness came in during the playoffs, and I'm not entirely sure about Makaja or KG.
Yeah, and a lot of those plays that we were discussing about last game when Adult was on that Orianna, a lot of the times they were fighting 4v5 when they shouldn't have been fighting, it was Adult that was in the side lane or in the base farming. And maybe he doesn't have the level of communication with the team. He doesn't have the practice in the team environment to make those kind of plays happen, and his team isn't ready for that.
Well, it's quite odd because yesterday when we were casting Adult, he played very well the first game on Victor. He played decently the second game, even though, there were some mistakes and they ended up losing. And then in the third game, he absolutely crushed Clorox Bleach on Vladimir. He put his entire team on his back. And then now we come in and we see him coming into the second game after sub. He was a bit late to the finals, and we just kind of see a comparably very underwhelming performance out of him on Orianna. I think maybe he wants to go back to a Victor or Vladimir, and I don't really think that I want to see him on Ori again.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that a lot of that was due to Dan is on fire. Like I said, the Malzahar felt a little out of place in their team comp, but I think a lot of it was picking a really good laner who can really make sure that Adult is not going to pop off in the game. I think that was his job during that game. And
Yeah, I think you need to ban
well.
Malzahar from Dan is on fire. He is far too comfortable in this champion. I mean, even though a little bit of an uneventful laning phase, he had a very good stat line at the end of that game, and he was playing the team fights about as well as you can expect from a Malzahar. I think that they definitely need to ban it on the side of SSS.
Yeah, his ults were very snappy on that Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix never got to hit anybody when he went in, or if Thresh went in alone too far ahead of his team, expecting them to follow up, he would punish him for that instantly and make sure he couldn't get away with it.
So you see the staple Zac ban, obviously got to keep that ban. Yasuo, you have to keep that ban against Hide and Windwall. And that's what's brutal, is now you have to waste, or not necessarily waste, but you have to use 3 very telegraphed bans, very expected bans on these comfort picks, and you're leaving pretty much everything else open to them.
Yeah, and it feels really bad banning a mid laner against the red team, because they still have last pick regardless.
No matter what you do.
They'll always get the counter pick in mid lane, assuming that's what they want to go for.
And it still sucks having to ban Zac and knowing that, you know, you can't really ban every jungler without having to give them Yasuo and Malzahar, and knowing TSM Batman plays so proficiently on other tanks, such as Sejuani or Amumu or even Warwick.
And I really like picking away the Galio, though, because that's a really good flex pick, and it's been a favorite of TSM Batman's for quite some time.
Yeah, and I believe Makaja did play Galio at one point. Maybe I'm mistaken, but either way, obviously Galio is an extremely powerful pick at the moment. We actually see I think a bit of a new pick coming out from Final Esports. We see the Olaf coming out.
Have we seen that from them before? I haven't.
I
there's
don't
a
know,
Warwick
and
jungle,
now it's top lane Olaf. That's what it
I do
is.
not like that. I do not like the
Yeah.
fact that TSM Batman picked the Warwick right away, because that reveals where Olaf is going. And
Yeah, I
Galio could still be
certainly
flexed
don't
to
like
mid or
Olaf
flexed to
top.
jungle.
I think Olaf top is really, really not good.
I think it's all right into Galio, just because a lot of what he does is chain CC people, and obviously Olaf can ignore that with it due to Ragnarok. But I don't know that I like it, because there are a lot of counter picks to Olaf.
Yeah, and you
so if they
also
can flex that
don't
to
know
adult,
if he's top lane. I mean, he could
Yeah.
very easily just go to adult.
then I think they could punish them very hard for making
His
that
true greatness is
decision.
being able to pick up his Kha'Zix yet again. Guessing he's definitely going to be hoping to have a better performance on it than last game, and maybe have a bit of a repeat from the first game that they played against Clorox Bleach. We absolutely dominated. It will be top lane Galio. We'll see the Ari, which is another one of the powerhouse mid laners in the RPL, with a pretty much incredible win rates thus far, being one of the most picked and banned mid laners as well.
So they left
See,
both
of course,
bot
the
lanes available
Orianna.
for both teams.
Yep, so that's a bit odd. I didn't expect to see the bot lanes be the last ones to get picked, so
So I
shouldn't
think
see
this actually-
nothing but bot lane bans coming out.
This actually favors Final Esports, because they can ban away the Caitlyn, and they get 2 bans, and then they can first pick against the enemy AD carry. So if he doesn't have a deep enough champion pool, they can really punish him for that.
I think that SS needs to ban Xayah. You cannot let Django Ultimus pick that away from Golden Kappa here. And if they leave it open and Final Esports don't pick it, I feel like that's a huge mistake. Both of these AD carries put a very high priority on Xayah.
Okay, I like the Caitlyn and Thresh bans, just because that's what they were playing in the previous game. Get
KG
them
played
off the
Thresh
champions that
very
they
well
chose to
also.
play. Yeah, KG does play a very good Thresh. So force them onto backup champions that they're not necessarily choosing, and then see how well they can perform on
See,
them.
the double target of Naxxram is Karma and Zyra being gone. I'm not entirely sure what he will play now. Possibly Nami, maybe even Rakan if they decide to go Xayah, which I think that they probably should pick here.
Yeah, I like what SS did, because they force Final Esports to either pick the Xayah now, which they are going to end up locking in, or they force them to pick a support, because they pinched the support pool
Yep.
and then forced them to pick an AD carry. So that could put Naxxram on something he's uncomfortable on, which could prevent Django from going off, even getting his priority ADC.
Not really too sure what we're going to see out of Naxxram now, because obviously another support is going to be taken away, and we're going to see Golden Kappa go back to his staple Lucian he played in the first game. This time he will not have to deal with a Darius, he will be dealing with Olaf, and of course we see the Rakan taken away. They do not want to give the Xayah Rakan over to Naxxrim and Jango Ultimus. Don't really blame them. Maybe we see a Braum come out from Naxxrim, because that's also a very strong pick with Xayah.
Rakan is a very good lane partner with Xayah, but at the same time, he's very strong with Lucian as well, because Lucian can dash forward, followed by the Rakan dash into Rakan's W. So any AD carry that can go in aggressively also works very well with Rakan.
See, we actually see Naxxrim's most played champion this season, and I don't know how much he's actually played Leona so far in the RPL, but he's decided to pick it up now because just about every other support he plays has been banned or taken away. Yeah, that's a very heavy CC bottom lane, though. That's pretty worrying.
They have a lot of CC and they have a lot of AoE on the side of Final Esports. But if you look at the team composition that comes out of SS, they have Ahri, they have Lucian, and the Kazakhs flanking. They're not looking to do a straight-up front-to-back team fight where they can fall victim to that Wombo combo.
Yeah, I mean, yet again, we're seeing them run a bit more of a pick-oriented team composition. And, I mean, I really hope that they actually play towards that win condition rather than just trying to death ball against Final Esports comp, because I just don't see it working.
Yeah, if they death ball, they have to really win lane hard. Even if you win lane a little bit,
this is still pretty advantageous because you see that, you know, Warwick and Olaf, neither one of these champions, at least later on in the game, is going to be doing that much damage. You know, they're going to be very tanky. They're going to be these big frontline threats, but they're really not going to do like carry level damage. And so with assassins like Kazakhs and Ahri and, you know, Rakan Lucian combination, if they pick off Xayah or Orianna, then there's almost no damage coming out of Final Esports to go with the CC.
Yeah, and Final Esports picks an aggressive top lane, aggressive jungler, and an aggressive support. So they actually have very little peel for the back lane. They have almost nothing that can get onto Ahri to stop him from obliterating Xayah.
Well, at least Xayah does have that absolutely, at least in my opinion, ridiculous ultimate that is just
enemy damage, though.
Yeah, it's just, I think the mobility that it offers is just ridiculous, dude. I don't like it at all. The idea that you can go invulnerable for so long and then move around in it.
He's definitely pick bans in LCS almost consistently due to his extremely strong abilities. Tons of damage, and like you said, amazing ability to escape any aggression with his ultimate.
Going back to the top lane matchup, I think that obviously Olaf has a bit of an advantage in terms of trading, but if you're playing Galio in this matchup, you're not really going to be looking to do that. You mostly just want to clear the wave, stay as safe as you can, and wait to make these global plays of your ultimate, which I think is where Galio is going to pretty heavily outclass Olaf.
Yeah, and the thing I don't like about the comp is that Kazakhs needs a CC laner to gank for. And they picked the Galio, but they picked Galio into Olaf. So the CC's not going to stick. And they picked Rakan, but I mean, Xayah and Leona are not, like, Rakan is not very reliable at landing the CC without the ultimate. And even then, you can ult out of the W with Xayah to prevent any CC from coming down during the gank. So I don't see how Kazakhs is really going to get in on these ganks. And Ahri is relying on landing a very hard-to-land skill shot for her CC.
I think Kazakhs is going to have to be a little bit creative. Things are kind of stacked against him in terms of ganking these lanes. Of course, it is obviously still possible. It's just he's going to have to think about it a little bit more and have a little bit more pre-planning in order to make sure that they work out for him. So if you end up dying to this Warwick early on, do a counter gank, then your life is going to be absolutely miserable in Kazakhs for quite a while.
Yeah, any laners from Final Esports combined with Warwick is going to be stronger than any laners from SS combined with Kazakhs early game.
Especially, you know, especially mid and bottom lane. Warwick and as well as those lanes hit level 6, this is just an absolutely ridiculous amount of gank pressure. You have to be so careful on both, you know, if you're Ahri, Lucian, or Rakan.
Yeah, and we touched a little bit on it last game about how Galio is such a strong champion, but the one major weakness of Galio is he has very poor ability to escape. Most of his escape is his ultimate, and if Kazakhs isn't nearby, he's not going to be able to use it.
It's incredibly easy to simply get in front of his W because he moves himself really far backwards before he jumps forward. It's kind of like Scion ult.
I believe that's his E and his W is his taunt,
or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is. So same thing. I've never played the rework Galio.
And the E is the Justice Punch and the W is the Shielded Duran taunt.
No, I know. Coming into this, SS, I think despite this game plan there, I mean, even if they have at least a more clear vision of what their win condition is, they have to improve their communication from last game. That was just something you really would not expect from them, let alone a team that is in the finals of this tournament.
I would agree with that.
We do not want to see Adult in the bottom lane with no one around him while the rest of the team is 4v5ing. And I'm not entirely blaming that on Adult, because it's entirely possible that they told him to go bottom lane. Yeah, and he went there, and then they decided to 4v5 anyways.
One thing I don't like about the Summoner spell decisions from Final Esports, I don't like Orianna bringing Cleanse, because the only thing he's going to be cleansing is the Charm from Ari and maybe a Taunt Flash from Galio, but he's probably
Taunt from the Rakan, but I'm not entirely sure how much you're going to be hit by that.
1 second.
Yeah.
That's not really worth cleansing even, especially at no offense.
I'd say maybe you run an Exhaust in this for the Kha'Zix and the Ari.
Yeah, and on the same vein, running Exhaust on Leona doesn't really make any sense.
I've hated this. I'm so glad someone finally agrees with me. All these bottom lanes in the RPL, especially in playoffs, have been running nothing but Exhaust.
Yeah,
Why?
Exhaust doesn't even work. Exhaust doesn't even work on Olaf. There's almost nothing else you got to Exhaust, and Ignite is
Ignite is so good.
Ignite is amazing against Warwick. It's amazing against Olaf because they both have a lot of sustain. I don't know. I just don't like Exhaust on either team.
I mean, Ignite from Leona, I mean, it's still good because you're playing a very aggressive, high CC, high kill potential lane, at least at level 6, and not having Ignite's going to hurt you when Rakan has a heal, and obviously they're running Summoner heal.
You're not trying to make sure you don't die in lane. You're trying to make sure you win it.
Very important. I mean, both of these lanes certainly have the potential to win. It's very evenly matched. Depends on how they play, and whoever does win this matchup will have a massive effect on the game. Both of these AD carries and support compositions are very strong when working with one another. Actually, this game, we see the jungler starting on opposite sides of the map. We see Kha'Zix starting at the blue and Warwick starting at his blue, rather than the blue-red mirror.
I really like both of those paths, because I think Warwick's easiest ganks, like I said, are going to be on the Galio. And I think that a lot of the reason that SS lost last game was because they didn't have enough pressure bot lane. So they're both trying to compensate for what their problems were last game and what they're going to be trying to achieve this game with their jungle starts.
Yeah, and I think that if you're on Kha'Zix, you're kind of expecting Batman to start on the bottom side of the map, and you certainly don't want to path in a way that might end up getting you counter-ganked. And we actually see Hide and Windwall is losing this trade a bit in Makaj right now.
Yeah.
Going a little bit overzealous and tanking minions at level 2, that is not a good idea.
It's a very good trade out of Makaja. The one thing I did like about it is that he realized that just because he won the trade doesn't mean he's going to beat Olaf. Olaf is low health and he has no abilities, he's not going to win.
As soon as Olaf gets his W, if he doesn't have it already, he will sustain his health back up very quickly, though.
Plus just the immense amount of
Kha'Zix is actually going for an early level 3.
That was an amazing Taunt Flash prediction.
I don't know if that was a prediction, but either way, that looked incredible from our read.
Hide and Windwall is not winning this fight. I don't know why he chose that fight.
Now we see Naxxraam going in. Golden Cap, what is going on?
The exhaust is trying to nullify like 50 damage out of Django.
True greatness is here.
It's a very good W out of Kaiji, forcing the flash out of Naxxraam.
TSM Batman's here, man. This is yeah. So I'm not entirely convinced that Adult knew that was that. I'm not entirely convinced he predicted it. Maybe he did, and I'm wrong, and I'm being an asshole. Maybe we'll get to talk to him and ask him if he predicted that, because it still looked incredible. And we had Makaji just kind of
in how the game played out.
Missing the knockup onto Jingle.
And there's a very good trade out of SS to begin with, burning Exhaust for the heal and flash. But now the Golden Cap is going to barely take down TSM Batman one hit before killing Pursue Greatness. And without that kill going over, I think Pursue Greatness would have died to that red buff.
Yeah, I just still don't really understand why Final Esports is fighting through all these minions when everyone's at like level 3. I mean, these minions are basically like another champion sitting there hitting you after a while.
Yeah, 4 minions is like, each minion does about 10 damage per auto attack. Yeah. Champions have, what, 50 base AD now?
Yeah, but there's like you know, 3, 4, 5 minions auto attacking you at the same time. Though that adds up after a couple volleys of it.
Yeah, so this aggressive lane out of SS, having the double buff on the Lucian, having the kills on Lucian, Kha'Zix, and Galio, having them a 1,300 gold lead in only 4.5 minutes is insane. It's exactly what SS needed to make their shot calling work out better in the mid to late game.
Yeah, so I mean, I remember someone commented on them needing to win lanes and the fact that they had what appeared to be weaker laners. Well, they're certainly turning it around a little bit in the laning phase this game. Certainly a trend that they will need to continue if they want to win this series.
Either way, you couldn't ask for much of a better start out of the entire team of SS.
Golden Kappa and KG are going extremely aggressive on the Django Ultimates, abusing this double buff on the Golden Kappa on the Lucian at level 4. That has got to be very irritating to deal with for Django Ultimates, but he is really enough for himself actually kept up in CS. And we actually see Hyde and Winwall might end up dying to Makaja yet again solo.
You and he are both up in 1 second. He might go for the kill, but he's going to decide not to. His Justice Punch was available, right?
He could have even flash autoed him if he wanted to.
Yeah, I think that was a kill that he chose not to get, but he'll still have the pressure over Hyde and Windwall due to him not having teleport and Makaja still having teleport.
I guess still the one thing for Hyde and Windwall going well for him at least is he's a bit up in CS despite being pressured so hard and being killed at the start. Oh, we see Jingle.
Very nice stuff out of Kaiji. As long as he doesn't get punished for it, we're going to kill. But Dan is on fire. Is going to go down to Adult. Didn't get to see how that one happened, but...
Yeah, this is something we didn't actually talk about. This matchup for Orianna is really not that good. Ari definitely has the advantage now. Really good, Level 6, Ari just has so much kill potential in this lane.
Batman is behind Galio. He does have ult up, and he has no targets to ult away to. If Ari would roam up, Galio would probably live this. We'll see. Olaf's ult is about to run out. We'll see if Makaja can turn it around with an EQ combo. Not quite. Hyde and Windwall is going to barely survive due to the sustain up of his W.
I definitely like this game from TSM Batman. You see that Hyde and Windwall is struggling in a matchup that I believe he probably should be winning in lane so far. So you definitely need to try and save this and to prevent, you know, Galio and his absurd champion from just winning a lane that he shouldn't and snowballing ahead of you, because once Galio gets snowballed, it is ridiculously hard to deal with him.
Yeah, and you can see the fact that Hyde and Windwall's up like 9 or 10 CS. Well, a lot of that's due to him teleporting back to lane earlier, and that's some of it's gonna be mitigated by Makaja teleporting to lane now. It's still due.
I don't believe Hyde and Windwall will miss much though. He will get back to this lane before that wave hits tower, I believe. Actually, Dan is on fire, gets charmed again. Does get chunked quite heavily. He has no health pots.
It was a very good trade out of Adult. His flash is up soon. His ult is up in about 25 seconds. I think Dan is on fire and needs to get help soon, and that's why Nakesram has decided to roam up to mid lane.
You know, I'm going to take this back to an interview that or at least not really an interview, but I was speaking with King Crew, who was on Clorox Bleach, and he laned against Adult in two different games. He told me that playing against Adult was like one of the most oppressive experiences. He's the most oppressive laning phase he's ever played in both games in League of Legends, ever. He said that Adult absolutely smothered him with pressure during the laning phase. And we didn't see that last game, but we're certainly seeing it now.
Dan is on fire is really struggling to keep up with them in this lane. And now that Flash, Ignite, and Ult are all up for Adult, Dan is on fire has no choice but to just recall and not risk giving away another kill to help snowball Adult.
I was just kind of short-selling the Justice Punch there. It's like now Olaf is hitting him fairly hard.
Yeah, Olaf's actually popping his
ultimate.
Still
fighting in minions though,
yeah,
taking a lot of extra damage.
And burned ultimate, whereas Makaja...
Problem is he has no armor, and he's fighting in these minions.
He landed the E into the Q, and Makaja's gonna get another solo kill on Hyde on Windwall. He's playing... He's beating him in lane, and he's just playing over-aggressive constantly.
Rather than just trying to take short little skirmishes with Galio and then use his W to sustain back up and just get a huge health advantage over Galio, he keeps trying to like all-in him through his minions with no armor. I mean, I don't understand why you don't just take little short exchanges, throw a Q at him, hit him with an E, and then if he chunks, you just use your W to sustain back up on minions and do that over and over again. Because Galio doesn't have any sustain. You do. Take advantage of that. And
Olaf's play will certainly work in the mid to late game when he has enough damage and true damage off his E, while having armor to tank minions and or towers. It'll certainly work in the mid to late game, but right now he's just making that take longer and longer and longer by giving away these free kills to Makaja.
So, SS didn't actually have a ward in the river. Something must have telegraphed this game, but it looks like they're still overextending a little bit.
You walk past the minions on their turret. so that made it pretty obvious. The forward ult onto Kaiji, the exhaust goes down into Golden Kappa, but looks like Pursue Greatness is going back in, and they're going to one-shot TSM Batman. The double kill for the Lucian is not what they want, but Pursue Greatness might have gone too deep. Django Ultimus is going to pick up a double kill in the back end of that fight, and Adult is going to ult in.
Yeah, that was Django Ultimus played that about as well as he could have played it, but still definitely a very favorable trade for the side of SS, reading the gank from Warwick, and that he would just sit in that bush and wait for them to go for a ward. And Pursue Greatness coming in for a nice counter gank, as well as Adult roaming down to make sure that Django Ultimus does not get away.
The thing that concerns me about that fight, though, is the fact that Django Ultimus has heal, Nakestrom has flash, Golden Kappa has flash, Kaiji had exhaust up. Why did nobody use their summoners in that team fight?
Beats me.
Looks like Hayden Windwell's finally getting the better of the trades now that he finally has a Vamp Scepter. He'll be able to out-sustain. He's doing what you suggested, just to hit him a little bit and back up and sustain back to full. And this
all you gotta do, man. I mean, this is what he should have been doing the whole game.
And now he's finally got the control ward out to make sure that he doesn't die to Pursue Greatness, who's 1-1-4. He does no slouch for damage at this point in the game.
I mean, really, in Galio's laning phase, the only realistic weakness that he has is the fact that he has no sustain. So if you have a champion with sustain and you take short little engagement with him, even if you don't necessarily win the health trade initially, you can still out-sustain him because he has absolutely none. It looks like he's actually trying to ult in and kill Makaja, but he will miss the Q and not end up being able to finish him off.
And you want to look at Makaja there and say, why did you use your taunt? Because Olaf is ulting. But it gives a massive damage reduction before and afterwards if you hit somebody with it.
Oh, no.
Not knowing that Batman was there trying to bait him to Pursue Greatness, but he got out. Pursue Greatness is chunking down Batman down to dangerously low HP.
Oh, man, I really thought he was dead there. I really thought that he just didn't see him there.
Yeah, Galio didn't even run flash in that fight. I guess he just knew his limits.
Oh my god.
Either that or he's like the bot lane that doesn't feel like using summoners. Not sure.
Looks like Django Ultimus and Naxxram are going to be moving up towards the mid lane here. Okay, so they see Adult in the top lane, so I guess they're trying to take this mid tower. They already have priority on it, so looks like they probably will be able to get it unless maybe Kaja can teleport there. Nope, it won't matter. They're going to get this.
And that roam by Adult really does help out Makaja because it helps him clear out the pink ward and make sure to force Windwall back. But at the same time, giving up mid tower and now the kill on Pursue Greatness doesn't seem like it was worth it even a little bit. Ari's chasing down Leona instead of taking the free kill on the Xayah. I guess he's just confident that he'll be able to get both of them, which he was able to in the end, so it turns out to be a good play. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, SS is getting their own tower to answer back. They might not be first tower, but they're still up 3,000 gold due to the 6-kill lead.
So this is still actually a pretty good response to this from SS, just deciding to collapse in the mid lane with the Pursue Greatness just jumping in and kind of baiting them into the Galio ult, and then Adult coming around the backside and just chasing people down with his 3 dashes. So
yeah, that was very good out of Adult and Galio to make that synergy combination move. What I don't like is the fact that Makaja recalled afterwards. He was almost full health, almost full mana, and he recalled to finish his Ninja Tabi and buy a Negatron Cloak, which he doesn't need against Olaf. His tower is going to take a ton of damage due to him not wanting to burn teleport.
I believe he's rushing Stone Plate.
Well, he is a gargoyle.
Yep, I guess it makes sense.
So we're going to see the Essence Reaver build out of Xayah. That's the build that's been more common as of late. It was originally the Blade of the Rune King build, like Lucian has, but the Essence Reaver build is actually more damage late game. So Django's, again, trying to go for that scaling damage like he did on the Twitch.
I suppose all this came after the 3% lifesteal nerf on the Blade of the Rune King, as well as the gold increase.
Yeah, presumably. Olaf is actually behind in experience against Makaja. He just hit 10, but he's still constantly aggressive.
I think a lot of that is because we've seen TSM Batman come up here a lot, and you know, Pursue Greatness really has him atop of that one time during the counter gank, and that can actually have a pretty big effect in solo lanes when you cut the experience in half.
Yeah, that's definitely showing through this matchup, but Olaf's burning through his corrupting. It looks like he came out of that trade alright, but he burned 2 corrupting potion stacks, and Galio is almost full health and still almost full mana. Definitely more health and mana than Hayden Windwall after 2 of those.
Dragon. It looks like SS will actually secure a Mountain Dragon, which is something that obviously is always good, seeing as it is technically the most gold efficient dragon in the game.
SS did a very good job of clearing out all of the vision around Dragon to make sure...
Final Esports are at least actually trying to make a response by going for Rift Arrow. Now it looks like they're going towards the top lane.
Dead. But it looks like they're just going to try to siege the tower instead of going for the Rift Herald because they realize that SS was rotating.
This is pretty questionable because they could just get wrapped around on and totally engaged on. Ari is not here.
Yeah, Orianna is down there again. Ari had to burn her ults defensively though, so that's going to help out FeS a lot. The double kill comes in, but that's an amazing shockwave from Dan is on fire. He ends up popping a Dolt in the back half of that fight to make it a 2-for-2, which is really good for Final Esports from how that started. Dan is on fire is not done. He almost finishes Kaiji, but Pursue Greatness is going back in on Django, and there's a really nice flash over the E from Zaya, and it looks like he will be able to get out, making it an overall advantage of 3-for-2 for SS.
I don't wonder why they didn't check that bush to make sure Pursue Greatness wasn't just staying there. I mean, it was basically full health in these Kazakhs.
Interestingly, they never cleared the pink ward that they knew was in that river because their whole team walked through there.
Yep. Well, I think that the reason why they didn't, SS didn't clear it is that they were trying to collapse on FeS as quickly as possible. And FeS already, they were already set up in the top lane beforehand, but they didn't have Ari. But unfortunately for SS, they were not able to finish off that team fight decisively enough, quickly enough before Ari was able to get there and help turn things around.
It was very smart on Kazakhs. He recognized that even though Final Esports had time to recall/respawn and get back out there, they wouldn't be quite out there yet. So he denies them the vision cone, and he gets to see where Olaf and Warwick both went to. So he knows which side of the jungle Warwick's on. So he knows that Galio can play this far up, even past the dead bot lane tower.
And I've also got to say, this is what we expected from Pursue Greatness on Kazakhs. He's finally returning back to his original form on this champion. He's been kind of underperforming a little bit on this champion so far in the finals, but now he's playing very well. He has the most kill participation on his team by quite a bit. As well as, just overall having a much bigger effect for himself in terms of getting kills and getting gold and snowballing on Kazakh rather than last game where he got 2 early kills and then died like 4 times in a row.
Yeah, and SS has a 2,000 gold lead right now in Final Esports, and over 1,000 of that is on Pursue Greatness. So he's really been showing up in this game.
Absolutely, and at least Golden Kappa's sake, he is actually not behind in gold this game. Certainly you do not want to be behind in gold on Caitlyn against Twitch, but this matchup's not quite as bad for him to have
right now. Hiden Windwell's decided to hold his ult, which I think may be the death of him because he used his ultimate just at the very last second, but they jump on Dan is on fire and he gets an amazing shockwave off. Meanwhile, Django Ultimate's is just free hitting them, and he uses his E to one-shot Kazakhs and Ari. And then Warwick's gonna ult onto Kaiji, but it's gonna be immediately interrupted, and Batman's gonna keep chasing and eventually get the kill on Kaiji. But he might have overextended too far because now Golden Kappa's gonna get the kill right back. And that's
yeah, so I think a lot of this came from Hiden Windwall just saving his ultimate too long. And, with him being so low, that pretty much opened up a Dolt and Pursue Greatness, just go right over the wall and get directly onto Dan is on fire and Django Ultimates. But to Django Ultimates' credit, that was a very, very good ultimate from him. He played that about as well as he could.
Yeah, they focused Dan is on fire so hard with Cleanse Flash. I don't know why he didn't use them again. But the Django Ultimates was just free hitting through Kazakhs and Orianna. He had like 14 feathers behind them that he pulled through Ari and Kazakhs. He killed Ari from like half health with his E.
I believe Dan is on Fire's flash was actually very nearly off cooldown when he died. But his cleanse was up. His cleanse was up.
That's the problem with wanting to watch the live game instead of going back to replays like LCS.
I went back and checked it. Because normally that's what happened. I've been wrong about it a couple times and then gone back and looked at people's cooldowns, and so I was like, oh, it just looked like he had it up at the time because it was so close to being off cooldown.
The next Drake is going to be an Infernal Drake, and it's going to spawn at about the exact same time as Baron. A lot of vision is being denied right now by the blue team, and it looks like they are barely going to be able to kill both those.
I would also like to note that Golden Kappa is deciding not to go Black Cleaver's second item on Lucian. Instead, I believe he's going for Rapid Fire Cannon.
Static Shiv builds out of the same items, so it could be either one.
Yeah.
The Static Shiv did get a buff in the last patch.
I still think Black Cleaver would have been better in this situation, second item.
Yeah, there are a lot of frontliners on the team of Final Esports. It looks like Nextram's going to go in. He's going to completely miss the ultimate, and so is Batman. He's going to be turned around on really fast by the Galio coming in, landing the 3-man taunt into the
sombrero.
Charm. Orianna's going to miss the ult. Pursue Greatness looked like he went too deep on the Django Ultimates, but it's going to be just enough because he's going to sneak past Dan is on fire. Meanwhile, the ult is going to clean up
Windwall. Where are you, buddy?
Hiden Windwall completely missed the fight with teleport available. I checked this time.
Yeah, and even then, I still think that was a very nice counter engage from SS. This is about what they want to do with the Galio, and as well as Pursue Greatness playing that very well.
responding with the teleport when Hide and Windwall didn't respond with the teleport really turned the tide.
That was a make or break decision.
Ooh, nice charm lands onto him. He had cleanse up, but
goodness.
he didn't use it because he realized he was probably going to die anyways.
Absolutely brutal.
And that's going to end up being a, I want to say 5 for 0?
So
4 for 0.
potentially FeS will be able to get this dragon based on the recall timings of SS.
Yeah, there's only 6 seconds before it spawns, and it looks like they are going to rush it, which is very good for them to at least get something out of that fight.
They definitely need this. This is an ocean dragon. It's not exactly the best, not at rank 1 and not really for this team, but certainly do not want to give that over to the team that's already about 5,000 gold ahead of you.
Okay, yeah. I don't spectate very often, so I didn't realize that the dragon icon looks the same no matter which kind of dragon it is. And now check the pit, and it is going to be a mountain drake coming up next.
Yep. That's critically important, both for SS to get the second one, which is pretty much look at a tower wrong and it dies, and then FeS need to get it in order to balance this out. Yeah. It is, at least in my opinion, the most important dragon in the game.
Just like last game, SS has a really good siege composition because they have so much counter engage with the Galio, with if you're running at an RH, it's going to hit the charm. If you're
as Rakan. Rakan has very good counter engage.
Yeah, so they're not going to be able to engage very well onto them. Like the last fight you saw, they used all of their abilities and they missed all of them because they just kited them back. And as soon as they overcommitted to the fight, they landed all of their CC and just instantly took out all of Final Esports. So Galio massively overextended.
I mean, we saw Leona actually just get like completely kited out during that fight. She E'd in, ultied Ari, but Ari just pressed R and laughed at her, and it was nothing. I mean, they really tried to catch it ult out, but it didn't end up working.
Yeah, they just forced the fight a little bit too hard. They need to find the engage on them and not just
Turns out you were right. Lucian did build Static Shiv rather than Rapid Fire Cannon out of that. So I guess he's going Static Shiv Rapid Fire Cannon rather than Black Cleaver. I guess maybe it'll work better if he's autoing like Dan is on fire at Django Ultimus, but it's not going to be as good if he ends up having to do damage to TSM Batman, Hide and Windwall, or Nax for him.
Well, you say that, but if you look at Hide and Windwall's build, he doesn't have any armor.
I believe his ultimate does give him some armor, and he also has quite a bit of health, unlike the others, but obviously it's still not going to be really enough to keep him from getting nuked by Lucian because he is 5-0.
I could potentially see him going Black Cleaver, even maybe third item, just because that's when they'll have the armor in by it.
In fact, maybe you don't, or actually, yeah, he could probably just go that instead of like the other armor pin item, whatever it's called, Lord Dominus Regards. He definitely needs an Infinity Edge though. Like after he gets Rapid Fire Cannon, that's just too much of a damage increase not to get it.
That Ari chunked out Batman super hard because he has no magic resist.
Yep.
That Ari is doing massive damage right now. They really have to respect
I think Dan is on fire should probably be building a Banshee's Veil. I think that might be what he's going for with...
I think it builds out a finished Codex. I don't know if it builds out a blasting one. I've built it now.
Maybe. Let's see. I definitely think that is something you should build. Banshee's Veil.
Banshee's builds out of Morella, or the fucking finished Codex.
Codex and blasting one.
Yeah, and then the
No Magic Mantle.
Yeah.
Negatron. So
this time Olaf is going to respectfully use his ultimate, not knowing entirely where the team of
so we see
SS
the
is.
Ariel for Olaf will fairly even trade.
SS has out-rotated them, and they got a free turret off it, but Pursue Greatness might have gone too deep onto him.
Dan is on fire is behind them. So is Nax Ram. They're getting flanked.
Are flanking them, but they have to be able to win the fight. And Ari just instantly blew up Django Ultimus, and Warwick wasn't even able to use an ability. Pursue Greatness jumped over the shockwave, but it's going to go down to the auto attack from Oriana. And the Adult is still behind the tower. You know, Kaiji goes down to Flash Exhaust. And Lucian is going to get shut down, and Ari has to walk through the tower, so he has to wait for Galio. Oh, that was so close. Ori tried to instant cleanse that to get the kill on Adult, but he pressed cleanse slightly too fast. Otherwise, that might have been a kill onto Adult.
This is actually just a significant lack of vision control coming out of SS. I mean, you already have complete control over this jungle. Why are you not putting wards in there? I mean, they would have known that they were getting completely flanked here, as well as, you know, you've got to wonder why Adult committed so hard going underneath that tower rather than just going back and keeping the rest of the back line from getting murdered.
He's lucky that Galio didn't go down, so he was able to get an escort out of the fight. So Galio and Olaf are going to get in a fight near to the death, but Olaf's going to choose to back out due to the fact that he's running out of mana and he knows that the blue team is coming back alive.
So although we have been seeing Django Ultimus have a bit of a hard time not getting assassinated this game, he does now have a QSS, so I don't really know if Adult will be able to do that to him again.
Yeah, and crucially, nobody used sums except for Adult in that, like, they used Exhaust and they used Cleanse. I don't know if they had all their sums up, but they're all going to be up for the next fight.
Well, I think, yeah.
That's what's important.
Yeah, they will. Maybe they just don't get used again.
Yeah, and Lucian isn't quite done with his QSS, so they probably want him to farm that out.
He's
before
actually
they get
going
fight.
to be building a Last Whisper here, so this is weird. I don't understand this. I guess he's not going Black Cleaver, and now he has no magic mantle, so he's going QSS, I suppose.
He's going raw damage, man.
Yeah, so he's not. I guess.
tank
I mean, I
buster.
understand it a little bit. I think that maybe Infinity Edge would have been better than. Yeah, I don't know if I want to argue this build. I think it's all right because you need QSS for the Warwick ult, as well as Jing Ultimus's roots and stuns.
And yeah,
Leona.
Yeah, I like the QSS purchase. I don't know how I feel about the. Oh my gosh, that was a sick charm. But the ult flash from Kaiji zones out the rest of the team.
We'll end up killing TSM Batman though. That was a very nice recon engage on
free pick on TSM Batman
Warwick.
and the flash out of Zaya.
We haven't really been talking about this too much, but KG has actually been playing extremely well on recon so far.
KG has been. It doesn't look like it because it doesn't. What he's doing isn't in the center of the fight, but everything he's doing is making sure that no one on Final Esports can land their crucial abilities.
Oh boy, the
zoning off
Baron. Oh no.
They're gonna drop to 2,000 health, and all of Final Esports has decided to try to get a mid tower instead.
Yeah.
But they might just be collapsed on by.
I guess this isn't the throw Baron that we've been
Looks like
seeing.
they're gonna recall.
All right.
Yeah, so Final Esports is gonna see what they can get out of it. Dragon is up. They might try to rush the Mountain Drake, but Galio is not having any of that. He's gonna teleport over there and see if he can threaten them off of it. Meanwhile, Oyana's pushing mid. It seems like they have
I think they should just
positions.
ignore Galio. It's just Galio.
Yeah, pulling Olaf off of the Dragon, it might allow enough time for their team to get back
Yeah,
there.
they do not have
Warwick
Warwick,
isn't even
there,
on
so they
Dragon.
don't have the smite yet. Well, he was dead. He died in mid lane earlier. That's why they got the Baron.
They allowed Galio to ult into the fight. Meanwhile, Adult is on the backline, but he got chunked out super hard without even the Oyana ult going down. That's a sick 4-man taunt flash out of Galio. The Oyana
the 4-man
ult is
knockup,
gonna hit
too.
Only Rakan. Kazus is going to get a kill on Django on the backside, and Oyana separated from an entire team who's decided to bail out of the fight. Rakan went in and got Lucian a third kill on the Leona. That's going to be a 3 for 0 with both members of Final Esports being completely isolated. Batman could have got away with that recall, but instead he's going to try to take the 1v1 with Oyana, or with Ari, which isn't going to work out in the end. And they don't know where Olaf is.
They don't need to chase Olaf here. Even if he cuts off the wave, it doesn't matter. You got Baron, you got this huge wave in front of you. I mean, if they misplay this, I mean, this wave is enough to end the entire game with.
And even more devastating is that SS got the dragon during that fight.
Yep. Pursuit Greatness did a good job of just jumping in and focusing that before you actually join the
They
team
made
fight.
sure that nobody on Final Esports could
But, I mean,
come and
the real
take
MVP
Galio.
of that fight is Makaja, for sure. That flash taunt was incredible, as well as the follow-up from Khan hitting a 4-man knockup.
Yeah, that was an amazing play by the Galio to set that whole team fight up and just make all of Final Esports scatter.
This is definitely some improvement coming out of SS. The communications has been a lot more crisp this game. Seem to understand their win conditions significantly better. So it might actually have a competitive finals here.
Yeah, and interestingly, it doesn't look like Final Esports' communication is the problem in this game. It just feels like they're getting mechanically outplayed when SS has the coordination.
I've also got to say that their vision control has been pretty poor so far.
Yeah, that's true. Last game you could see 3-4 control wards in the river at all times, and now there's only one control ward in the top lane that he laid way early game, and he won't.
Well,
they haven't even
like you
moved
said,
them.
man, their mechanics in these team fights just very unfortunate things consistently happen to them, like the flash 4-man Galio taunt. That just, I mean, realistically speaking, that should never happen to you. See, a kind of an uncharacteristic performance out of TSM Batman. I mean, he is, I believe statistically speaking, you know, been the most consistent and best jungler in the entire league. In this game, he's 1-8-5. So, I mean, when he's struggling, the rest of FeS seems to struggle.
Yeah, he is their primary shot caller, so he's gonna, when he's not doing very well, the shot calls are gonna be a lot more tentative, or maybe even a lot more forced. They could be either way, but the shot calls aren't gonna be as on point because he's not gonna be judging. He's gonna be judging the team based off of his power level.
We've seen that in those fairly questionable engages from him, such as the one around Baron when Ari kited out the Leona and he just kind of jumped in with no one but Leona to help him into 4 people and ended up just kind of dying.
Yeah, and we don't know if that's a communication breakdown or just an inability to follow up due to the zoning from Kaiji.
Yeah. So we see Galio is still splitting off in the top lane, so they should probably just kite this back. At least bait them into an engage so the Galio can ult them.
SS is doing exactly the same thing.
Oh, Nax Ram, kind of caught out here.
Nice ult from Kaiji onto Nax Ram. Or not even ult, just a W on Nax Ram.
What is Nax Ram doing there?
He's trying to get the vision down for his team.
Yeah, but I mean, his team is nowhere near him. So
that's a great pick from Ari. Ari is playing immaculately in this game. He just set up another double kill, so that's 3 kills down. The minions are pouring into the base.
I really have to appreciate the fact that Adult is not afraid to try and make these plays happen. He does not seem to be nervous at all.
Time and went into their base, but ever since then he's like, that doesn't faze me at all. I'm gonna keep going.
Absolutely fearless.
It's a good shockwave, but it's too little, too late from the side of Final Esports. And even though Kaiji's gonna go down to Fountain, they're gonna be able to pick up.
All right, so
13.
We see SS greatly improve their communication and understanding of their win condition, and they will answer back and prevent themselves from being clean swept in the finals.
And we have a series.
Yeah, we definitely do. If you're on the side of FeS, you kind of have to be getting flashbacks to last season when you were in the finals and you went up 2-0 and then you got reverse swept. Really don't want that to happen again.
Yeah, I bet that'll be weighing on their minds, or at least some of their minds, for going into Game 4. Hopefully they can shake that off, maybe take a little break, get a drink of water, and come into the next game ready to go.
All right, speaking of breaks, I believe we're due for a break here. We will be going into intermission very shortly, if not right now.
What is up?
Hello.
All right, I'm back now. Okay, so going into game number 4, we see SS now showing some signs of life, returning back into the series and not allowing themselves to be clean swept by Final Esports and having a fairly convincing win for themselves right after being very convincingly beaten by Final Esports in the second game.
I think the primary thing that Final Esports needs to do is just have Hyden Winwell tone it back a little bit. He clearly was I don't want to say winning because obviously he lost his lane, but he was winning until he kept throwing his advantages away every time he fought him.
Yeah, man. I think that the top lane matchup needs to be a little bit more careful for him. Hyde and Winwall. I mean, he had won, like you said, he won the matchup in the first game, but I think he was just a little bit cocky this game. He thought he would just walk all over Makaja. It's just not how it went.
Yeah, and props to Makaja for holding his own. Hyde and Winwall has really been taking it to most of the top laners in this league, and Makaja is showing him that he won't be taken for granted like that.
So is everything sorted out in the lobby so far?
Well, it's just waiting on SS to become ready. They said they were not ready about 2 minutes ago and haven't yet said they were. I really like the graphics on this channel.
I haven't even been watching the stream. I rarely ever do during the cast.
I don't watch it during the cast, but I watch it during all of the breaks, like between games and stuff. And I like just how they have the score on the top, they have the RPL, and then they got like a badass, I want to say blood moon picture.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I try my hardest to Google search HD images.
Hey man, it's definitely looking better than it did last season during the playoffs for sure.
Nope, looks like SS is finally ready to start the game.
So is this the only game in like at least between game that they're actually going to be getting like the extended break? I don't even know if this could be considered an extended break, but I feel like they should probably get one. I mean, they're playing 5 games, and I mean, this is the only time these teams have ever played best of 5 in the tournament.
Yeah,
so.
I feel like if it goes to 5, you give them like 5 or 10 minutes. I don't know rules, so I don't know what you guys are doing, but I
Maybe
feel like
they
that
don't
would be sensible.
I don't know, maybe their mindset is they don't want to stay out of the game too long. They want to stay fresh.
That could be true,
going.
but
That would be my guess.
the
That'd
team
be my
that wants
mindset.
that, the team that wants that is the team that's winning. Like if it goes to game 5 and they just 2-0'd
Okay, so
like and the reverse, the start of the reverse sweep.
going back to the champs, like Final Esports deciding to, they're sticking with the Shen ban, they're sticking with the casting ban, but now they have adapted to ban Ari, and they're going to first pick Galio.
Yeah.
I like that decision. I think Galio always first pick him when you can, and then obviously SS sticking with the exact same first 3 bans from I believe the last game.
Yeah, SS is trying to stick with what worked, but at the same time, they don't realize they're not blue side. They don't get the Galio that won their top lane, and that they don't take it away from Batman, who looks so proficient on it.
Unfortunately, I don't think you have much of a choice, because you have to ban Windwall's Yasuo, you have to ban Dana's on Fire's Mal's, and you have to ban Zac. I mean, you just kind of have to give the Galio up. And I actually do like this. I like this matchup for Fiora. I think Fiora wins this matchup against Galio.
Well, but Final Esports picked Galio into the jungle last game, so if they do that again,
it's entirely possible. In fact, I think it's likely.
Yeah.
But this time, we actually see Pursuit Greatness getting to play the Lee Sin that has been pretty consistently banned out, and now Naxxram is getting his long-awaited Zyra.
I feel like Lee Sin will have a lot more impact than the Kazakhs. The Kazakhs did do really well last game, but I feel like the Lee Sin's early ganks are going to help set them up for success.
So I definitely like the way this draft is going and the thought process behind it for both teams a lot more than I liked any of the previous 3 games. So we'll see Hyde and Windwall. Hyde and Windwall is obviously a very split push oriented top lane player, and so normally I wouldn't like Jax, but for him I think it's probably fitting, and I think it has a much better matchup against Fiora than Galio does.
I think it's better than Galio, but I don't think it's a good matchup.
No, it's not. At least not until like later on when Jax just doesn't even need to stun Fiora to kill her. Because, I mean, it's ridiculously easy to cancel that Jax stun with Fiora's W. It's so easy.
But at the same time, you have to make sure to not use the W and Q at the same time on Jax. Otherwise, he can just riposte that, and then you're going to die as well.
Yep. See, going to the Vladimir that he played in Game 2, Game 3 of the series against Clorox Bleach yesterday. This is the champion that he absolutely popped off on.
Yeah, hopefully he can do that again. We don't really have a huge front line, so I'm hoping for Kaiji to pick something that can be up in their face. Fiora and Lee Sin get in their face, but they can't sustain being in their face very well.
So this time you would expect SS probably going to ban a mid laner, and I think they'll probably ban an ADC here. The support is already picked, so there's no reason to ban any more of that. Maybe they go for a double mid lane ban.
Yeah, they have the first pick on the Xayah. Oh, they're just going to
take it away.
Kappa doesn't want to play it into this comp.
Possibly. Maybe he just wants... Nope, he's not going to get Lucian again, so... maybe he goes to Ezreal. I know he plays Ezreal. I know he plays Vayne. Trying to think here.
I would not play Vayne in the Xayah. That is a horrible matchup.
Okay, so they're just going to pick the Rakan, but I don't entirely know if I agree with this because you're still giving priority over to the ADC for the other side. I mean, FeS has already picked their support. You're going to get the Rakan. You're going to get it.
Unless they're trying to counter pick on ADC is the only reason you would do that.
Yeah, and even then, I don't agree with that. I mean, why? It doesn't really matter.
The only time you would do that is if you're planning on picking something like a Vayne, but when you already know that they have a Zyra, you're not going to pick Vayne into Zyra.
Now, I think Jungle Ultimus. Yep, this is what I was thinking. They're going to pick Ashe probably. Yep. I thought that maybe Golden Kappa could take that away from them, but they're just kind of giving it over, and that's a very, very strong bottom lane combination. Oh boy, Mundo?
So there's a Galio mid lane. It's a Galio mid lane.
I think this is a troll.
It might not be. Batman is really good at Mundo. Oh, it is. You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right. You're
right. Mundo's just a piece of crap right now. That's the reason why. He's just a piece of crap.
I'm gonna say for Batman's sake, he was really mad at me when I said the W buff on Mundo was insignificant. So I'm gonna throw it out there.
Until you can't spend 800 gold to make that champion useless, he will still be bad.
Oh, they did go with the Vayne.
Okay, so we'll go with Vayne, but this is still a horrible matchup.
This is gonna be a rough lane.
Vayne struggles against like every single champion on the enemy team.
Yeah, but hopefully they're thinking, oh, Zyra going mid lane? Oh no.
That's mid Morgana, man.
Well, they hadn't switched it on my screen, so I was confused.
I don't know if I agree with that though. I think Vladimir should do extremely well against Morgana. Black Shield isn't really normally used to like counteract damage. Magic damage is normally just used to stop CC, and Vladimir doesn't have any other than the slow on his W, which is insignificant.
All of them don't have any CC. Like you can use it pretty reliably on Lee Sin kick, I guess.
And Vladimir can very easily dodge your W. I mean, not your W, your Q on Morgana. I mean, even if you get your ultimate on him and he W's it, he'll still get hit with it, even if he's still pulled. But I mean, that's not when you're going to use it. So
I think the fact that they banned Malzahar and they banned the Orianna, and then Dan is on Fire picks a really bad matchup, shows that he might be lacking depth in his champion pool.
It's entirely possible.
He's just trying to pick a safer mid laner that can.
I honestly can't remember a time where he didn't play like Ari or Orianna. I think he maybe used to play Lux, but that's wouldn't have been good here.
I thought that was the other mid laner from FeS.
I think I've seen Dennis on Fire play it before.
Dennis played it? Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I still think that it's all right. I think Morgana, if let's say Jax actually gets a lead against Fiora, Morgana's going to make him an absolute monster. Fed Jax with the Morgana is a nightmare, but I imagine he'll mostly just be split pushing, probably. So the 4v5, at least you have Zyra, who basically acts as a second mid laner. Otherwise, you would be extremely low on damage in that 4v4, 4v5 when Jax is split pushing.
Look at the bright side. Zyra switched to Ignite last second.
Yeah, I definitely like that. I want supports to be running Ignite more often, way more often.
I don't know if it's my screen or his screen, but I can't see the summoner spells.
It's like that. I don't know why.
It's
always like this crap where you can't see the summoners on red team. But I think Rakan did take exhaust.
more than
from
likely.
what I can tell.
That's a better lane to take exhaust in, at least. Because that's
You
you're playing against.
Yeah, you want to be playing extremely safe and very passive Vayne Rakan versus Ashe Zyra. I'm gonna look for Galio to gank bottom a lot. That's ridiculously easy ganks.
Yeah, Ashe Zyra has been a notoriously amazing lane since like Season 3 Worlds.
For 4 seasons.
I'm a little bit concerned about that. I feel like the main way that Final Esports wins this game is through bottom lane, but I feel like the main way that SS wins this game is through mid lane.
Mid or top. I feel like if Jax gets behind a Fiora, then he won't be able to deal with her.
Yeah, that's
and if Vladimir gets ahead of Morgana, then they have no one that can deal with Vladimir. I mean, I don't think any single champion at all on FeS would ever be able to manage a fit Vladimir at all.
Yeah,
Jax doesn't do well against him whatsoever.
I'm worried that even, as long as Fiora doesn't like feed 6 kills over to Jax right away, which could happen because it is very snowbally.
Even though, I mean, you would imagine Fiora should win that matchup, though.
Fiora
He should outright win it.
That matchup, and Vladimir is going to win that matchup. I have no doubt in my mind. I feel like
I don't know, man. I've seen some weird shit happen in these tournaments.
I feel like if Adult goes anything like the last Vladimir game, Final Esports could be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, I think at least for Dan is on fire, maybe he can just shove the lane in and be super safe, and they'll both just have like even farm and drop W's on the fucking wave. I don't think you want to fight Vladimir. I don't think you want to even attempt to trade with him.
I think that's the dream.
Mostly what Morgana mids do is they just, obviously, they max their W, and they try to shove the lane in really quickly, and then they just roam. It's a roaming mid laner.
But you think if he was doing that plan, he'd bring teleport?
Yeah, I agree. I don't really agree with the Ignite take, because you're not fighting him, and you can just build a Morello's or
I
Ashe
get
to get
that you want to Ignite against Vladimir, but you're not going to kill him. Unless he plays really bad.
I mean, maybe you get a good gank off on him, but even still, it's going to be pretty hard.
Anyways, we're loading up into game now. Soul Stealer Vayne. That's beautiful. I have that skin. It's awesome.
Damn dirty Vayne players. I have to say that as a support player, I typically just dodge whenever I get a Vayne on my team.
Yeah, there's a big skill difference in Vayne's. Like, a lower
it's a
elo Vayne is
crappy
really
champion.
bad. Vayne
Right
is
now,
so
she's kind of
good
crappy.
late game. She's bad because people build Blade of the Rune King on her. I think if you go straight crit, Vayne can be really powerful.
I don't know. I just think bottom lane right now is really, really focused about like winning the lane,
Win lane, win game.
getting ahead early, and Vayne is not good at that.
Yeah, I think the Dorn's shield change is why I think Vayne has been coming into popularity a little bit more lately, because she can survive a lot more lanes. But I still think Zyra's a terrible lane.
Yeah, this is awful for her. I think that there is no excuse for Final Esports not to have a huge lead bottom lane, even if they're left to their own devices 2v2.
We said that Caitlyn versus Twitch though, and that didn't pan out.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of their execution. It's not because of the matchup. They certainly should have won. Or at least that was Golden Cap and KG that misplayed that matchup into Twitch Janna.
So theoretically, it's even more one-sided in Django Ultimus' favor.
Yep. Django Ultimus is, I don't believe he's been tested in the super hard winning laning phase in the bottom lane yet, and then not actually doing anything with it.
But he did go Doran's Blade instead of the shield, which I like a lot.
I like that. I think we should definitely see Naxxram just go Sightstone item, I think it's called Eye of the Watcher, and then just go straight damage after that. Because this Morgana mid really does not provide much damage late game at all. It's pretty pitiful.
Yeah, and just having a second Morello's would be really useful too, because Zyra's so good at applying it.
Yep.
So everything Final Esports has done has been warded the entire time.
Also, I don't even know if you would build that on Naxxram. Maybe you just get you're gonna have one on Morg, and you're gonna have an Executioner's Calling on Ashe. And typically, you know, from playing Zyra support and being a support, at least, you want to get the Andres as quickly as you can. You want to get Rylai's as quickly as you can. I mean, you know, maybe there's room to get the Morellos. The cooldown reduction would help, but typically people like to get like a Void Staff or Zanya's.
I guess it depends how far ahead they get as well.
Maybe how well Vladimir's doing, or if maybe they decide not to build Morellos on Morgana, and then definitely you need one next.
Yeah, that could be. I would really like to see Django Ultimates get an earlier Executioner's Calling this game. There's so much healing on the side of SS.
I'd say maybe you get it right after you complete your first item.
Yeah, I probably would. It's only 800 gold. It's not going to set you back too far.
Certainly help against Vayne, because I have a feeling she will probably do Bork. Especially if she does Bork. Even if not, I mean, it does help against Rakan. It'll help against Fiora and Vladimir.
I'm a little bit worried for Fiora in this matchup because he did go Doran's Shield into Corrupting Potion. So if Jack can make good use of those Corrupting Potion charges, Fiora will have a rough time in lane.
I'd like to see that Naxxramm and Django Ultimus do not have that bush warded. I would like them to have that bush warded and be playing extremely aggressively and using this lane advantage that they have, but instead they're just kind of pushing the lane up really hard. Very nice dodge there from Golden Kappa, though.
They dropped their wards earlier during the invade, so they don't have them available yet.
Oh, boy.
Probably will in the near future. It's interesting to see Lee Sin go to bot side jungle, though. I don't feel like that's correct, because they knew it was taken, so he's just going for an early gank bot, I guess. Maybe it's really unexpected. Kaiji, nice flash W on a Django Ultimus, but Django Ultimus has quick reaction time to flash over it. Naxxramm looks like he's about dead to rights here if this Lee Sin Q lands, and it does. Pursue Greatness is going to pick up the first blood kill, and I will shut my mouth about calling that bot decision bad.
Yeah, I think this is kind of a lack of respect of the early the gank presence of Lee Sin. You've got to expect that he's going to be trying something very aggressive, especially against a slower to gank early on Galio in the jungle. I mean, Galio's not really going to have that same presence. Oh my God!
Nice riposte from Micaiah.
Hide
I didn't like
Hide Windwall's actually playing this very well. Gotta wonder why Makaja's not blocking the Jack stun with that W.
I don't think it was available yet. We didn't get to see it, but I went back a little bit,
wasn't.
and he had used it previously in a different trade just to block some damage. That's why Hide Windwall went so hyper-aggressive.
Yeah, I suppose it's entirely possible.
The Golden Kappa's up in CS into Django. What is going on?
Well, it's because Naxxramm just died.
Yeah,
They have the pressure right now.
even then...
Oh my, okay, wow, that actually did a lot of damage to KG. The thing is that even though, you know, they got that gank, the kill went to Lee Sin, the assist really doesn't give that much gold to Vayne. She gets a little bit of pressure taken off of her early, but I mean, they're certainly not out of the blue in the bottom lane. They are still in a very bad matchup right now. I mean, it's really not going to get it like particularly bad until they're both at level 6.
Again, but the ignite comes down on the Golden Kappa, and the exhaust comes down on Django Ultimus just in time, right before the Ashe auto with the Q comes through onto him. But he's going to get the Q on the Golden Kappa, and he hadn't burned any health.
That is ignite from Naxxramm for heal and exhaust from KG and Golden Kappa. So that is a very good trade from them right now.
This is how the lane was supposed to be playing without that Lee Sin interference.
Yeah. I mean, unless he comes back down here, this is how it's probably going to be the entire game.
Yeah, an adult is... You see they're about even on CS, they're about even on health, but Dennis on Fire is really low on mana, and he's going to have to recall and relinquish a lot of the lane pressure, and that's when adult's really going to start to take off.
Yeah, this is where you really would have also wanted to have teleport, because you're going to be out sustained, and obviously Vladimir's not going to run out of mana like you, so you're going to get forced out of lane early.
Hide Windwall might be able to get this solo kill.
Now he's actually losing. Oh yeah, so this is actually what we were expecting.
Django, oh my goodness, nice stun from Golden Kappa, but Naxxramm might be able to kill him. I don't know why Pursue Greatness isn't tanking them.
This is Pursue Greatness putting work on that Lee Sin, man. He's reminding them why they banned it.
Yeah, and Kaiji does a very good job of setting up all of
Dan?
Why Dan just wasted Ignite on adults?
That's
not
a
sure.
complete waste. But that was still a very well played 1v1 in the top lane from Kaiji. That's exactly how you want to play this matchup.
And it makes me worry for Hide and Windwall in the near future. Although,
yeah, I mean, this is kind of telegraphed, though, in terms of the jungle for Pursue Greatness. You expect Pursue Greatness to camp
nice
bottom lane.
area on the thing. Oh, but he doesn't make it.
Oh, man. Overstays.
He tries to go for the hero play without realizing that Hide and Windwall's E was still off cooldown. And he'll get punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, this happens a lot with top laners who get a lead early, man. They overstay, man. They just overstay a little bit too much and turns the matchup entirely around. I mean, now things are pretty much completely even in the top lane, other than about 9 CS worth of gold.
I didn't even see it. It must have been at the same time as with the top lane fight, but Adult seems to have all in Dan is on fire, burning both of their flashes, and Adult's ult.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think either one of them should die in this lane. I just think that Vladimir will significantly out-pressure Morgana.
I like how well Vayne is playing this lane, though. He's dodged almost every route from Naxxramm so far. Naxxramm's a very good Zyra player.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really agree with picking Vayne here entirely, but I will give it up that Golden Kappa does seem to be a fairly competent Vayne player. I've seen him played in the past, seemed very
I don't know
well.
about this engage. They're going hyper aggressive on the Jenga. Oh, they have Lee Sin in the back. There's gonna be another kill coming over to pursue Greatness.
Where is TSM Batman, dude? Where is Batman?
I think I've even seen him.
Is Batman in this game?
Yeah, I don't think he's gained any lane yet.
He's not doing anything. And Pursue Greatness has gotten 4 kill participation. He's killed 3 people. He's camping your bot lane. He's killed him 4 times.
And that's the problem.
Where are you, man?
Galio Jungle doesn't have the fastest clear. He's behind an XP of Pursue Greatness, even though Pursue Greatness has gone for so many more ganks. Oh no, it does look like he's a little bit ahead. He just hit 6. So
even from both of these junglers should be putting a large amount of priority on the bottom lane.
Batman is looking at top lane. He's going to come in with the hero's entrance, but it's to no avail as Fiora's going to go away. And Batman took like 6 minions from hiding.
Why do you do that? That is inexcusable.
It's a very close matchup that he just swung drastically.
Yeah, that is not, no, dude. You do not do that. That
like,
is.
It's not just the gold. It's how much XP he just shared.
Maybe Jax can try and turn it around by actually just killing Makaja, but
go all in, and he is going to go all in on high.
This is not looking too good for Hide. Oh my God, he just blew Makaja up, man. I didn't expect him to do that much damage.
Right up. But there's no way that Makaja's going to be able to get the kill, and Hide and Windwall's going to get the kill.
Wow, dude.
That's not going to assist.
Okay.
Greatness is going to react on the other side of the map, picking up the Mountain Drake for his team.
So that's the power of a ultimate empowered W auto attack from Jax onto a no tank item Makaja.
But the problem I see is that Fiora still has teleport.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be denied too much. I like the Batman staying up here right now because it threatens the dive. But if they're not going to commit to the dive, I don't like the staying. Because that's just, again, taking more experience away from Hide and Windwall.
Well, I just like them pushing the wave into tower and absolutely
like
forcing Fiora's teleport. At that point, I mean, there's no way you can dive her. You can't do it. Jax is too low. Batman has no flash. Jax's ult's down as well.
That's a good point. So, when the dust settles, we have about 1,000 gold lead for SS and the Mountain Drake. Which tower is still available?
I mean, you know, things are kind of going very polar opposite to what I thought. I thought Jax would just get like kind of destroyed in this lane, and I thought that the bottom lane for SS would get crushed. But Pursue Greatness is pretty much guaranteed that his bottom lane is going to be pretty well off for now, and then Fiora getting caught up in these ganks from
the ult's coming in from Kaiju. He's going to barely nick him, and that'll be a free kill donated over to Golden Kappa. The Ash ult is going to come in too late, and it's going to be dodged away from Golden Kappa.
I mean, this is a problem that we've been seeing from Naxxram in the last game towards the end, where he was just kind of overextending and getting caught out. And this is kind of showing a little bit earlier on in the game in the laning phase. He's just, why are you that far forward? There's no one around you. You're outnumbered. They're just going to kill you. I mean, you're not playing Leona this time. You're playing one of the squishiest champions in the game in Zyra.
I like the punish by Kaiju there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a good decision from SS's bottom lane to capitalize on that mistake, but that should never have happened to begin with.
That's a very nice kick from Pursue Greatness flanking the turret, but the turnaround by TSM Batman might be too strong. He's going to get a ton of damage on Pursue Greatness and Kaiju and force both of their flashes. Unfortunately, Django Ultimus has no heal, and they know that its ult is roaming down onto Dennis on fire, so Django couldn't pursue any further to pick up those kills.
Okay. TSM Batman in a good position to get that ult off. It's one of the big reasons why you pick Galio to prevent something like that from happening, and very few people ever really take that into account. I guarantee you that SS were not, you know, they forgot about the Galio ult there.
Really
oh
bad
my goodness. Yeah, this is not what you want to happen.
And they have the Vayne, but Jax can kill Vayne.
Yeah, the problem with this matchup now is that if you're going to give Jax this lead, he's not even going to need his stun to kill you. And so you're not going to be able to get that parry and stun him instead.
He did stun Fiora that entire fight. He used his E to bait out the parry just so he can use it for damage, and then walked away and came back in later.
I'd also have to say that I kind of do have to give some favor to the Bork rush rather than Triforce on Jax. So typically if you're running the Triforce build and you get parried on your Triforce auto attack with the W, like if you QW in and she parries it, you're pretty fucked. But at least with Bork you have like extended damage. You can do damage more consistently for a longer period of time. You have better sustain.
Yeah,
you have better chasing potential.
You know Fiora is going to get sustained.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got champions like Vladimir and, you know, even the Lee Sin, they're going to be building some health, but they're not really going to have much armor to back it up, and that's what Torque is perfect against.
So I really like the purchases by Golden Kappa deciding not to go Blither and King this game because he needs the damage versus the 3.5 squishies coming out of Final Esports.
Yep.
But the big problem with these lanes was even though Fiora wasn't super far behind until just recently, and even though Vayne is up 12 CS into Django because of all the pressure from Pursue, they've been under so much pressure 2v2 that their tower is under half health. It's about a third HP right now.
Yeah, and you're still not out of the blue if your SS is bottom lane because now Django Ultimates and Axtrom actually have their ultimates, and this is where they're most threatening.
Yeah, but they've rotated mid now, and now they're going to get a lot of damage, if not this tower. We'll see how much respect
I don't think they'll get the tower. Makaja's roaming down from the mid lane. They're getting collapsed on by 3 people.
It's a very good collapse by SS, even if they don't get any damage.
This
on
also
the players,
gives the Golden Kappa priority on the bottom lane tower, and so now Django Ultimates is going to have to answer that, or they're going to have to give it up.
Levels on Vayne is super key to winning the game. So having Vayne in a solo lane against nobody is amazing. Even 1v1, Vayne can beat everyone but Jax right now.
Yeah, I don't like this rotation from FeS at all. I don't think they're even going to be able to get this tower. I don't think they have a hope of getting it.
But the problem is Vayne rotated back up to help defend it. So he just gave
I don't
up
like
all
that either.
priority,
I think you stay bottom if you're Golden Kappa. Why are you coming back up here? I mean, even on the next, like, Adult can clear the next wave, tower would take a little bit of damage, and then on the second wave, the tower would otherwise die. Adult can just, like, ult and threaten to go in and back them up away from the minion wave, and then they kill it like that. And then by then, Golden Kappa should kill the tower.
Oh, he just used the Blither King and Makaja. He looks like he's going to try to get the kill onto him. He's chasing him really hard into the jungle.
Oh, there's a flash. I mean, Makaja has flash and
Hydewall gets on him. Makaja lands the grand challenge and lands the stun. Really good kick from Pursue Greatness that's going to allow them to get the kill. Makaja had to flash away, though.
That was very greedy from Hyden one wall.
Yeah, chasing into an unwarded jungle when you know several enemies just went missing. Oh, Adult just went in with a very good flash ult engage and a nice ram, but the ult coming out of Galio is going to prevent any further follow-up, so Kaiju couldn't even get in to land his ult onto any of the other targets, and Golden Kappa was unable to hit anybody else. So that's just going to be a 1-for-0 with Kaiju giving back.
Golden Kappa was just under too much threat of getting locked down and killed, so he really wasn't able to do a whole lot of damage during that fight.
Chasing into a Galio ult is not something you want to do in a team fight.
As well as, you know, even with Vayne having this lead, she's still at such, like, weak items. She doesn't do much. Oh my god, this is not worth it.
But no, it's not even
this is bad.
Over to, at least it was to Zyra, that helps a little bit, but...
Well, I mean, even then, it's still, that's one of the, that's the worst support to give a shutdown to. If you're going to give any support a shutdown, Zyra's basically another mid laner.
But that's not commonly played anymore, so...
I mean, I'd even say Zyra's a bit more threatening than Brand. It's easier to play, like, counterplay Brand's kit than it is to play, counterplay Zyra's kit. It's just easier to play Brand.
That's true. Yeah, so... all in all, blue team finally got a gold lead, and they got a dragon of their own. So it's going to be Titan Dragons.
Oh, man.
But Hyden Windwall is just so aggressive. There's a sick flash condemned from Golden Kappa, but he's auto 2 minions. We'll see if that's enough to get Hyden Windwall out, but it does not look like it's going to be.
He will end up dying here.
Meanwhile, in the river, Adult was able to zone off Nightstram and TSM Batman to make sure they couldn't go help Hyden Windwall. So that's very well played by him.
Yeah, Hyden Windwall needs to take a chill pill.
Yeah. And Makaja recognized he was gone doing basically inting in a different lane and took a free turret back, which gives the gold lead back.
I mean, he really is ruining his lead on Jax. I mean,
yeah, he's doing the exact same thing.
He had a lead on Jax. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're not really at that point on Jax where you're like this ridiculous, unkillable split push god yet. I mean, you only have one item.
Yeah, and it's maybe
you get, you know,
not good into Vayne.
I would say you might not even need another damage item at this point. Maybe you don't. Maybe, I mean, maybe you get Triforce or Gensus, but
is that
yes, I guess you get Triforce.
That's a Triforce, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know some people, you know, they'll build like Bork or maybe even a Triforce and they'll only do that, like the Korean challenger Jax one-trick pony.
Jang is going to hit Pursue Greatness with an ult comboed into perfect CC chaining by the entire team out of Final Esports to secure a kill on a Pursue Greatness who had Flash available.
Yeah, not too sure what he's doing here. This is the power of Ashe.
He was trying to set up a flank, but he didn't realize that they have such long-range CC and so much follow-up CC.
They even have like really good ward control over there, but he's just going into a position where they clearly see him there. They don't even need a ward; they see you.
Walked right up to them. He needed to stand
and his W was down, so it's like either he flashes that Ash ult or he dies. Neither one's very good, but I think he should have flashed.
There's a short duration taunt by Batman. Adult went super hard on the Django, and he's almost going to get him. But Dennis on Fire is going to be able to pick up Adult.
Zyra ult actually completely cut SS off away from helping Vladimir right there.
Yeah, so that was a free kill that Final Esports got, and we'll see what they want to get off of it. It looks like they're going to go for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, definitely go for the Rift Herald here.
It's a little worrying that they're not full health. So we'll see if Endless Sin is back up and alive.
Django will sustain up a little bit because of the Bork, and maybe you get the threat into the steal, but I think that they should win this fight as long as they don't.
The Rift Herald out. That's a good play. They got the binding on to pursue greatness, so he wasn't able to get in right away, and he smites early, which is going to allow Galio to get it.
Ash, though.
Now two of them are super deep. Windwall went too deep himself and wasn't able to pick up the fight. And it looks like Mikaja and Pursue Greatness are actually going to be able to get out of that fight, only sacrificing Kaiji. So 1 for 1, and the Rift Herald over to Final Esports.
I would like to note that Dan is on Fire hit a very critically important Black Shield onto Ash. Probably ended up saving her life as well as the team fight.
Oh, that was a very nice pick from Pursue Greatness.
Oh boy, so okay. This time he actually kills Naxxraam without giving up his own life.
He did have the red flash for it, and they're not going to get anything off of it. So I'm not entirely sure if it was worth it, though.
I don't know.
I'm not sold.
It's not like particularly good, but it's definitely, I don't really think it's bad. It's just, I mean, 7 kills on Lee Sin. This is really not what you would want, and Vladimir has no kill participation. This is not the Vladimir from Adult that we're used to seeing.
But why does Vayne have a Last Whisper? There's a Ninja Tabi. There's a Ninja Tabi for armor. That's it.
Why do you? I mean, why would you ever even buy that item on Vayne? You're Vayne.
You basically don't even need it, but it only even works on bonus armor, so it's literally negating like 20 or like 5 armor. Like,
I see a Ninja Tabi, like you said. There is a Ninja Tabi, and that's it. No other armor. That's not good. I don't like that build whatsoever.
I get that you're gonna need it eventually. Maybe.
I don't even think I agree with going Berserker's Greaves in this situation. I think that he definitely should have gone Merc Treads. You're facing a team with a ridiculous amount of crowd control.
I think
even QSS won't protect you from all of it.
You're gonna die. I think you have to hope that you can outplay it and dodge.
Well, I mean, you should be building so much attack speed anyways that you don't really need it from Berserker's Greaves, and you might as well get a little bit of tenacity from the boots. But I mean, I guess that one's not really as important or really as impactful as this weird, in my opinion, just outright bad choice of going Last Whisper.
Yeah, Last Whisper is pretty much unquestionably bad when they just don't have anything that's doing anything. But the boots, I could see either one. It depends on your playstyle, really, where you're going to position, how aggressively you're going to try to go in for things.
I think my only argument with it is that you're not just going against Ashero here. And QSS alone probably will not save you if you end up getting caught by it.
Yeah, I would actually like to see, maybe after the redemption, a Mikhail's picked up by Rakan. I think that would be super useful for their team.
Yeah, I'd say Vayne might even need a GA.
Adult was actually too late on his ultimate, on his W there, so he had to end up running Flash to get out of the Zyra ultimate.
Also, I think Django Ultimus held his ultimate way too long there. He should have been able to hit Gold Kappa with it. Or at least force the flash.
I think he was aiming at Adult. Because he's just coming out of the
but Adult had already flashed off the Zyra ult. He was away. You might as well
well, Vladimir's in spawn. I guess they're thinking, oh, Jax is in bot lane. And again, Jax is in bot lane with teleport available. Looks like Ash is going to barely be able to pick up the kill on Mikaja, but he's going to end up going down over to the Lee Sin. Naxxraam, meanwhile, solo killed Kaiji, which is kind of more funny than anything.
All right, yeah, man.
And Jax is in the center of the team now, just alone.
Gotta go fast, Vladimir.
He had to flash away because he went way too ham into their team way too late. Hyden Windwall is just not helping their team.
Yeah, this... Not only is he not helping their team, I think that it was just a horrible engagement to take knowing that he's not there. I mean, this is... I would say this is more the lack of communication rather than just an individual error from Hyden Windwall.
Well...
I mean, you can fault him for not teleporting, but you've got to also put blame on FeS for just, like, he's not there, and even if he's teleporting, Fiora's already here. She's already here.
I do think that was a questionable engage, but I think it was very possible that it works out had the Jax teleported. I don't know if there's a communication error to not tell him to teleport, or he's just thinking he wanted the bot tower instead.
Yeah, and I think FeS need to do a better job of not splitting their entire team up like that when they get engaged on, because you had different people going in different directions all over the place. Oh boy, Cage is actually pretty caught out here. He's gonna have to flash away.
Greeting for a Ward build is just gonna be replaced anyways by next round.
Yeah.
Batman's gonna go in solo on Adult, 2 levels down, and actually win the trade pretty handily due to his magic shield. And Final Esports is gonna set up most of the vision around Baron.
You know, we see SS with about a 2,500 gold lead, but they're still down in towers. They're still getting pressured on the map right now. They don't really have any control over where these fights are going to take place, even though they have this gold lead, which is kind of worrying.
Yeah, and a lot of the problem is they have a 2,500 gold lead, but like 1,400 of that is on the jungler. And Lee Sin doesn't do very much mid to late game.
35 minutes comes around and Lee Sin falls off like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, right now he can still exert some pressure, but he's starting to feel.
Oh boy, something I'm seeing that I'm looking at right now. I like this. Galio, why do you have Rod of Ages? Please, you're jungle Galio.
With a little bit of people.
It's jungle Galio.
Micaiah just hit the word at the.
You're the only dedicated tank on the entire team. Why are you going Rod of Ages?
It makes sense when you have a low magic damage, but with a Zyra support and being the only tank with having a damage dealing top laner, that doesn't really make a lot of sense.
He's going to, like, eventually Jax is going to have some tank items, but that's after he gets 2 very expensive items in Triforce and Bork.
Yeah.
And Roa is just, like, so unnecessary on jungle. I mean, like, people don't even build it on mid Galio anymore.
It's not necessarily terrible, but it's definitely bad for this game.
It's extremely subpar. Like, it's mildly useful, but it's not anywhere near the best item he could build right now.
I'm more offended by the fact that Final Esports hasn't swapped out any trinkets. Galio again has the small red trinket. Django Ultimus is DC'd again.
Oh boy.
This could spell disaster on the side of Final Esports.
Not another one of these.
And I mean, if you're on the side of SS, like Vladimir's saying, he's saying, that's too bad. Sorry guys, I don't know if they can see chat if they're not spectating. It depends if he's watching it just with chat on. But yeah, I mean, you feel bad for them, and you always feel like you're being robbed of the win you might be able to get in the series if Django does end up staying DC'd.
Hey man, the last time that he DC'd, they won the game. So
that's true.
Clearly, this is a trend.
This is all a part of their plan.
It's like he DC'd to go to the hyperbolic chamber, and then he came back like Super Saiyan 17.
About right, man. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan.
Yep. Super Saiyan Ultimus. Oh boy. Okay, so I hate that I can't move the camera around the map.
Yeah.
Pause. That annoys me. Oh, there he is.
Oh,
hey.
Yeah, he's reconnected really quickly this time. That's very good for them.
What?
I like that.
Okay, so going back to when this happened in the semifinals, he actually DC'd and reconnected like a bunch. And that's the time that they lost because of his disconnects, and he really wasn't able to do anything. So, I mean, this is not the first time this has happened, even in terms of in the series, with Django Ultimus DCing. And they did end up having to get a sub top laner, and they moved Hyde and Windwall down to 80 carry. And Hyde and Windwall did actually really good on Lucian. With like 9-1 and 11 he hard carried.
Top lane playstyle, that probably suits Lucian very well.
Don't really know what would happen if he wasn't allowed to get Lucian though.
I don't know how well he'd play on a passive 80 carry.
I don't know. I don't think you want to put him on something like Ashe, Twitch, anything without mobility. Probably not a good idea.
I really like the Final Esports' vision right now, though. They have the pink ward in the pit. They've cleared all of the wards in the jungle, in the top river, and they have a lot of deep wards in the red side jungle of SS. So they have very good Baron denial. They might be able to set up some picks or even sneak a Baron if SS gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, they have a very good pick composition. I don't understand why they don't just send Jax down to the bottom lane to hold this Fiora, and I think he could probably still kill her at this point, and then just pressure and try to look for a pick around this Baron. I mean, you know, you have Morgana, you have Zyra, you have Ashe, like the best pick champion in the entire game.
I think it'd be really close right now between Jax and Fiora in a fight.
It would be, but I mean, certainly she can't take the tower against him.
Yeah, certainly. He is gonna go bottom, like you were saying.
There we go. Hyde and Windwall. Don't fight. Just don't jump through all the minions and try and all in her at full HP.
He's gonna
It
get.
looks like she's gonna get the tower anyway. So.
But it depends if she's gonna stay long enough for him to fight her.
He's about to all in her,
This
like
is
I
gonna-
just said.
Oh no, he's
Okay,
gonna
no,
back out and
okay.
play it safe. Hyde Windwall for once decides, maybe I should respect him a little bit.
Learning from those past experience earlier in this game. So it looks like they are actually setting up around the Baron. I think this is the best idea for Final Esports. They should absolutely not start the Baron under any circumstance unless they get some picks.
Yeah, unless they
should just be looking to
the red team
catch
go to
someone
bot
out.
lane or something.
Yeah, but that's just completely unrealistic. But they need to. I mean, they really aren't using the Ashe ult very much. They only picked off Lee Sin one time, and that's really it. It's like the only time they utilized Ashe's ult to pick someone off.
I think they were trying to wait until Fiora came back out to the lane so that she couldn't teleport in with home guard and just wreck their backline.
Like, the longer this goes on, you're just seeing this 80 CS lead come out for the Golden Kappa, and he's 5-0-5, getting ridiculously strong on Vayne right now.
Yeah, 2,200 gold is the lead for Vayne right now over Ashe. That is
Certainly
massive.
not what you would want at 25 minutes.
I mean, 1,300 is obviously wasted on the last Whisper, but
I mean, at this point, it's not as wasted for right now because of just like how ridiculously far ahead she. Yeah, I don't like that item though. I think it would be better just building an attack.
Jolt is going to go in and almost solo kill Nightstram, and then he's going to get on to Django Ultimus, and he might kill him. But Pursue Greatness is going to make sure to shut that down. Golden Cap is going to get the stun up on the Batman, and that's going to be 3 kills over to the side of SS. Meanwhile, Hyde Windwall and Mikasa are just going at it in the bot lane. Dennis on Fire is on the run. He's being chased down by the red buff of Golden Kappa, and he's going to be dropped as well. 706 on this Vayne.
Yeah, so when I said that they should
massive.
try and like look for a pick around the Baron, I didn't mean like get all in a group and get collapsed on and not catch anybody out and actually be the ones getting caught. That's not what I meant.
All 4 of them died with flash shot.
Yeah. I mean, they had vision in the enemy jungle. They just ignored it, apparently. I'm not
They
really
knew
sure
exactly
what's
where
going on.
everybody was the entire time.
Yeah, that's really confusing to me. I don't get it at all. You see they're pinging around the map, so they're like probably arguing with each other. I would imagine.
That's not good. They need to make sure they stay calm, and I think they were pinging teleport woods for Jax, but even if he did teleport,
No,
it would have
that
been matched by
fight's
a
over.
higher level Fiora.
That fight's absolutely over.
That's
Jax
true, too.
teleporting him wouldn't have done anything but get him killed.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. That was not a fight you wanted the top
It wasn't
laners to be in.
close at all. They were just getting rolled because they got caught out of position and collapsed on in a very unfavorable setup.
It's a nice combo from
This
Nightstram.
Zyra ult is actually going to split them off very well right now.
Yeah,
Though.
Lee Sin almost was dropped and had to burn flash to get out of there though, so technically that was a win for this side of Final Esports.
Yep, they're pushing them back when they have this Baron, reducing the amount of time that they can use it.
And nobody dropped, and again, Nightstram didn't panic flash. So I don't know if that's disrespectful or not, but
I think I honestly would have rather seen maybe a Titanic Hydra coming out for Jax.
Titanic
Compared to
Hydra doesn't
Triforce.
help you very much in the 1v1 though. I think he's trying to build solely to fight Fiora. Titanic Hydra's a really good team fight item, but as we've seen throughout the majority of this game, he has no interest in team fighting. The one thing I do know is that there's a second Infernal Dragon spawning, and I don't think there's anything that Final Esports can do to contest it. Ash is too far away. Jax
I mean,
does have teleport in his recall.
Maybe they get a steal, but even that's pretty unlikely.
Galio
I don't think he
has
can
no
just as much over the wall, can he?
No, you can't.
Oh my god!
But Dennis on Fire was able to steal it with the Q.
All right,
that is
if they
massive.
if they win this game, that's one of the biggest reasons why.
16% damage swing from one team getting Infernal Dragon to the other team getting it.
Yeah, it went from them having the 16% damage increase to having a 0% damage advantage over the other team.
That is insane.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
I'm actually gonna go back and watch that now that we're in a pause.
So Django Ultimus is TC'd again.
That's unfortunate. Hopefully he comes back.
I'm gonna watch that again as well.
It was the binding itself that killed it. The binding did 388 damage.
Very late smite there from Pursue Greatness. He was
Yeah.
actually almost in range to absorb the Q.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna
He
block it
just-
actually. Yeah, he went for the Q
Okay, yeah,
execute
this is-
smite and did not get the smite
Yeah.
off in time. He
It
doesn't.
was just late.
Looks like he didn't know exactly when his Q damage was going to apply.
And, oh my god, I have to look at like how much damage. So the Morgana Q
Did
is going to
380.
do just under 540 damage because the
Nope.
dragon has magic resist.
No,
Oh
the
my
market already
God.
did 388, but the pool also ticked at the exact same
Yep.
time, which was able, and the pool has % health missing damage, so it was able
That's ridiculous, dude. The odds of that happening.
That's pretty low, but it's very fortunate on the side of Final Esports. Might keep them in this game. They
Yeah,
still have a
it'll
7,000 gold deficit, though.
Yeah. Certainly better than having a 7,000 gold deficit and being down 2 Infernal Drakes.
No, that's true. I don't think they outscale SS, though, either. With the
Yeah,
Vayne,
they
and
definitely
Hyperfed, and a Vladimir, and a Fiora.
Yeah, the later this game goes, the worse this is going to be.
Final Esports needs to find a really good fight here. They're near the tower, slightly overextended. I think this might be the time
Dude,
if they try to siege this tower.
I'm just like really confused why Vayne only has Static Shiv and no other attack speed item but Berserker Greaves. I don't get it. It's not like we even have Ardent Sensor for Rakan either.
I think the last Whisper should have been replaced with another Zeal.
Yeah.
And then Vayne would be in a
Like
really
a
good
rapid
spot right
fire cannon would probably be the best option there.
or even Phantom Dancer.
Yeah,
just
maybe
to
Phantom Dancer, but like she shouldn't be trying to 1v1 anybody
Ashley
at
was
this
gonna
point.
barely miss, but Fiora's gonna get chain CC'd up in the front and burn flash and still go down, and almost nobody used. Zyra ult's still up, Galio ult's still up, Jax's ult's still up. So that's a really good play for Final Esports. Now they have to make something out of it. They have
This is what they
35
need.
seconds.
Actually, for them, the Ash
Looks
ult
like
was
they're chasing
forced
for more
to
kills.
use there.
We'll see if
They'll
they can
just
get
have
on
to use
anybody.
this W. Now these, okay.
He
Super
still
Innocent
does
is
have
ultra
pickup,
alone.
so Windwall should not get on.
Dolt does not have his pool right now.
That's a really good kick from
He'll be up in
to
8
deny
seconds,
any
but
footage.
okay.
Adults goes
Get away.
down. They should make it out of the fight.
At least with this, it'll, you know, if they get a catch, it'll be a little bit easier to kill them now because at least Adult does not have his ghost. Actually, no, they didn't force KG's flash. They forced Makaja's flash, but I don't really know how much that's going to happen.
Was not worth it.
Yeah, probably not.
I was really optimistic. So I think they would be able to get another kill off that. They could have just they lost a couple waves in bot too.
I'm starting to wonder if it's really worth it to be having Jax down in the bottom lane taking all this farm while Ashe is 100 CS down.
Yeah, they're denying their 80 carries super hard right now.
I think you just send Jax top and then let Ashe get that farm that's in a much better position for her to take it without being at risk of getting picked off. And she should definitely be going top to get this farm now.
Yeah, plus Ashe had to waste the 800 gold on the Executioner's Calling because you need it, and Ashe can apply it really easily.
I don't know if it's necessarily a waste. It's not really what you want to build, but it's certainly really effective against the other team.
The utility of the item is amazing, but Ashe not having the damage items to output the damage to force them to need the healing is going to be the issue.
Yeah. Oh man, I think that this choice to go Rod of Ages from Galio is going to come back to bite him because he's really just not nearly as tanky as he could be right now.
Engaged upon them, and Vayne just flashed in. If they can get onto this Vayne, there's no flash Vayne. He's got knocked up by the Zyra ult, but the Galio ult is going to come in too late to save anybody. That's going to be 3 people immediately going down. Hyden Ringwall teleports in way too late to help with the fight, and just has to immediately flash out. And we'll see if they can pick up anybody else. Dan is on fire, just gets slowed by Micaiah, and it looks like that's going to be a free pickup. And now Hyden Ringwall is the only one left, with Vladimir chasing after him. We'll see if he manages to get out of that, but either way, 5 for 0 now, and they're sieging the mid tower.
Oh man, dude. I mean, I think Pursue Greatness is just like playing immaculately right now. As well as that was actually a very good engage from Golden Kappa, but Pursue Greatness's Lee Sin is just absolutely brutal right now. I think that they need to ban it for sure. Game 5, this is just ridiculous.
Lee Sin looks way strong. Like we thought he looked good on Kha'Zix, but this Lee Sin is another story. That was a very good flash from Kaiji on the Night Swam, but it doesn't look like he communicated very well this game because Night Swam was able to flash.
Lee Sin is like the absolute reason why Vayne is doing so well right now.
Yeah, he camped so hard for bot lane.
He won bottom lane. That was like 1v2. He won bottom lane.
And like you said about Ashe not using her ult proactively enough, Ashe didn't even ult in that last fight.
It's getting to the point where it probably won't even matter. You're 10,000 gold down to a team that pretty heavily outscales you in the late game.
Yeah, they needed to do more stuff, like when they get that one pick, because they do have a lot of CC. So even though they have so much more damage on the side of SS, if they can get somebody isolated, they can get the kill very, very easily.
And you could say that, like, maybe they SS outscales Final Esports, but look at all these kills that are on Lee Sin. Well, that's kind of negated by the fact that you look in the mid lane, Vladimir's got a 60 CS lead. In the bottom lane, Fane's got almost 120 CS lead, as well as being 7-0. Top lane is pretty much dead even, but I think Fiora's probably still going to be able to 1v1 Jax anyways in the hyper late game, like regardless. So
yeah, it just looks like there's almost nothing you can do when the enemy AD carry has a 4,500 gold lead on yours. Like, there's almost no way you can win a team fight, even playing it immaculately. Like, if they engage right now, they might win. Because Vayne and Rakan are not quite there yet. But they engage.
It's too hard to kill Vladimir.
Yeah,
it's just too hard to kill. Oh my god, dude.
And Golden Kappa has the crit build instead of the Blade of the Rune King, so he's two-shotting everybody.
Also got Galio does not have the Randuins right now because he went Rod of Ages.
Yeah, and meanwhile,
I mean, he's been sitting on these items. He's been sitting on, like, the Ninja Tabis and then the Cinderhulk Roa for like an eternity this game. It's ridiculous how long he's been sitting on that.
Randuins, and they're going on to Micaiah with Hide on Windwall and Micaiah, but they're chasing so hard, like, he's probably gonna get him, but the red team might even get to Fiora before he dies. Oh, he didn't have the parry up.
GA.
Oh, he did have parry up. He just didn't use it. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna get back to his team. He's not even gonna go down. Hidden Windwall might even go down.
Nice kick. I like that.
Nice kick.
Very
nice
good kick.
Very good on Pursue Greatness. Yeah, that was just massively over-chasing, trying to get something back. That was such a desperation move out of Hide on Windwall.
Yeah, things are just looking more and more grim to the side of Final Esports, and it looks like SS will pick up a second Mountain Dragon, and this is a very critical dragon thing that they have right now. They have really poor sieging because they don't have good wave clear, and their AD carry is very short range, but now with these double Mountain Drakes, if they can actually get on the tower, even if for a brief moment, they will nuke it down pretty much immediately.
With the 14,000 gold lead, you could probably tower dive 5v5 right now.
Yeah, very likely. But, I mean, you still have to be wary of the Zyra ult, which can fuck you over pretty hard.
I think as soon as Kaiji gets flashed back up, this game's going to end. Might not take that, but if you can get that flash engage from Rakan, I think the game's over.
He's done a good job of it so far. I mean, he's tied with Lee Sin in terms of kill participation in this game. He's done a very good job. I think, in all honesty, KG has been like the most consistent player so far on the side of SS.
Yeah,
he has not had a game that I would say is particularly bad. Other than, like, I'd say maybe the worst game he played was game 1, but other than that, he's been playing extremely well so far this series.
Like you said, right there, they got 2 seconds on that tower and they killed it.
Yep. So just Vladimir being Vladimir.
Django. Vayne just 3-shot Zyra. That was like over half her health, but Vayne went way too deep, and Hide and Windwall was able to get onto her. But it doesn't matter because Vayne was just so fed. TSM Batman is barely able to take it down with his ultimate, but it doesn't matter because the Lee Sin with 15 kills is still there. Fiora was not in that fight under turret, and they went 5 for 2.
Right, so we will be going to Game 5 between Final Esports and SS, and we will see if SS can pull off the reverse sweep, or if Final Esports can keep themselves from being reverse swept in the grand finals two times in a row. This would be very heartbreaking for them. I don't even know if they I don't know how you deal with that if that happens to you. Especially for guys who have been here the whole time. For both splits, I don't think all their players have been, but I know a few of them have. That would have to be one of the most demoralizing experiences imaginable.
Yeah, I think they just need to try to, like, I don't know what the timer is, but they need to take as long a break as they can.
You gotta ban Lee Sin next game.
Ban Lee Sin.
100%. Don't pick Jax again. Don't pick Morgmid again. That's really not good. I think we need to avoid the Galio jungle pick. We need to put him in a side lane. If you're on the side of Final Esports, Galio jungle, I don't like it. I think Galio is a really strong champion, but I think he's bad in the jungle. I think he's a ridiculously overpowered top and mid laner, but especially when you're building a row on him, I don't like that whatsoever. He just wasn't tanky at all. Other than that, I suppose they're going to be taking a bit of a break before Game 5. That's what I would like, so I guess we will as well. With that, we will go on intermission. See you guys in a little while. All right, everyone, and welcome back to the grand finals of the RPL Spring Season 2017 with Final Esports versus SS. This will be the final game to determine whether or not Final Esports can keep themselves from being reverse swept in 2 finals in a row, or if SS can pull off the reverse sweep.
Pretty sure we need some hashtags in the chat.
Dude, this is fucking hype, man.
We need hashtag SSSS.
I was like calling this out ever since SS won yesterday. I was like, this is kind of sketchy because Golden Kappa's he's the only remaining member of the team that formerly reverse swept Final Esports in the finals last season. If I thought if Final Esports had lost either the first or the second game, I said that they'd probably end up winning the series because they couldn't get reverse swept then.
So there you go. We got 1 vote. Hashtag SSSS.
I have no idea who's going to win, to be honest with you.
I think that Final Esports, in my opinion, is a stronger team. I think that if they can play at their level and not get tilted, I think a lot of Final Esports' problem is all mental.
I think that's a really big factor right now, though. They look pretty tilted.
Yeah, and almost every time they get a little behind or they make a play that doesn't really make sense, like their top laner doesn't TP, whether or not he should have, I don't know.
Yeah, like, and they just brought in a sub for their mid laner. I don't know if the guy like rage quit or he had to get off, or they thought he wasn't playing well enough and he subbed him out or what. But Isenix is now filling in for the mid lane over Dan is on fire, and yeah, I don't know. They're not really having a lot of banter in the chat like they were in pretty much every other game. I think that spirits are quite likely to be pretty low for Final Esports right now. They were usually pretty talkative.
I watched them play some of their practice games where they were just playing normal or flex games or whatever. And a lot of the time, they're always super loud and fun and joking around and stuff. And I feel like a lot of the time when they're playing their serious games, they get way in their head about it. So hopefully they got this long break. They have enough time to reset and take this game just like the first 2.
Oh boy, I just got some insider information that I don't think I'm going to share that.
If it pertains to something that you could
I'll talk about it after the 5th game is played. After the 5th game is played, I'll talk about it because this is interesting.
Nothing that would make or break the game.
No, I got message from a particular person, an individual. I think you'll be interested to hear this after. Nope, because I cannot allow this to get out, dude. This is interesting. I'm going to talk about this as soon as Game 5 is over. Yeah, because this is what I suspected happened. I didn't really understand why they subbed Dan as fire out, but like the one that I was suspecting is because he. Yeah, I almost gave it away. I'm not going to give it away. Oh,
I'm going to say we're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm glad I was right about why Dan is phone fire got subbed out there.
Streamers are benched? Ouch.
Yeah, dude, we're always benched. You didn't see earlier we lost all 7 of our bans and we have to play Garen every game.
Oh, dang, man. Can we hide in brushes at least?
No, there are no bushes in our games. We're casters.
Oh my goodness.
We're fuckered.
I gotta go?
Right,
No,
it might mean good to go. He
Yeah.
might be saying good to go.
That's weird. That's what they say. Alright, we jump right
Game
into
5 of the
Game 5.
finals? Aw, dude, I gotta go.
Yeah, I played all year. I'm not feeling this game. So obviously the basic Yasuo ban against Hide and Windwall.
I think we're probably going to see some very similar bans. We might not see the Oriana and the ARE ban come out, because I don't think Isenix plays that, but we will definitely see the Zac, Yasuo, and not the Malzahar ban anymore, because it's not bans on fire, so.
They got the Lee Sin ban, respectful of Pursue Greatness.
I think they'll probably ban Syndra, because that seems to be like the only mid laner the guy plays.
I wonder if they took the time to research him or listen to the stream
They
when we
should
said
have.
that.
They absolutely should have researched him. Why wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if maybe they were talking about other strategies and they didn't even realize he got subbed
Maybe
out.
they're just that confident, dude.
Yeah, they're that confident. Nah, but I don't care what he plays.
Oh, there we go. I told you. Ban the
There's the
Syndra.
Syndra ban coming in.
It's like I have this thing called op.gg or something.
So I'm interested to see what Isenix will play instead.
So I like this. I like the Lee Sin, Vladimir, and the caster advance. I think you're going to kind of force him onto Victor. Makaja's playing Galio, and you know, I don't really know about how well he played it in the previous game. I think it was all right, but you know, and I certainly think it's going to be better used in the top lane rather than in jungle. You know, I don't really know why he doesn't go Shen here.
Shen and Galio provide mostly the same.
So we're going to see the Darius pick come out from Hide and Windwall. Maybe it's a good thing he didn't go Shen. Okay.
Yeah, they left Darius open.
I don't really think it's a big deal that you leave Darius open. Just don't feed him absurdly hard. I mean, that was just kind of inexcusable what happened with Darius, and they seem to be playing significantly better than they were when that was played in the first game. So
it looks like
I don't
Final
know.
Esports is rotating back to the team comp they picked previously, picking the Sejuani and the Darius.
I like
Let's
this.
go
I
back to
think
what works.
TSM Batman is way better on Sejuani than he is on Galio. And
Yeah.
not only that, but Sej is just a much better jungler than Galio.
Yeah, I think
Pursuit greatness.
Sejuani has always been TSM's Batman's best champion, along
Other
with
than
Zac.
Zac.
Yeah.
It's just permabanned.
And he told me specifically that he doesn't like playing it since the changes, but it's better. It's just different. So, I think that him going back to his roots and playing it for at least just one game, even if he doesn't like to, is gonna help a lot with their chances of winning the RPL finals.
You know, this is kind of to be expected with the Kazakhs pick. There's really nothing unusual with that. I'm kind of wondering what they will go with here for their final pick before the second. Okay, yeah, the Ari pick.
It's worked really well for Adult.
Yeah, he did very well on it. Very well.
We'll see if Isenix has any way to deal with the Ari that the other mid laner did not have.
Now, do you take your mid laner here, or do you try and get the Xayah?
Well, there's no obvious counters for Ari, so you don't really. Ari's a pretty safe generic laners, and
yeah, I think the big thing I would like to see an Ari pick here. Oh wow, Fiddle mid.
Oh my goodness,
Okay, Fiddle
it
mid.
could be a Fiddlestick support that's been played more.
I think that's Fiddle mid. I think that's Fiddle mid.
It very well could be.
I think that's actually kind of a rough lane for Ari. I mean, he could just literally stand inside of his minions and then just W you. That's all he'd have to do.
Super excited about Fiddlesticks mid coming out in Game 5 of the finals.
Thinking more about it, I think that matchup probably sucks for Fiddle.
Well, I think every matchup sucks for Fiddlesticks, so we'll see how well he plays.
It was weird. He had like a really high win rate in the mid lane for quite a while, even though he had like this really low pick rate. He just had like a crazy win rate. I don't know what the hell was happening. I played against it a couple times in solo queue, and it had really polar opposite effects. At least it was like it either did really well or it did absolutely fucking awful. So, you know, FeS sticking with the okay, so they're actually going to adapt the Vayne ban here, and they're still going to keep the Caitlyn ban.
Well, Vayne is very good into Sejuani and Darius, and he was
Now,
willing to
do
pick it in a
you
bad lane
ban
before.
Zyra on the side of SS, or do you ban Xayah? Zyra or Xayah?
I'd like to see the Zyra ban, just because chaining that much CC together in a Fiddlesticks ult could win the game. But they instead opted
Janna?
in Janna.
Why Janna? Okay, I don't
do not
get that.
understand.
I think if you're on FeS, you absolutely take Xayah here. You take Xayah. Take it. It's open.
agree.
They both play a lot of that champion. It's super, super strong.
Unless you're gonna pick
They're
Ashe,
leaving it open.
deny it from Golden Kappa, maybe.
I mean, Golden Kappa doesn't even really play a whole lot of Ashe. I think he'll just play Lucian if he doesn't get
Yeah.
Xayah.
Zyra
Okay,
pick up.
I don't know if I agree with that because I'm not too sure how much of Zyra KG plays. So you're giving them the Zyra.
They
I
lose
mean
the
the
Zyra.
Xayah. You're giving it to them. Maybe just going Zyra Ashe lane again into this. But I mean, it's not as good against Xayah because
Zyra,
she has her ult. You can't really catch Xayah out as well with Ashe because of her ult. Are they going to go Twitch?
They should pick Twitch.
I'd
I
like
like
that a
that a
little bit more.
lot.
Yeah, I like that better than Ashe actually. I think they should go Twitch here. So I don't really agree with them not going Xayah, but at this point I think Twitch is probably the best thing for them to pick.
I can tell you, if they can pull off, like I said, Sejuani engage with a Fiddlesticks coming in from one side and a Twitch coming in from a different side, they would be so confused who to focus. But instead they opt for the Jinx. I don't like that.
Oh yeah, that's really weird.
That would make more sense for banning Janna now, because Janna's a lot better with, but I don't know how they could have predicted that.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake on Final Esports' part not taking the Xayah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even understand why you would first pick that Zyra because I don't even really think KG puts that much of a priority on it.
I don't know if they were just worried about maybe potentially picking it away from next round, because even if KG doesn't pick it a lot, Nyx does. So maybe he was just really wanting to make sure he got the champion that he wanted to play, and they didn't care what AD carried.
Well, I mean, the problem is that KG's also been playing incredibly well on Rakan. So maybe you don't even take Xayah, you just take the Rakan away if you're dedicated to picking the support right there. I mean, he's played Rakan in both of the games that they've won, and he's been like an absolutely critical factor in them winning. His engagements have been excellent so far, and I don't think they'll be any different this game.
Yeah, I don't like giving KG the same champion 3 games in the series that he was.
I mean, first game he went 1-4-20. The second game he went 1-5-24.
Very good scoreline.
This is going to be interesting. Obviously, I think what everyone's going to be watching is this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. I don't really know, because like Ignite just totally shuts down Fiddlesticks, so that's why I don't like him in the mid lane at all.
I don't know, man. It's so weird. It's like maybe just the wackiness of it is gonna catch SS off guard. Maybe Nyx knows something we don't.
I'm Godka says that Nyx plays Fiddlesticks mid a lot and is really good at it in the chat.
I didn't see any of it like on his match history. Maybe I wasn't looking deep enough, or else it's like a different. He has a different account or something. I don't know.
I didn't look at the histories. I'm just trusting that guy. He says he knows him.
No idea.
Get hyped! So I think the Darius matchup top lane is going to be what Final Esports is going to go for, because he was over-aggressive on the other champions, but it's really hard to be over-aggressive on Darius, because you just win the fight.
Yeah, I think that a big factor for SS is to keep Hyde and Windwall under control, because the last time he played Darius, he absolutely took over the game.
Yeah, and if you can manage that again, Django Ultimates should be able to get a lot of free hits off. And Jinx is really good if your front line is really far ahead.
Okay, so there are 2 games of Fiddle mid on Isnix's match history that's currently viewable, at least like up to 16 days ago. One game was a loss. The score was pretty decent, 9-5-3. Second game was a win, 13-6-7.
Seems alright at it.
I don't know. It's still not really that much experience on it, though. He played quite a bit of it in Season 6. I mean, not quite a bit of only 14 games, but he had a 64% win rate. I don't know. We'll see, man. This is kind of a wild card here. Maybe that's what they're betting on.
For Game 5, they had a secret they've been preparing, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is what they were betting on. I have a little bit of a better understanding into the subject because of someone that messaged me with some insider information that I'll talk about after the Game 5 is done, because I don't want anyone listening to this like realizing the strategy here. I don't even think it would have that big of an effect. I don't even know if it would have an effect at all. I just don't want to risk compromising the integrity of the game.
Plus, now you have a reason for everyone to watch till the end.
Yeah, dude. I'll explain like the deep, dark secret that happened in my DMs on Discord. Stay tuned. It's totally just astounding, incredible, absolutely. I'm never hyperbolic at all.
So the one good thing about the Fiddlesticks is it's for sure something that SS doesn't know how to play against, because nobody plays Fiddlesticks.
Dude, he's gonna have like these sick roams that they're just not gonna be prepared for. Calling it.
I'm ready for the Moby Boots rush Fiddlesticks mid.
He started Boots level 1, calling it.
That would be pretty ridiculous.
Roaming at level 1, starting Fear level 1.
I would like to see them go for some kind of jungle invade, though. They have the Zyra, they have the Fiddlesticks for the E bounces.
As usual, I'm already wrong about something. Fiddlesticks started Doran's Ring.
I want to see Final Esports cheese this game out. Like, as much as I think it's a competitive series, I want to see them cheese level 1 and win this. And it looks like they might be going for the invade.
Oh, you want to see them win this? Caster bias, caster bias.
Dude, I want to see them
caster bias.
I want to see them cheese level 1. I want to see them cheese level 1. I don't care who wins. I want to see them cheese.
Oh yeah. Correct your caster bias.
Correct my caster bias. Yeah. I also want to see the bot lane from SS perform as well as it has the last couple of games. They have been majorly outperforming Django and Next Ram.
Yeah, the thing is, they were actually struggling pretty hard in the semifinals, and then like at least the second and third game of their semifinals matches, they weren't really doing as well as we come to expect Golden Cap and KG to do. And then the first 2 matches of this series, they weren't really performing all that hot. And then they really stepped up in games 3 and 4.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that was Pursue Greatness's help.
Yeah, and also I think a lot of it can be attributed to KG's Rakan, and they gave it to him again.
With Zaya.
Yep.
It's even worse.
Either you needed to pick Zaya away or you needed to pick Rakan away. Either one would have been fine. I don't really understand Jinx. I don't really think she's that good.
Jinx is only as good as your team. That's why I don't like Jinx very much. Because if Sejuani and Darius are huge, Jinx is amazing. If Sejuani and Darius are doing alrightish or not very well, then Jinx is terrible.
I don't know. I guess that they're just trying to count on him being more of a hyper carry in the later stages of the game than Xayah, which is true, but
that was a
even still, Xayah's just a ridiculous team fighting AD carry with like being one of the few that can actually CC multiple people at one time.
That's a very good trade from Isenix on Adult.
It's pretty rough early. Fiddle's early game is pretty brutal in lane.
But he is managing to pick up most of the CS.
I mean, I think Ari's going to get beat until level 6, and then I think Ari's going to turn it around really hard on him. All she doesn't even have to throw the charm out immediately. You just interrupt the W with the charm, and then he's dead. I don't really understand how he would win it if that happens.
Well, we'll see how.
Oh, that was a nice double root next round.
The one thing I have been liking about KG is every time a plant is summoned by Zyra, he autos it instantly to deny as much damage as possible.
Yep. Don't they do damage based on their health?
I have no idea.
A little bit. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I mean,
I hate Zyra as a champion. So
I shouldn't be wrong about that because I actually play Zyra support. So I guess I'm just stupid. The fact that I don't know this for a fact, like, what am I doing with my life? That was a nice route right there. I mean, they were getting a pretty good trade on them.
The amount of health they have scales at the same time as the amount of damage they have, maybe?
See, Pursuit Greatness is actually deciding to gank Phil 6. He gets feared immediately.
Oh, there's a really good flash charm from Adult. Pick up a kill, and of course, Batman's flash on the backside too.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Windwell's going all in on Micaiah. He's almost got his passive maxed if he didn't already, and he has 8 fervor stacks. But
that was a very good flash charm from Adult. And Isenix kind of greedy for not flashing at all. I mean, not predicting or respecting the flash charm.
And Adult didn't predict the flash this time.
At the end of the day, that is still a very good flash charm from Adult.
Flash knockup respected by Jinx. They did see Pursue Greatness on the ward.
It's still a very good trade for the bottom lane.
Support for AD carry flash is always worth it.
Yeah, especially with Rakan in Xayah. So, Pursue Greatness, man, he's back on this Kha'Zix and he's being a terror right now.
Yeah, and Fiddlesticks can be a very good mid laner if you get ahead, but I don't know how well he performs from behind.
And you know, for the last 2 games, TSM Batman has just been getting completely out-pressured in the early stages of the game compared to Pursue Greatness, you know, or by Pursue Greatness. And this has been a big problem, and in fact, you could consider that that's one of the, if not the biggest reason why they lost Game 4. Pursue Greatness just absolutely straight up won his bot lane.
Very good trade on Taiji, though. They did 90% of his health.
I mean, without getting help against Naxxrum's Zyra, I think that they're going to struggle a little bit without getting camped as hard as they did.
Oh my gosh,
yeah, this is brutal, man. There's a reason why they put so much priority on his Zyra. Right now, he is going a little bit far into minions.
Unfortunately, there's so many minions, yeah. Looks like Batman's setting up for a gank bottom. He's waiting on the blast cone, and he went over the wall.
Kha'Zix is here too, though.
Naxxrum's going to go down, totally disrespecting Golden Kappa's damage. He has flash available, and it looks like he's going to be able to get out. But Pursue Greatness might turn it back on a Django. He has no flash. He's going to go down at the end of the fight. That's going to be 3 kills to 0 for SS.
Yeah, despite Naxxrum consistently landing roots, he's just kind of overextending and taking way too much damage from these minions. And, you know, I think that if that had never happened, then very likely that gank actually works out pretty well because Naxxrum doesn't go down immediately. But, yeah, and you've also just got to take into account the ridiculous amount of mobility that especially Rakan has when paired with Xayah.
Yeah, and the early Ocean Drake is really going to help them out. Any Ocean Drakes before 20 minutes are amazing.
And, you know, it was also Pursued Greatness has been very good in the last 3 games of actually just counter-ganking the shit out of TSM Batman.
Yeah,
like I said, the early pressure and the early gank pads.
Micaiah might go down if Windwell has enough mana for ult, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to cast it.
He's only at 68 mana, so that was actually a bad flash. He didn't have enough mana to ult. And he was about 30 mana short to be able to ult there.
He wasn't paying enough attention to the mana, but I do like the fact that he didn't know and he respected it.
At least maybe later on in the game, that attitude will come to benefit him rather than just kind of end up making him flash for no reason.
Yeah. I mean, if you didn't know the mana that guy had, and he had exactly enough mana.
Are we about to see a fiddle
We're
ult?
about to see a Crow Storm.
Yeah, there it is.
But he didn't. Oh, the E bounced enough times on
dead.
the ult to get the kill.
He's absolutely dead.
Xiznix gets a
Oh
solo
man.
back.
Okay.
No, that he does know what he's doing on the Fiddlesticks mid.
It's very
I'd like to
cheeky
see a
ultimate
little
there.
bit more
I think that it's
coordination.
like such an obvious ultimate that you don't expect it.
Yeah.
It's like, who does this?
I feel like Batman should have been there though. He was at the Raptors taking Raptors.
Nah,
didn't
he had
communicate with
full
them.
faith in Xiznix, dude. Xiznix was probably like, nah, fam, I got this. I don't
Yeah,
need you.
guess.
Farm your jungle, I
Batman's
got this,
just
fam.
waiting in the jungle. I think he thinks Kha'Zix is gonna come around. I don't know. He's just
Yeah,
watching Kha'Zix take
I
camps.
don't believe that TSM Batman can counter jungle pursue greatness right now. He would probably just end up getting beaten in the 1v1.
And they know that Kha'Zix is up here, so they're gonna have to do this
They
quickly.
know that Micaiah doesn't have flash though, and now Hide Windwall will be able to ult.
Batman took a lot of damage, but they're gonna get a lot of damage back into Micaiah.
Do not underestimate Darius' ability to 2v2.
Looks like he's gonna live in the end. Yeah, Batman's gonna go down, and
Oh,
Hyde Windwall's
boy,
gonna go down.
This
to
was
Kha'Zix
a bit of an
afterwards.
overcommittal though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with Hide Windwall going under the tower. That was really
That was a
greedy.
nice play. With,
Pursue
Q,
greatness
but
dust.
not good enough.
Oh, never mind. He has flash. Okay, so yeah, that was really greedy for them to go into the tower, but yet another good counter gank for Pursue greatness.
Kaiji's getting on an Nate though and doing a lot of damage. Forced the splash out.
See, Adult maybe considering
Yeah.
roaming down
Adult
and
has flash
ganking
up, but
FeS's
no ult.
bottom lane.
So the roam isn't gonna work very well without the ult from Ari.
Well, you've also got to remember that Django Ultimus and Naxxraam both don't have flash either.
That's
Okay,
true
you
as
could
well.
flash engage on them.
It looks like they're just gonna play it safe for now. Go back and farm it up. Batman is almost level 6, and I'm excited to see what gank he's gonna pull off. Because, like we said, he hasn't been ganking almost at all early game the last.
It's
two
still
or
going to be
2.5
really
games.
hard for TSM Batman to gank this bottom lane. Dude, Zaya Rakan just has so much mobility, so much utility, and it's just ridiculously hard to gank them, especially once Zaya is level 6 and actually has the ultimate to keep her safe from things
very
like
nice
such a
from
one
his-
ult.
He
Yeah, I
got
think this is
everything out of it ult.
also
Another amazing double root. Sejuani's
engaged.
almost there, and they already used the Zaya
very
ult,
nice
so there's
traps
no
from
flash.
Django Ultimus as well.
Oh, that was very nice on Kaiji's part. He blocked the ultimate, actually, so that Batman's ultimate wouldn't hit Golden Kappa, and it was one auto from getting the kill, but it's not going to pay off. Sejuani's going to get the first kill. He's going to flash over the second one, but Django looks like he's going to chase it down, or potentially let his team die.
Hit it. I mean, I think he
Let's see
should
if
have
he can
flashed
pick up
for it,
Pursuit.
but
Nope, Ari's going to
what? Why is he not killing Pursue Greatness?
Pursue Greatness
What?
hit him at rush, and he didn't want to face check into a Kha'Zix and
He
a
had
brush.
a ward. He had a ward. Just ward. He has two wards. He has a pink
does
ward
have
and
a ward.
a trinket ward. Just ward the bush.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh boy, that's. I mean, he could have easily flashed on Cage to get that auto and finish him off, and then. I mean, all it would have taken was one auto, and then he could have just warded the bush and dropped like one, maybe two ultimate. I mean, two ultimates, two auto attacks onto Pursue Greatness, and he's dead. And then you just die to Ari, and it's fine. I don't understand. Bit of hesitation, maybe.
I think
some
maybe
nerves
he was
sitting there.
waiting on mana for his ultimate. He was 9.
I mean, either way, I mean, I just it can't be denied that you just ward that bush and throw an auto.
Yeah.
You
I
know
feel
you're
like,
dead.
I feel like even chasing and letting Naxxraam die was a misplay on Django Ultimus' part. I feel like if he's
I
near
think
him,
that chasing wasn't the mistake. I think not flashing after KG was the mistake, because I think that at that point
Okay.
everyone's pretty much dead.
for sure, if you've
just in
committed,
my
if
opinion.
you've committed to the chase, you have to flash for it. Otherwise, you're going too deep.
Okay, this is actually a pretty good pull.
Oh, hide on Windwall.
Oh, Windwall.
Aggressive on them. He's trying to take the 2v1, but meanwhile, Naxxraam just gets caught out again by this Zaya and Rakan.
Well, it's Ari, you know. Adult's doing a very good job of roaming bottom lane, and it's what we've seen both times that he's played Ari at this point. His roams to the bottom lane specifically have been very good.
If you don't have vision down to watch for Ari's roams, she's pretty devastating. Oh, the Fiddlesticks over the wall into the Jinx trap on both members of the bot lane. It's an amazing setup by them.
Fiddle diddle? Is it happening? Are we about to see a Fiddlesticks mid carry Game 5
Maybe
of the finals of RPL, because this is looking like the only option now.
even more impactful, not more impactful, but also impactful is Django used his W and was going to hit Ari, which would have led to her death. So she had to burn ult only at the very end of that because she didn't get caught in the initial engage.
Well, I mean, even
burning
if she
Ari's
gets it
ult
with a
on top
W,
of it.
she's got to ult. So.
Yeah, she's got to. I mean, she would ult of.
No matter
anyways,
what, she
but-
has to ult there.
Yeah.
Like, unless he absolutely whiffs the W.
Yeah, but just having the presence of mind to land that W on the third target was super useful.
Oh,
Right now,
man.
Nextram would
Nextram
die.
very nearly getting himself called out again, and yeah, he will end up dying.
But Django
Yeah,
ultimate seems to have saved him for now, and he's got the slow on to pursue
what?
greatness. He
He's
might
actually
turn around,
alive.
the ult's gonna hit him, and it's gonna take him down in the 4v4,
Jinx
I guess?
does not have his ultimate up just yet, so
Jinx is now out of
that
mana,
was
gets
actually
rid
a
of
really cheeky little escape there from Nextram, and Jinx ultimate did a very good job of keeping him alive without heal. I mean,
well baited.
the trap placement and the W were very good.
Yeah, and the
I thought for sure Nextram was dead.
the ultimate forced Adult to run away, not be able to help pursue greatness, pick up the kill.
That's the strength of Zyra's ult. It's mostly just good for counter engage. Splitting people off just like that. And I even say mostly just good for counter engage. It's extremely good at counter engage. It's probably the best ultimate for that in the game. I think maybe the only one that rivals it is Galio ult, which is why he's so fucking strong.
I guess Shen ult and Galio ult are both really similar though, so that might count. Oh, Darius has max dex on his passive, but I don't think much is going to come of it, but
little
I
bit
don't
too
know,
healthy,
might prove me
yeah.
wrong.
Forces
Makayo
his
with
flash,
spec flashes again. Now he's got Kha'Zix waiting in the wings though, he's just got to bait Darius in.
Look at the amount of vision from the side of SS in this bottom river.
Alright, they forced the flash out of Darius.
And they also see Ari roaming up to the top, and she walked right over a pink ward. They should know that she's there. So there are 3 pink wards in the bottom side river from SS. None of them are getting cleared at all, even though TSM Batman is in the bottom side river.
Yeah, and 3 additional other wards in the jungle.
Forcing Zaya's ult there with the roots, so that's very good. Definitely what they needed.
Nice reaction time on the ultimate, but I would like to see it go forwards.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. That really hurt. Okay.
That has a lot of
Balanced champion, Zaya.
Yeah. Very good when you're walking at her.
Oh, those roots were brutal.
But Ari isn't quite there yet. That's a very good Zyra ult from Nyx.
Nextram is playing this perfectly. Oh my
Instead of Django
god.
ultimates for another kill, even though he was barely even in that fight. Now he's trying to run away from Pursue Greatness, but he's not going to get... Oh, he is going to get out!
Nextram
Very
is a
good
beast.
push. And Windwall teleported in, and they're all low health. He's going to pick them all up with the ultimate. Adult has no ultimate left, but he's going to be able to flash out of it. We'll see if Sejuani and Darius want to follow up or not. Oh, the Fiddlesticks over the wall, though, is going to pick up the other 2 kills. And
That was a very good
Fiddlesticks
ultimate from
triple kill.
Fiddlesticks, but dude, Nextram is a
Nextram
monster.
carried that fight very
A
hard.
monster.
That makes that fight a 5-for-2. No, 5-for-1? 5-for-1.
Yeah,
I realized
that had to
Nextram
have been
didn't
a
go
5-for-1.
down.
KG definitely did die. Yep. 5-for-1. So that really turns this game around.
Yeah, there was a gold lead for the blue team right before that, and now there's a 1,500 gold lead and potentially a dragon. I don't know if they want to risk it or not.
I think we've got a real game 5 on our hands.
Yeah, this is a very good game 5.
But you know, Iznix is absolutely popping off.
Kha'Zix is coming to
6-1-0.
potentially try to steal it though. Is he gonna get it? Nope. Sejuani's
He
gonna
will not
get the
get
smite
it.
again.
Definitely die for this.
I believe Pursue Greatness smited it down to 64 there.
I don't even know if that's entirely worth the risk, dude, because it's really unlikely that you get it, and it's also an Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to make him further behind. Batman is a level up on him due to higher CS and just being around his team more. And he's going to just get further ahead with him having to, with Pursue Greatness dying.
Makaja, I do not agree with Makaja's tendency to rush Gargoyle Stone Plate on Galio. You need at least 1 health item before you build that, otherwise it's just kind of wasted.
Hey man, he's got 3 health
You can
items.
have all the resistances in the world, but I mean, if you don't have any health to back it up, then you're still going to get destroyed.
Yeah, I agree, especially into an AD matchup that you know you're going to struggle with. I would really like to see him just getting something like Sunfire cape or something.
You know, I'd say just get like maybe a I'm having a brain fart. Random's Omen, maybe Iceborne Gauntlet.
Iceborne is good as well, but if you're planning on getting
it seems like people have been like moving away from the Sunfire build because it's just kind of like redundant on Galio.
Well, they also nerfed the Sunfire damage to champions by a lot.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix is here to try to turn around this fight on Hydron Windwall, but Batman is coming shortly, so if they overchase, they would be
This has been happening a lot recently, is
Wisely
that
back
Pursuit
up.
Greatness would like jump in these weird Makaja
That was a
engages in
very
Hydron
nice
Windwall.
charm.
Oh, that's a very nice charm, actually. It won't end up doing
it's a
anything.
1v3.
kind of
Why would he
ends
even?
up wasting
Oh, he
his
probably wasted ult to evade something from
Yeah.
next round.
ult. No, I don't know about that. It didn't look like it. Next round wasn't there. He had just gotten there, it looked
I will
like.
go back and check on that. You watch
Maybe.
the real live game?
But I think Pursuit Greatness needs to be more careful, like wasting time in these weird lane ganks on the hide and win wall. It's happened a lot, and he's just wasted a bunch of time. Isenix, though.
Yeah, it was a Jinx W that he ulted over originally when he could see Zyra almost there.
He was full health, though. I mean, just eat the Jinx ult.
That's a lot of respect to that Jinx. I'm not sure.
That's too much. You're full health. Just eat it. It's not going to do anything to you.
But at least he made the most of it and got a little bit of return. Oh, Fiddlesticks is a really nice ult on the Golden Kappa. He didn't even get his ult off due to the fear and
He's
silence.
a monster.
Isenix is carrying
Isenix.
mid lane. 8-1 on that
Okay.
Fiddlesticks mid lane.
What in the world is going on
We were
here?
questioning it, but he really seems to know how to play it.
I said that this it's a funky pick, and that it had like this like really low pick rate but a super high win rate for a while. Like I think it was maybe like a month ago, a few weeks ago. Might even still be the case now. But you know, he's really far ahead. He's already got Leandries and Rylai's. If he hits you with his ult, you're very likely not getting away, and you're just going to get absolutely melted. No one really even has magic resist other than the Negatron cloak coming out of Galio, and that is just not enough.
Yeah, they don't have nearly enough to deal with an 8-1 Fiddlesticks and Zyra.
The big problem for Fiddlesticks mid though is that after he ults, what does he do when his ult's down? He doesn't do much of anything at all.
But
He's not
if Batman
particularly
ever
useful.
upgrades a sweeper and they actually get vision
Yeah, if
denied,
Batman would upgrade his sweeper to rank 2 sweeper for the first time in this series,
I'd like to see a
that would
ranking
be
maybe
great.
even on Fiddlesticks as well, just so that you can set up those plays, because the key part on Fiddlesticks is getting the ult off when they don't see it coming.
and he's been doing clearly a very good job of it so far.
Yeah, very well, Munch has been doing a good job, but if SS can get some vision down, they might be able to deny those engages.
Yeah, you know, maybe you just run the 3 sweepers. Probably the best idea here. And I think this is one of like a weird game, you know, where maybe vision denial is actually more important than vision.
Yeah, and I mean, both junglers did go the warding jungle item. So they'll
Well,
have
that's
plenty of
pretty
vision.
typical.
Oh, he did it. He upgraded it.
Oh, maybe he's listening to the stream, dude.
I don't think so.
Maybe
That
heard
would be
us
impossible.
bitching
That'd
him
be
out.
really hard to do during a during a game 5.
Maybe he
to
like
listen to
heard
us
it,
talk.
or someone told him about it from last game or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
But he built the Iceborne gauntlets. I'm not entirely up to date with Sejuani's build, but I think that's pretty standard.
I think Iceborne has been being, ever since the Sunfire nerf, people have been just realizing how good Iceborne actually is.
Well, I mean, even
On every
on
gen.
Sejuani, you wouldn't build it. You wouldn't build Sunfire anyways because you got Cinderhawk. But
Yeah, yeah. But ever since they started building it more in other champions and other lanes,
yeah,
people are like, wow, Iceborne's actually really good.
so they're gonna summon the Rift Herald here in the mid lane onto the tier 2.
And they do have 5 people around, but
Yeah,
guess
I think this is fine. Even if you only get this tower, mid tier 2 is
just got
Adult?
massively caught out.
What? Adult, what are you doing,
Golden
cuz?
Kappa's even a little bit overextended, but then it turns out Hide Windwall went too deep, and Galliwell's going to punish them severely on the counter engage. Very nice.
Isenix did
Taiji,
melt
but he
Cosmos,
flashes
though.
back onto the Jinx traps, and then Isenix goes in, gets a triple kill, maybe even the quadra kill onto Micaiah, but it's picked up by Galio instead, and that's going to be a 5 for 2
Wow,
under their
man.
turret, with Ritual still there.
Wow. Isenix is a monster.
Luckily,
I mean, you would have to go back and look at that fight again where he absolutely melted Pursue Greatness without his ult. He didn't even use ult. He just melted him with like a E and a W.
yeah,
Just melted him.
it's very fortunate that it's still only 21 minutes into the game, so
It's
acing
only
them
gonna
under
get
their
worse.
inhibitor turret isn't going to end the game, but
Fiddle's ratios are really, really, really high.
yeah. They're starting to get some magic resist on the side of SS. The no magic mantle's been picked up for part of the Banshee's Veil by Ari, but we'll see if
one
it's
big
enough.
issue now is that now Jinx is actually doing pretty well. She's got 11 assists.
11 assists is
Pretty much
massive.
even in CS, and she's a hyper carry, so she's what I believe about 800 gold ahead of the Golden Capricorn.
Yeah, but look at the mid lane with the 3,000 gold lead. That
Oh
is
yeah.
insane.
Okay, I'm glad Pursue Greatness didn't decide to suicide for a Cloud Drake. Good on him.
He learned his lesson last time when it didn't pay off.
Even at least that time, it was like a little bit more valuable than the piece of crap Cloud Drake. So I believe we're going to be seeing Fiddlesticks go for his Void Staff next. He has Blasting Wand and Amplifying Foam. Pretty standard because he knows that people are going to start rushing Magic Resist to counter his 11-1-1 scoreline with 111 CS. Look at that, it's perfect. 111 CS, 11 kills, 1 death, 1 assist.
That is
Perfect.
nice.
It would only be better if he was level 11.
But unfortunately, he has to go and be ahead of XP with all those kills.
He's just apparently too good. He's just level 13.
Oh, the smite away from Kha'Zix is really key there. He's going to have another smite up in case they try to rush Baron, and now they'll have vision of it, because they know that Final Esports is going to clear out all of the vision around Baron. So this is really helpful for them.
Yep. It's definitely a big deal that he got that Rift Scuttle. So I guess instead, now that they do not have the Scuttle, they're going to try and push top lane.
Yeah, because they know
No,
that
this is still a very good position for Fiddle to get a flank off. This time Fiddle will not have his flash up.
Why is Makai even teleporting? He's not even going to make it.
Yeah, this is very questionable. Even if he does, he would have died probably. So another thing that needs to not happen if you're on the side of SS is that Adult does not need to get caught out like he did. I don't really know what was going on there, but it certainly doesn't need to happen again. And if you're on SS, the way that you don't lose a team fight right here is that you absolutely cannot afford to have anyone get picked out, and you can't afford to be getting Fiddle ulted like you keep getting Fiddle ulted.
You need vision for Fiddle.
That has to stop.
And you need to blow up Django. Those are the two key things that SS needs to do to win this game.
Now, we're here at the Throw Baron. If FES are going to throw, this is easily the way they can do it. I don't know, man.
It's already at 4,000 health and they're not in range yet.
Yeah, I don't think, they're not going to make it. I don't think.
They're going to try. Kha'Zix is going to go in. There's going to be a redemption with the Galliol, but the redemption is a little bit too late. But Final Esports is really low HP, and Baron is not dead.
Fiddle ulted it. Oh my god.
The Fiddle ult.
Absurd,
totally
dude.
But I was really worried for Final Esports there. That was a really questionable call.
Oh my
they
god.
might even win off
That's game, dude. That's got to be game. Jinx is still up.
Yeah,
Isenix, man.
Isenix putting in work in game 5.
Isenix is the hero that FES needed and the one that they deserve.
I was wondering why Final Esports' health was dropping so low, but it's because Fiddlesticks was charging up the ultimate.
Who would have thought that in game 5 of the finals,
Pursue Greatness is going to give it his best.
Fiddlesticks would carry in the mid lane.
But who knows if it'll be enough. Zaya went in, the exhaust goes out, but they barely managed to close it out. And that'll be the
oh my
series
goodness.
and the end of this season of RPL.
Who would have thunk it? Is that the first time Fiddle's been picked in this league this season? If that's the first time, that's incredible.
I don't know.
Oh my god. I mean, we can give him MVP for the game, but we obviously can't give him MVP for the series because he only played in the match.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Alright, you guys have to sing Silver Scrapes with me.
So, the thing that I was talking about earlier was
talk.
the information that I had gotten. Dan is on fire messaged me after hearing what I said on stream. He said the reason why that he got subbed out is because SS had completely figured his champion pool out and how to ban him out, so they brought in Isenix and they knew that they didn't know how to ban him out at all.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about at the start of the game. Like, I think it was during the intermission actually I was talking about it. They figured out the formula to beat FeS. They figured out who to ban, and they banned the same champions 2 games in a row, and were able to pull out the victories. And so they changed up the mid laner, changed up the whole schema of everything, and it paid off for them.
You know, it's I don't know who to feel happy for and who to feel sad for. I mean, even still, it's just, oh my god, man.
Well, I mean, you
I
have to feel
can't.
happy.
I have to feel happy for. I don't know. I'm just so confused. This is just mind-boggling to me. I can't get over the Fiddlesticks carry from the mid lane.
It was a very good fight by SS, though. The 2-game comeback and the very good presence.
Yeah.
In 5.
I mean, they definitely should not walk away from this thinking that they played horribly or anything. You know, they definitely came back from a big deficit. I honestly looked like they had
Doo-doo!
once you go down 2-0 in a best of 5. You know, morale usually gets super low, but they actually managed to come back and win 2 games in a row and really push Final Esports to the brink. But in the end, they just didn't quite have it.
Whoever was singing your best.
Whoever was singing?
Yeah, the fucking Silver Scrapes.
That's Karma.
No, you're goddamn benched.
Why you gotta do me like this?
Dude, who would have thought it would be Fiddle mid?
Dude, it was phenomenal. Did you see the... Dude, this guy plays it, sorry for my throat, but he plays it in scrims a lot, and he has like 44k win rate and stuff. Or not 44k win rate, 44k damage on Fiddlesticks mid.
I want to say congratulations to the Final
Esports, man.
Man, they almost took me for a second.
They broke the curse, dude.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting the reverse sweep. I was just typing that in Twitch chat the whole entire time. Reverse sweep, but like they broke it. To be honest, they kind of tilted me because after game 1 and 2, I was like, this is GG. Game 3, easy game. And then game 3 and 4, I don't know what the hell happened, but. Yeah,
I think that game 3 and 4 they figured out Dan is on fire and adults started popping off.
Yeah.
And KG popped off.
Wait, what happened to Dan on
Pursuit
fire?
Greatness popped the fuck off. In games 3 and 4.
Wait, what happened to the mid laner?
They subbed him out for Isnix because Dan is on fire even like subbed himself out because he said that they had his champ pool completely figured out. And they subbed in Isnix because they didn't know what to do against him. And clearly they didn't, because that was brutal.
The Fiddlestick Madman, yes.
Oh my god, dude. What, like?
That's an interesting way to end the RPL series. Well,
I need to know, is that the first time Fiddle's been played in an RPL tournament match this season?
Yeah.
I think he's mainly played jungle so far, so that was interesting.
If that's the first time Fiddle has been played at all in the RPL this, and then it just so happened to be that game.
Oh, feel bad. But yeah, I gotta go. So I just wanted to say congratulations to Final Esports. I also want to say congratulations to our broadcaster and our director and our beautiful caster that casted the game for us today.
I'm fucking beautiful, aren't I?
Yeah,
dude, you guys are amazing. Thanks for coming out, helping us out. We were lacking in casters all season, and then now we have more than enough casters to get a rotation going. You guys want to pull up? Sorry for my voice crack, but you guys want to pull up FeS and talk to them?
They can. Me and my wife have to go do stuff, so that's not gonna be able to happen.
All right, man. You enjoy your night.
The contractor. I guess we'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, contractor got this, man. His voice is meant for commentary. Not gonna even lie, like the play-by-play by him was so good. So that was nice. No problem.
Karma is okay now. He's back.
Yeah, he was muted.
Yeah, spank my gank. What happened? He's still muted. Oh
God.
But like, yeah, you guys have a beautiful night. I will see you guys next season. I'll probably be on a team or I'll probably be on the caster decks again. I don't know yet.
All right, man. Thanks for coming out.
No problem. Anytime. See you guys later.
Bye.
See ya.
So something we kind of do every season is we vote for an MVP, but we also talk to the whole team. So what do you guys think is going to be MVP for this game? MVP for the series, I guess, not game.
It's hard. It's really hard.
I could have picked an MVP if the other team won.
Yeah. I would have said KG if SS won.
I didn't want the other team to win. TBA. JK.
Ooh, throwing shade live on stream.
He's not a caster.
You can't be doing this, Karma.
He's not a matter.
Jesus Christ.
Not a caster. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, his opinion is invalid. Yeah, so what do you guys think? I think everyone on FeS had a really good performance overall.
I feel like we can't give it to the mid laner because he only played that one game.
I mean, I know I've been talking about the supports a lot, but I mean, it really seemed like the supports were the only ones who consistently played well in each of their team's wins.
That's what I would say too. I think Next Gen performed the best in all 5 games.
Like, he had a sketchy game 5 a little bit, but there were like the team fight in the bottom lane where he played it absolutely perfectly, and they turned the entire game around off that.
Yeah, that's when they started snowballing. So I mean, like even that, even the game he was doing poorly, and he still did well in.
It's just hard because in the games that they lost, I don't think anyone on FeS played particularly well.
Windwall overextended a ton. Batman died like 1 billion times.
Naxxram had a really bad game 4, though. He died 10 times, but other than that, everything else was pretty good.
Yeah,
if they won, he played excellently.
He had a couple shaky games during the even number games. Janna game he was face checking a lot, and then the Zyra game 4 was kind of unlucky because they were getting prioritized bottom.
What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so like in the first game, I would say Hyde and Windwall and TSM Batman Naxxram. Like, Hyde and Windwall played the best in that game by a little bit. Then just right under that TSM Batman, right under that Naxxram, but he still, like, they all played very well. Third game, it was like fucking Django Ultimus, Dan is on fire, and Naxxram. I'd say Naxxram played the best on the team in that game. The third game when they lost, I mean, nobody really played particularly well, but I'd say Naxxram still, you know, he had like tied for the best KDA on the team pretty much. So maybe Olaf and, I mean, actually, yeah, it was Olaf, and Olaf made a lot of mistakes that game. Like, even though his score was decent, he made a lot of very critical errors.
Alright, so I got the people down in FES. I said we might be moving you guys up, so they are ready whenever you guys want to talk to them.
Casters do the honor.
Oh, we're moving down to them?
No, you're moving them up to us.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got them.
Oh, we moved them in the middle of their conversation.
Yeah, dude.
This whole MVP thing is still really hard to decide.
Yeah.
I think, like, super close, but
I want to give it to Django for not pressing.
somebody has to.
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
That's how bad it was.
Come on, man.
Dude,
Showed up for the
I'm gonna have to say, you guys had like individually great games separately, but there was, I think the final game you guys played well, like overall together. After you guys kind of closed the gap between the 11-17 deficit. Dude, my voice is right now. I can't even.
And, you know, obviously Isnex played ridiculously well in the 5th game, but it's impossible to give him the MVP because he only played in 1 game. I mean, we just
Man,
we
give it
can't
to
do
the
it.
fiddle.
When in doubt, play Xanax out, dude. Come on.
I'm down.
Yeah, man.
When in doubt,
No,
play Xanax.
but honestly though, I want to give it to Nikes for that good second game.
The Janna game? It was
Yeah, the Janna
really
game was
nice,
solid.
really nice.
Karma game was good
and
as
then
well.
and then the Karma game, dude. Like, why would I not give it to you? You were 1v2 in that lane. That's
And, you know, as well as, like, there were some sketchy things at the very early stages of the 5th game that happened in the bottom lane with Naxxram. Then it was, I remember that team fight in the bottom lane that, like, was the catalyst that turned that whole game around and got you guys from a deficit to a lead, was when Zyra actually played the team fight completely perfectly in the bottom lane.
It's
Canceled.
like 5 hours past my bedtime.
You canceled.
Give the man MVP and let him go to bed.
Canceled
Yeah.
KG's
Why'd you
Flash
guys,
Ultimate.
dude? Why'd you guys always take it to game 5, man?
Why?
Oh, we gotta make
For
it
the
interesting for you guys.
Hey, man.
Okay.
Dude, my headache got so
My
much
biggest-
worse.
my
Who
biggest
wants
question-
to watch a shutout? Who wants to watch a 3-0 shutout? Come on.
No
We gotta
one.
keep it interesting.
No one, that's
Yeah.
who. But my question is, how was you know, the memory of what happened in the last split in the finals weighing on you guys throughout the games 3, 4, and 5?
It's all
I was
about
in the,
playing
I was in the
Xanax.
channel. They didn't think about it at all. They knew that they had Fiddle mid to carry them to victory if it came down to it, and so they were content.
No, honestly, Xanax comes in with a whole bunch of positive energy, and he's really loud and emotional, and that's just
He plays champions that nobody else plays, and just crushes with them.
Yeah, there was like there were just way too many differences with our team and the enemy team for us to really like say like, dude, we're doing the same thing as last year, and it's like, no, it's a completely different team. It's a completely different set of scenarios. So we were pretty chill about it.
Django, my question here is, how many steps ahead were you thinking?
Oh, dude, I'm pretty sure my team was ready to beat me during draft phase, where I'm like, okay, now if they do this, then they do this, then they do this, then we do this,
Django.
and this is how this is gonna play. And oh my god, my head hurts,
Django.
man.
Were you maneuvering around your DCs? Like, were you predicting like, hey guys, I'm gonna DC at this time. Be prepared.
Yeah, we're gonna DC right now, and this is gonna be the perfect opportunity to survey the entire map. It's gonna be a perfect time. No. Yeah, that was unfortunate. I actually the really long DC in the first game, I actually left where I was playing from and drove like 7 minutes to where I am now.
All right, my last question before the other people here ask you questions. Do you believe that you are playing chess against checkers, or no?
This specific game,
Was it checkers or chess?
No. Wait. I think I misunderstood the question.
He's asking, is it complex enough? Like,
Were you guys methodical in your approach to the game, or were you like, let's go, yeah?
Games 1 through 4, methodical chess match. Game 5, Xanax was like like we were all little pawn checkers, and Xanax was like a 8-stack king motherfucker, just running around the entire board doing everything.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, popping off.
All right. Thanks for answering my question.
My biggest question now is what was up with the extreme lack of Garen hovers throughout the series?
Dude, what do you mean? I did it. What do you mean?
That bummed me the fuck out, dude. I thought you guys wanted to get Garen hovers.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to die one day. It's going to be good. But why Jax? Why Olaf?
Wait, I did.
What's happening, dude?
To sandbag for game 5.
Why are you guys giving the shoutouts to previously banned players? What's happening, dude? It's fucked up, man. Trying to keep the community, you know, Smurf free, friendly free. I mean, friendly free, friendly.
Oh, friendly free.
It comes
we don't
out.
Want to be your friends.
It
we hate all
comes
of
out.
you. We're elitists.
Just got really quiet.
Oh, dude, I thought I disconnected.
Loud noise. All right, so since we had a rough time picking, you know, an MVP, what do you guys think? Who would you give it to?
Dude, next. I prefer next round.
Like, I think like what you said is correct about all of us having our individual pop-off moments, but I feel like
Twitch game.
Hey man, I'm trying to put
Dude, you're a baller.
Come on, man. I'm trying to give credit to somebody else for once. At least let me finish. I just feel like Nex's highs were more consistent, and his lows were like he had the one really bad game,
not as bad as
that was
1-8
it.
Warwick.
Damn.
You know,
does it really count?
It was 1-9. Let's be clear.
It was 1-9.
Does it count as me calling you out if I appreciate that?
I had to.
Yes. Dude, Lucid not beating around the bush. Not even letting me try and be a nice guy, man. He's calling me out. Damn.
No, but you guys played really well. I'm glad you guys came back from last season, and you know, made it happen, as I say normally. And well, congratulations, you guys are RPL winners.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, feels good.
Love this guy.
You guys are like children. I love you guys.
They're not RPL winners. They're RPL fucking champions. They're number one.
They truly
Everyone
lived
else
up to
won
the
it.
challenge.
Everyone else won an individual game. There's only one team that can be the fucking champion.
Hey, let's go.
Oh, wait, who's it?
Wait, that echo though. Professional as
Alright, casters, make it happen. Do your magic.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah,
This is our challenge.
We had approximately 30 seconds to set up some questions for you guys before this happened.
I think that is a drastic overestimate.
Probably, yeah.
You guys aren't like completely on top of your focus right now after casting for 5 hours? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, we're just seeing the fucking fiddlesticks mid, and then it actually just like completely crushed the hopes and dreams of 5 people right in front of me.
This man presses R, wipes the team.
Yeah.
Chat goes, is this guy smurfing? And we're like, dude, who the fuck knows, man? It's a genius. He's a fucking god.
I have an overdeveloped sense of empathy, and I can't help feel bad for the fact that I just saw 5 people's dreams crushed by fiddlesticks. I can't help but feel bad.
Yeah, I see.
I think Nick summed it up best when we were in game, and he stated that we wish we could just go on to a game 6. That way, we could just see a fiddlesticks ban. We just want it. We just want to be able to see it.
That's why you had to take it to game 5, because they banned the fiddlesticks, and it's just like, well, Dan, get back in here. We need the morgue mid again.
No, you just play something.
Picking the jacks.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
we had
just
some
be
comments about the jacks. Now you go back and watch that game.
Just be lucky they held me back from Ken and AD carry, or else shit would have got real.
Oh god, dude.
I
would have had to go change my drawers if you'd picked him in ADC, dude. I just want you to know that.
So I have one slightly serious question. How did the shot calling change when you guys were like ahead in games 1 and 2 and behind in games 3 and 4?
It didn't.
Like it did kind of slightly.
It was okay. It was less of trying to starve them at, like, when we're ahead, we're always trying to give them as little as possible while still pushing ahead of our lead. And when we were behind, instead of minimizing our losses, which maybe we should have done more often, it was more of a let's get this while they get this. You know, they get 75, we get 25, and see if we could work off that. Obviously, it didn't work too well for us.
Yeah, and we argue amongst each other.
We went from proactive to reactive. Is the simplest way
definitely.
to explain it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tractor, do you have any more like bumming out serious questions for us?
It's not super serious. Batman, can you actually like change your trinket once in a while?
I did.
Oh my
we
god.
turned it into a coaching lesson now.
Dude, we flamed the fuck out of you for that.
Level 11.
Dude, I flamed the fuck out of him for that.
But he actually did though. He called him out on it and said, "Watch, they're gonna say something." And I watched the stream and then,
I said it every time he didn't buy it. I told 13 every game, he never buys it.
Alright, well, I don't want to sit here all day because I've been sitting here all day. Let's end it here. Let's end it all.
Hell yeah, dude. It's a good.
Oh, that just got dark really quick, but sure.
good spring season of RPL.
I agree, dude. The matches were hype. You know, it was like a roller coaster. Like, there were some ups, there were some downs, there were some smurfs, there were, you know, sometimes there weren't.
Dude, my stomach is turning, dude.
You know, yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Do not forget the legendary Rod of Ages on Vladimir.
Oh god,
you cannot forget
it will
about
never
this.
be forgotten.
Dude.
Can someone mute the stream? I need to say something really important. I don't want people to just be like, wow.
Okay.
Alright, it's a music! Don't say it!
So this concludes
Lucid
our...
dropped the baby. I left it out. I'm sorry.
Alright, well, you guys can finish the stream.
I'm basically gonna sit in a room for 3 minutes while epic music plays. So let's pretend cyber hug. Everyone shoulder together.
I'm hugging my monitor.
Say
right
your
I
goodbyes.
feel like Mark Merrill, dude. You know, giving a high five to fucking finger.
Everyone say your goodbyes. Let's go.
Goodbye.
Sayonara. It was a great time.
Bye bye. Have a good time.
Fucking idiots, dude.